Chapter 907. Qi Wuxia found an opportunity and said with a smile, "Brat, you look so refined. Unexpectedly, your heart is very dirty. You won't even let off a dead person." Xiaoqun could not help finding this funny. This daughter of Neptune was indeed ridiculously beautiful, not like a dead person at all. It was normal to look at her a few more times. Qi Wuxia's words were too outrageous. Long Fei's intuition told him that this Leng Ao was not someone to offend. Not wanting to get into a conflict with him, he quickly stepped forward and said a few words to help Qi Wuxia smooth things over. Leng Ao was strangely calm, not saying anything. Instead, he glanced at Xiaoqun before following after Yao Yan. Qi Wuxia muttered, "This brat is really boring." Earlier, he was still sharp-tongued. Now, he has no temper at all. Xiaoqun entered deep thought, thinking of something. However, he did not say anything and followed Yao Yan out of this place. After passing through the 10,000 flower garden, the group experienced a few more battles. When Xiaoqun heard about the use of the black pearls, he took the initiative to attack when he ran into the black evil demon beasts, obtaining 10 heavenly soul pearls in a row. The two from the One Dao Palace gritted their teeth in anger. The immortal cultivator called Chen Lin wanted to make a move several times, but the azure-clad man stopped him. When Xiaoqun saw this, he smiled coldly to himself, not caring at all. It was best if these two did not make a move. Just as the group was about to enter the throne room, Xiaoqun suddenly sensed a distress message from the core jade pendant. He quickly took it out and checked. The Northern Sea Alliance's Yan Qihai is in trouble. Lang Taotian is in trouble as well. The couple from Spirit Returning Island is in trouble as well. Instantly, 3 distress messages came from the core jade pendant. When Xiaoqun checked the other jade pendants, they were already motionless. Clearly, they had been killed before they could even send out a distress message. As for the people who sent out the jade pendants, Xiaoqun could sense them approaching him at an extremely fast speed. Xiaoqun could not help imagining the scene of Lang Taotian and the others fleeing in panic, placing their hopes of survival on him. Just what in the world had these people encountered for all of them to send out a distress signal at the same time? There were also others who didn't even have the time to send out a distress signal. Princess Yao Yan's expression changed slightly. Saving people is more important. Let's see who is the closest to us. Hehe, it's better to worry about yourselves first. As he spoke, a sneer suddenly sounded from all directions. The group was shocked and quickly looked around. However, they could not find the person who had spoken. Who? A white silhouette flashed past everyone's eyes. It was as fast as a flickering light and passing shadow, swaying in circles. Qi Wuxia and the others quickly followed the white figure, preventing the other party from standing behind them. At the same time, they quickly tracked the white figure's position. Xiaoqun closed his eyes, and his feet slowly floated up. His entire body was in a gentle and relaxed state, as if he was hibernating silently. Where did this white-skinned ghost come from? If you have the guts, stop spinning around for this young master, Qi Wuxia cursed, dazzled by the dazzling light. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a handsome and elegant evil demon with a body as smooth as jade and a faint silver glow suddenly appeared in front of him. Their faces were so close that the tips of their noses were almost touching. This sight startled Qi Wuxia, and he quickly moved back. That jade-like evil demon clone smiled and used its fingers like a saber, stabbing towards Qi Wuxia's chest at lightning speed. The evil demon clone was so fast that it left no traces. The startled Qi Wuxia could not react at all. Just as the saber-like hand was about to stab into Qi Wuxia's heart and kill him, the crisp sound of a saber being drawn suddenly rang out. Then, a saber-like bolt of lightning flew over. Xiaoqun quickly made a move and grabbed that jade-like wrist. Then, he stretched out his hand and tossed the evil demon clone away. Xiaoqun's vital qi surged. This casual toss contained 150 kilograms of force. The evil demon clone flew back 5 kilometers like a meteor before crashing heavily into the ground. Rumble. It smashed a huge pit in the ground. Qi Wuxia, who narrowly escaped death, felt his heart pounding heavily. He said in a trembling voice, "Brother Xiao, many thanks." Xiaochen turned around and looked to the front. Then, he said calmly, "Be careful. It's not over yet." A cool breeze blew, and the evil demon clone in the pit in front floated over unhurriedly. It licked its lips and looked greedily at Xiaochen. "Good. I can feel a qi and blood as strong as a dragon's in your body. In our homeland, you can be considered a peak food. There are also the two of you. You are pretty good supplements as well," the jade-white evil demon clone said as it looked at the azure-clad man and his junior brother. "The rest can only be considered snacks." Yao Yen whispered, "Xiaochen, this evil demon clone swallowed up Emperor Wu's body. 2 years ago, before it matured, I used the extreme thunder sword to kill it. However, I did not kill it completely. Now, it has become a source of trouble. I'll make a move. You guys back off." The origin flame on Xiaochen's body gathered back into a treasured saber glowing with purple light. Then, he grasped the saber hilt, and an electric light flashed under his feet as he charged over. Martial techniques were useless against this evil demon clone. Xiaochen could only rely on his movement technique and saber technique, relying on the treasured saber formed from the origin flame, to kill the other party. However, by doing so, he would lose all his defenses. Furthermore, he would be easily injured by the evil demon clone. The white evil demon clone smiled coldly, and a jade-white sword of light appeared in its hand. Then, it started an intense battle with Xiaochen. Unexpectedly, the cultivation of the evil demon clone's sword technique was not weak. It fought on par with Xiaochen. When Yao Yen saw this scene, he gaped slightly. The sword technique that this evil demon clone executed was the sword technique of the merfolk race's Emperor Wu. When it brandished it, it actually achieved 70 to 80% of its charm. After fighting for a long time, the white evil demon clone tried to find an opportunity to get close to Xiaochen and enter his body several times. However, Xiaochen blocked it with his saber. Xiaochen was very patient. His eyes remained calm as he could not find any openings in the other party for now. The other party's sword technique was just for show, it did not understand its true nature. There would be an opportunity sooner or later. The white evil demon clone started to feel frustrated. Originally, it thought that it could suppress Xiaochen with some of the sword techniques in Emperor Wu's memories. Furthermore, with its advantage in talent, it would be able to swallow up Xiaochen soon. In the end, it ended up in a stalemate. The other party was as calm as ice in winter, not showing any signs of impatience or opening up at all. With that thought, the white evil demon clone's movements could not help but become even more berserk. Its might was like a storm, roaring continuously. Xiaochen's eyes lit up. The opportunity was here. The other party finally revealed an opening. Xiaochen swung his saber and used the other party's opening to launch a sharp counterattack, catching the other party off guard. After forcing the other party back in 3 moves, the saber in Xiaochen's hand turned back into the origin flame and reappeared in his palm. Then, a light flickered on his forehead, and the purple lightning talisman entered the flame. The origin flame immediately gave off a blazing light, even more dazzling than the sun. It gently shot forward and crashed into the retreating evil demon clone. The origin flame, which was several times mightier than before, burned fiercely on the evil demon clone's body, causing it to scream miserably. The white, jade-like body of the evil demon clone continuously faded in the flame, turning from white to black, then from black to red. It looked like it would turn into a clump of black smoke soon. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I know where Neptune's remains are." With a thought, Xiaochen stopped the purple flame from burning as he shouted coldly, you know where Neptune's remains are? That's right. That's right. I really do know. Ever since I was just a thought body, I wandered around this Neptune palace. It has been 10 years since then. Not only do I know where Neptune's remains are, but I also do not know where the treasure rooms that no one has discovered are. As the pain in its body lessened, the evil demon clone that had turned into black smoke quickly explained everything. Princess Yao Yen revealed a suspicious expression. She said, "This evil demon clone is very crafty. Young Master Shao, it is best that you do not stay." Back then, I was careless, allowing this evil demon clone to grow to its current level. When the evil demon clone heard that, it could not help feeling horrified. It said, "This young master, there is a painting on the gilded coffin where Neptune's remains are. The person in the painting looks very similar to you. There must be some connection." A painting of the Qing Emperor. The evil demon clone did not know the identity of the person in the painting. However, Long Fei and the others did. Qi Wuxia laughed loudly and said, "Brother Shao, it looks like what this evil demon clone said is true. That must be where Neptune's remains are." Long Fei waved his folding fan and said calmly, "Since you know where Neptune's remains are, then say it now." This evil demon clone had already turned into black smoke. However, there was a jade-white pearl inside its body. Since this evil demon clone had not been destroyed, its cultivation had not been destroyed. There was still a chance for it to make a comeback. Long Fei wanted to force out Neptune's remains before killing this evil demon clone to prevent any future disasters. "No, I don't remember the way. I have to personally lead the way." Who knew, this evil demon clone was very crafty and did not fall for it. Qi Wuxia said angrily, "You don't remember? I think you are just playing tricks." Qi Wuxia formed hand seals, and the muddy sky demonic hand imprint carried traces of lightning-attributed fire as it smashed into this evil demon clone. The muddy sky demonic hand imprint immediately caused the evil demon clone to shriek miserably. Shao Chen waved his hand to stop Qi Wuxia. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out the refined dragon phoenix cauldron. Then, he said coldly, "It's fine if you do not want to say it. Jump in now." That evil demon clone had been tortured badly by Qi Wuxia, but it refused to speak. When it heard Shao Chen's words, it could not help but jump in joyfully. Aside from a golden crow egg giving off an overwhelming heatwave, there was nothing else in the cauldron. The evil demon clone could not help but reveal a sinister smile. This was a good place. If it had another half a day, it would be able to recover most of its cultivation and escape. The evil demon clone was just short of a silver sage body. As long as the jade-white heavenly soul pearl in its body was not destroyed, it could recover to its peak at any time. "When I recover my strength, I will slowly swallow you up. I want to torture this fellow bit by bit and let him know what it means to be more painful than the Dead Sea," the evil demon clone cursed viciously in its heart. Hu Qi. Before the evil demon clone could finish cursing in its heart, it saw a beam of purple thunder true fire descend and fill the entire cauldron. Shao Chen did not pour in his origin flame. He feared burning this evil demon clone to death, so he could only slowly torture it until it was neither dead nor alive. He could not be careless with such an evil being. Miserable shrieks rang out endlessly in the cauldron. The evil demon clone rolled around in the fire, enduring endless torture. There was no way for it to recover its strength. It was already fortunate that it could survive. No matter what, the evil demon clone's current body was the lowest grade black smoke body. It could not endure the burning of this purple flame. Furthermore, the jade-white heavenly soul pearl in its body could not be extinguished. Chapter 908. As long as Shao Chen did not stop, this evil demon clone would suffer eternal torture, neither dead nor alive. When Yao Yen saw that Shao Chen had subdued the evil demon clone, she wanted to advise him against it. However, she knew Shao Chen's character. Once he decided on something, it would be hard to change his mind. So, she could only give up. A sharp voice suddenly rang out. A green light flickered under Xiao Chen's feet, and tree branches appeared. The tree branches were as thick as an arm and flickered with a green light, displaying a strong life force as they grew wildly. In an instant, the tree branches covered Xiao Chen's entire body and continued to grow. They bound Xiao Chen tightly, not even a corner of his clothes could be seen. The one who made a move was the green-robed man from the One Dao Palace. He held a large azure banner with a resplendent star embroidered on it, radiating a boundless life force. This was the azure wood star of the 9 glorious stars. The instant the tree branches trapped Xiao Chen, that Chen Lin made a move as well. Clearly, the two had discussed this for a long time and had a tacit understanding when they made their moves. Rumble. 5 bolts of lightning of different colors, representing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, struck Xiao Chen, who was trapped by the tree branches. After the lightning bolt struck, they were not done yet. They turned into 5 balls of lightning, materializing the mysteries of the 5 elements reinforcing and restraining each other. Life and death roared endlessly in the middle of the tree branches. Chen Lin withdrew his hand and stood upright. Then, he laughed loudly and said, "Senior brother, the might of your azure wood banner is indeed extraordinary. It can easily trap this insufferably arrogant Xiao Chen." The expressions of Yao Yan, Long Fei, and Qi Wuxia suddenly changed. They stood together, protecting Xiao Chen as they glared at the three. "Quickly withdraw your immortal arts. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite," Yao Yan said sullenly. The thorn sovereign circlet on Yao Yan's head flickered with a green light. Her aura soared continuously. When the azure-clothed man saw that the divine lightning was still rumbling, he felt confident. He put away the greenwood banner and said in a cold voice, "Princess Yao Yan, don't be in such a rush to get angry." He killed the evil demon repeatedly, and the heavenly soul pearl was obtained by him alone. Now that we've killed this white demon, Xiao Chen actually wants to take the white jade heavenly soul pearl for himself. He's too ruthless. He must die. What a must die. Brother Xiao was the one who killed the evil demon clones. It is only right and proper for him to take the spoils of war. Do you really think that the two of you are so thick-skinned? I worked so hard to obtain the heavenly soul pearls, yet I still have to share them with the two of you. For the first time, Qi Wuxia unleashed his baleful aura. His black hair fluttered wildly, looking like a demonic god bathed in blood. Long Fei put away his folding fan as the intent of destruction in his eyes condensed bit by bit. The mysterious phenomenon of falling snow drifting song and zither and flute playing in unison appeared behind him once more. Clearly, they were truly enraged. Chen Lin smiled without a care in the world. After getting struck by my 5-element divine lightning, the formation materialized by the 5-element divine lightning should have already blasted Xiao Chen to bits. Princess Yao Yan, you still have to suppress the main body of the evil demon. Now that Xiao Chen is dead, no one else has the purple thunder true fire. Aside from me, no one else has the purple thunder true fire. You better think carefully before you make a move. The hopes of your merfolk race rest on me. The azure-clothed man appeared to have no fear. He continued, "This time, we still have to extract the golden heavenly soul pearl of the evil demon's main body. At that time, this evil demon will be crippled, and the hidden danger of your merfolk race will no longer exist." What shameless boasting! I've been waiting for you to make a move. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Overwhelming shockwaves surged behind Yao Yan's group of 3. Tree shrapnel filled the air as a white figure flew out, heading for Chen Lin and the azure-clothed man at lightning speed. The peach blossoms bloomed, the summer sun rose, the autumn wind blew, and the winter snow flew. Everywhere Xiao Chen passed, spring, summer, autumn, and winter changed. It was like he reversed time and caught up to his youth. Flawless saber Dao, flawless 4 seasons. Bang! Spiritual light flowed on the Buddhist robes of the azure-clothed man holding the greenwood banner and Qianlin. Defensive formations appeared as they tried to block this flawless 4 seasons. However, caught off guard, how much strength could the two bring out? 4 different kinds of saber lights cycled endlessly, looking incredibly sharp. They immediately tore the two's Buddhist robes into shreds. Pu ci. The two vomited blood and crashed to the ground, their eyes filled with extreme shock. My 5-element divine lightning can even trick a grandmaster-level martial sage. How come you are completely fine? Qianlin exclaimed in disbelief as he looked at the white-robed Xiaochen. Xiaochen smiled coldly and said, "When I underwent my lightning tribulation, what kind of lightning have I not seen? I even endured the divine lightning of extinction and divine lightning that were even more horrifying. Why would I fear your 5-element divine lightning? Right now, the thing I fear the least is the might of lightning. Junior brother, don't bother speaking nonsense with him. Let's work together to execute the 10,000 swords evil killing art and use this minor magic skill to destroy him." The azure-robed man and Qianlin did not say anything more. They retreated 1 kilometer and stood in the air, forming hand seals. Immediately, the magic energy of the two burned continuously. Their auras became extraordinary, giving them an air of sages. A vast righteous chi surged out. Swords shining with starlight flew out of their bodies and formed a vast and boundless evil-killing sword formation above their heads. A boundless killing chi spread out from the formation. The berserk swords flew everywhere, forcing Yao Yan and the other two to move back. Minor magic skills. These two actually know immortal arts and magic skills. Yao Yan and the others had heard of immortal arts and magic skills as well. Those were existences that rivaled or even surpassed heaven-ranked martial techniques. Even in the Penglai Sea, not many people knew minor magic skills. As for major magic skills, they were even rarer. Xiaochen smiled faintly and quickly formed hand seals as well. The vast magic energy in his sea of consciousness burned as he executed Starry Heaven Storm, a peak minor magic skill. One side needed to work together to execute a minor magic skill. The other side could easily execute a minor magic skill alone. Whoever had more magic energy would be the victor. Stars appeared behind Xiaochen. As they intersected, they materialized the universe, the chessboard of fate. Pushing 2 stars at the same time, Xiaochen shouted, and fate fluctuated. The heavenly Tao turned chaotic as he controlled the starry heaven storm to descend. This is a peak minor god. Before Qianlin could finish speaking, the black starry heaven storm descended and instantly destroyed the vast evil-killing sword formation. The sound of countless swords shattering resounded in the surroundings. Then, the starry heaven storm crushed the bodies of the two into powder, creating a 5-kilometer-long gorge on the ground. Whoosh! 2 Yuanying imps appeared and wrapped themselves around their life magic treasures, fleeing in a sorry state. Xiaochen was very familiar with immortal cultivators. Naturally, he would not let go of these 2 Yuanying imps. He had been waiting for them for a long time. Electric light flashed under his feet, and he grabbed the life magic treasures of the 2 Yuanying imps. A purple flame burned in his eyes. Before the 2 Yuanying imps could continue fleeing, he burned them to ashes. The 2 life magic treasures, the azure-robed man's greenwood banner and the 5-element medallion, fell into Xiaochen's hands. A 50-square-kilometer-wide lotus leaf floated on the vast surface of the chaotic demonic sea. There were mountains and rivers on the lotus leaf. A white-haired old man sat on the summit of the mountain. His complexion was flushed, and he breathed slowly. As he breathed, pure immortal chi flowed out. Huge waves surged on the surface of the sea in accordance with the rhythm of his breathing. Occasionally, the huge waves tossed huge sea beasts out of the sea and into the air. Such a shocking power was revealed inadvertently with just a single breath. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes, revealing a cold light. He whispered, "Qianlin and Xiaochen actually died. What's going on?" With the purple thunder true fire protecting them, they should not fear the evil demon clans. I even sent a minor magic skill to them. How did they die so quickly? Even their Yuanying did not manage to escape. Before Neptune's palace, Xiaochen inspected the Greenwood banner and the 5-element medallion. He discovered that they were pretty good magic treasures. The Greenwood star in the Greenwood banner contained strong wood-attributed energy. It was perfect for trapping people and making a sudden move. Earlier, when Xiaochen was entangled by those tree branches, he could not break free at first. If he had not burned his vital qi and attained half a dragon force, he would have found it hard to break free. Xiaochen felt that the full might of this Greenwood banner had not been brought out yet. That person probably had not used the Greenwood banner as his life magic treasure for long. Otherwise, even if he burned his vital qi to attain half a dragon force, he might not have been able to break free. As for the remaining 5-element medallion, Xiaochen liked it even more. Chenlin's 5-element divine lightning was executed through this 5-element medallion. With this 5-element medallion, Xiaochen could put his will of thunder to good use. When the Greenwood banner and the 5-element medallion worked together, they could severely injure a Grandmaster-level martial sage in an instant. If Xiaochen had not cleared his lightning tribulation and gained a strong resistance to most lightning, he might have died here. Yao Yan and the others revealed doubtful expressions. Earlier, they had vaguely heard Chenlin say something about a minor magic skill before he died. Could it be that Xiaochen knew immortal arts as well? This news shocked everyone. They had never heard of anyone cultivating immortal arts and martial cultivation at the same time. Immortal cultivators required immortal fate, which was a special physical condition. Furthermore, immortal arts and martial cultivation were two completely different systems. Their cultivation techniques countered each other and could not be cultivated at the same time. Otherwise, their bodies would explode and they would die. We must have misheard, the few of them comforted themselves in their hearts. Seeing Xiaochen put away the 2 magic treasures, Yao Yan walked over and told Xiaochen about saving Yan Qihai and the others. Xiaochen raised his head and looked around. There is no need to go. They are already here. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard many loud rumbling sounds coming from afar. The few of them looked over and saw Lang Taotian, Yan Qihai, and the others fleeing in a miserable manner. They were madly fleeing without any regard for their energy consumption, and they had unleashed their movement techniques to the limit. The strong winds caused by their fleeing were too intense. They sounded like thunder to the ears. One could easily imagine how anxious these people were. Young Master Xiao, save us. When Lang Taotian and the others saw Xiaochen, they immediately cried out in joy. 8 white figures with a jade-like glow could be seen behind the group, radiating an overwhelming evil aura. 8 jade-white evil demon clones are here together. Everyone's expressions changed. Even Xiaochen felt a headache coming on. Just 1 jade-white evil demon clones was enough to make him put in so much effort. If 8 came together, they would definitely kill him. Qi Wuxia immediately cursed, "Damn, this group of bastards. Back then, they refused to come with us. Now, they actually ran over together. They are trying to get us killed. Let's go. Ignore them. Let's retreat first." Xiaochen did not hesitate to turn around and leave. He had already exhausted a significant amount of his origin flame to kill the white evil demon clones. Now, 8 more jade-white evil demon clones arrived. Chapter 909. Saving People? Xiaochen was really stupid. If they came one by one, he could save them in passing. Suddenly, Xiaochen thought of something and said, "Let's go in the direction of the 10,000 Flowers Garden." The eyes of the others lit up. They immediately understood what Xiaochen meant. Qi Wuxia smiled and said, 10,000 Flower Garden. That's right. Let's go to the 10,000 Flower Garden. When Lang Taotian saw that Xiaochen and the others had no intention of helping, he could not help but curse at the critical moment of life and death. You have the purple thunder true fire, but you don't use it. Instead, you watch us die. This fellow is too despicable. I will drag you down with me. Most of the others also had the same thought and followed the direction in which Xiao Chen and the others left. As fast as lightning, he soon arrived at the 10,000 flower garden. Xiao Chen and the other four had a tacit understanding. Without saying anything, they all rushed in the same direction. Soon, Princess Qin, who was buried in the depths of the flowers, appeared before everyone once again. Princess Yao Yan transmitted a message to the people behind her. As Xiao Chen and the others flew quickly, they brushed past Princess Qin without leaving a trace. When Lang Taotian and the others heard Princess Yao Yan's words, they all rejoiced. They all followed behind her and passed by Princess Qin's area without anyone noticing. The group flew very fast. The 8 jade-white evil demon clans in hot pursuit did not think too much. They only felt that their prey was about to fall into their hands. Their expressions were ferocious and excited. Poochie poochie. The 8 evil demons flew over Princess Qin and didn't even think about changing directions. Before they could react, they were pulled down by a force. Flowers and grass rose up and wrapped around the 8 white jade evil demons. Looks of terror appeared on the faces of the 8 evil demon cultivators. No matter what they did, they couldn't break free from the flowers and grass. What was even more terrifying was that the flowers and grass were slowly absorbing their energy. They couldn't do anything about it. What is this place? What's going on? I've been to the 10,000 flower garden many times, but why have I never discovered such a forbidden area? It's over. The grade of my heavenly soul pearl is going to drop. The evil spirit screamed, but to no avail. The luster on its body dimmed bit by bit, turning black, and then red. Lang Taotian and the others, who had been chased by them for a long time, came over. When they saw this scene, they could not believe their eyes. The various lightning-attributed flames did not have much effect on the jade-white evil demon clone. Unexpectedly, it was killed by these flowers and grass. Just who was the woman lying in the depths of the flowers? Xiao Chen used the core jade pendant to observe the situation. He discovered that aside from his group, only the people before him were still alive. Lang Taotian of the Xianxia sect, the couple of Spirit Returning Island, Yan Qihai of the North Sea Alliance, and the jade tablets of everyone else had long stopped moving. As he watched the 6 demons slowly disappear, Xiao Chen felt that it was a pity that he would not be able to obtain their heavenly soul pearls. Lang Taotian calmed down and looked at Xiao Chen in dissatisfaction. White-robed king, what was the meaning of that? We specially came to you to ask for help, but you actually turned around and ran. The couple from Spirit Returning Island also appeared dissatisfied. The man said, there was the purple thunder true fire, yet you did nothing to save us. Young Master Xiao, you really went overboard this time. Yan Qihai did not say anything. However, his emotions were written all over his face, and his eyes showed displeasure. The evil demon clones only feared lightning-attributed flames. When they fought, they were somewhat fearful. However, when facing Xiao Chen, they were somewhat confident. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. This group of people did not have the courage to face the evil demon clones. However, they were confident in facing him, not feeling any fear at all. You fellows nearly caused us to die, and now you are questioning us. What is your skin made of? Let me pinch it. Qi Wuxia walked over to the woman from Spirit Returning Island. The black-robed man from Spirit Returning Island shouted angrily, "Scram! You shameless scoundrel, go further away. Our Spirit Returning Island is not afraid of your muddy sky gate." Brother, what are you saying? I just want to see what your skin is made of. How can it be so thick? Why are you reacting so strongly? Qi Wuxia chuckled. Leng Ao withdrew his gaze from Princess Qin and said, Young Master Xiao, it is time to go to the place where Neptune's remains are, right? Neptune's remains. When Lang Taotian and the others heard the words, Sea Monarch's remains, they all looked at Xiao Chen. This was their main purpose for coming here. Their main purpose in coming here was to find Neptune's remains. After searching for a long time, they could not find any clues. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen discovered it. The group immediately shut up, no longer talking about the earlier matter. When Xiao Chen saw this, he could not be bothered with it. He opened his mouth and spat out the dragon phoenix cauldron, releasing that evil demon clone. That evil demon clone was tormented until it hovered between life and death. When it left the dragon phoenix cauldron, it immediately felt like it had arrived in heaven. After looking at its surroundings, the evil demon clone asked carefully, "Are the few of you going to look for Neptune's remains? Lead the way. Cut the crap." Right now, Xiao Chen had subdued the evil demon clone. With just one casual sentence, the evil demon clone did not dare to say anything more, obediently leading the way. "Young Master Xiao, sorry for the offense earlier. Sorry, I was indeed too rash earlier." Lang Taotian and the handsome man from Spirit Returning Island found an opportunity to apologize to Xiao Chen. These people who could survive were all powerful characters. When they saw Neptune's remains later, they would definitely not be calm. Xiao Chen casually said a few words, not revealing anything, making it hard for others to understand him. The evil demon clone led the way, bringing the group back to the Great Hall. "You can't be telling me that Neptune's gilded coffin is here, right?" Qi Wuxia said with a smile. The Great Hall was where the evil demon clone's main body was sealed. Yao Yan had been there once before, but Neptune's remains had not been there. The evil demon clone smiled and said, "It is here. However, it is not in the Great Hall but in the sky above it." After saying that, the evil demon clone opened its mouth and spat out a dense black qi. Black smoke spread out, and an invisible palace slowly appeared in the empty sky above the Great Hall. The eyes of the group lit up. Unexpectedly, there was a palace hidden by a folding fan made of light above the Great Hall. "Neptune's coffin is in there. I went in before, but I could not open the coffin. A painting was pressing on the coffin, and I could not move it at all." The evil demon clone continued, "According to the agreement, you have to let me off." Xiao Chen opened his mouth and released the dragon phoenix cauldron. Without any explanation, it sucked in the evil demon clone, not giving it a chance to bargain. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lang Taotian, Yan Qihai, and the couple from Spirit Returning Island rushed into the palace above. After that, Long Fei, Qi Wuxia, and Leng Ao followed. Only Princess Yao Yan and Xiao Chen remained where they were. "Young Master Xiao, are we going in?" The palace in the air appeared indistinct amid the spreading smoke. Xiao Chen stared at the palace and asked, "Princess Yao Yan has never been to this palace before?" Before entering Neptune's palace, Yao Yan had said that she did not know where Neptune's coffin was. However, Xiao Chen did not believe that now. Since the evil demon clone in the dragon phoenix cauldron could tell Xiao Chen the location of the coffin for the sake of survival, why could it not tell Yao Yan? Why could Xiao Chen not tell Yao Yan? Princess Yao Yan wielded the extreme thunder sword and defeated Xiao Chen before. Everyone who was still alive now had extraordinary backgrounds. Xiao Chen vaguely felt that he had fallen into a huge trap. "Young Master Xiao, Princess Yao Yan wanted to say something, but she did not. Xiao Chen cut her off and said, "Don't say any more. I'll say it again. I believe that your highness will not harm me. I only care about helping to seal the evil demon clone's main body. The other matters have nothing to do with me. Whatever the purpose of the people here or what the merfolk race wants to do has nothing to do with me." After saying that, electric light flashed under Xiao Chen's feet, and he entered the palace as well, leaving Princess Yao Yan standing there with a somewhat gloomy expression. Inside the palace, Lang Taotian and the others surrounded a gilded coffin, frowning to themselves. An unfurled painting floated above the coffin. The few of them tried to move it but could not budge the coffin at all. The man in the painting was exactly the same as the one in the painting of the Qing emperor drawing the saber in Xiao Chen's hand. The only differences were his expression and actions. In the painting before Lang Taotian, the Qing emperor's eyes were filled with vigor and sharpness. A tyrannical aura spread out from the paper. Standing at the summit of a mountain and looking into the distance, one had a heroic feeling that the world was vast and that no one else was above it. However, in the painting in Xiao Chen's hand, the Qing emperor's sharpness was withdrawn. His eyes were filled with the accumulation of age and vicissitudes. It was like he had seen through all the troubles of the mortal world. The tyrannical aura was gone, replaced by a comprehension of life and death. Without this comprehension, the Qing emperor drawing the saber painting would not have allowed Xiao Chen to experience the feeling of death again and again. The two paintings were separated by a long period of time. Without a doubt, the Qing emperor in the painting was much stronger than the Qing emperor in the painting before Xiao Chen. He could see through things more thoroughly. Xiao Chen, why are you only here now? Quickly put away this standing tall seeing far painting and let us open the coffin. When Lang Taotian saw Xiao Chen enter, his eyes lit up as he gave a command. The others looked at Xiao Chen with fervent expressions, waiting for him to make a move. Footsteps came from outside the door. It was Princess Yao Yan, who had followed Xiao Chen in. Xiao Chen crossed 100 meters with one step, arriving before the coffin. Then, he stretched out his hand and collected the standing tall seeing far painting. The others all showed joy on their faces. They all stepped forward, wanting to open the coffin lid to see if the treasure was still there. The coffin lid opened with a "pa" sound. The few of them looked in joyfully. In the end, their expressions changed. This gilded coffin was actually empty. How can this be? Where is Neptune's body? Damn! What's going on? There is not even a strand of hair. Disappointed, everyone was disappointed. Neptune's scepter, divine rain robes, chasing wave boots, and Neptune's crown. Which one of them was not an emperor-grade secret treasure? Although martial sages could not bring out the full might of an emperor-grade secret treasure, just 20% of its might was sufficient to sweep through the place and increase one's strength significantly. Xiao Chen had already expected this, so he was not too surprised. Then, he put away the standing tall seeing far painting. The Qing emperor drawing the saber painting and the standing tall seeing far painting in the universe ring immediately started to merge, forming a blazing clump of light. Xiao Chen could not help but feel slightly shocked. To think that the two paintings could merge. He wondered what would happen. There should be a secret in the Qing emperor drawing the saber painting. However, even after comprehending drawing the saber, Xiao Chen had not been able to uncover it. Chapter 9-10. This time, the opportunity should have arrived. After the merger was complete, the secret of the Qing emperor drawing the saber should be revealed. Xiao Chen, release the evil demon clone that you subdued. Interrogate it carefully. Lang Taotian kicked the gilded coffin in frustration. The coffin did not budge at all, giving off loud banging sounds. Xiao Chen ignored Lang Taotian, showing no intention of releasing the evil demon clone. His figure flashed as he prepared to leave. Hu Qi. A figure blocked Xiao Chen's path. It was the Northern Sea Alliance's Yan Qihai. He smiled coldly and said, "Young Master Xiao, why are you in such a rush to leave? You obtained the treasure of Neptune's body in advance, right?" Nonsense. Xiao Chen frowned and looked up at Yan Qihai. Immediately, Yan Qihai felt like thousands of sabers pierced through him, instantly riddling him with thousands of holes, killing him. Am I dead? That's not right. This is an illusion. I fell for this brat's trick. Yan Qihai's eyes regained clarity, and he instantly woke up. However, Xiao Chen's fist had already landed on his chest. A horrifying force surged through Yan Qihai's body like a knife. He vomited a mouthful of blood as Xiao Chen's punch smashed him into the wall. Hu Qi! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he easily dodged Lang Taotian's sneak attack from behind. Then, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed Lang Taotian's wrist. Lang Taotian felt like a vice clamping down on his wrist. He could not help feeling anxious. He had not expected that his silent sneak attack would be like Xiao Chen had eyes in the back of his head, waiting for him to make a move. Bang! Xiao Chen raised his hand and flung Lang Taotian to the ground like he was throwing away trash. Electric light flashed under Xiao Chen's feet. Before Lang Taotian could stand up, he stomped heavily on his chest. Xiao Chen pressed Lang Taotian back down and circulated his vital qi. No matter how Lang Taotian struggled, it was useless. The couple from Spirit Returning Island were originally prepared to attack at the same time. However, when they saw such a scene, how could they dare to do anything? Xiao Chen, you bastard! The sect master of my Xianxia sect will never let you off. You idiot, you don't know anything. Do you really think that by showing off in Neptune's palace, you can? Before Lang Taotian finished speaking, Xiao Chen raised his leg and kicked him out of the palace. Ka Xie! Ka Xie! This kick broke a few of Lang Taotian's ribs. Yan Qihai stood up and looked at Lang Taotian, who blew a gust of wind beside him. His heart thumped heavily, and his complexion paled. Seeing Xiao Chen look at him, he quickly said, "Young Master Xiao, this old man misunderstood you. You definitely did not touch the sea monarch's corpse. Princess, let's go." Xiao Xiao Yao, let's, Emperor, Yao, Xiao. Yao Yan, Xiao Yanchen said, smiling. Yao Yan's heart sank. This smile was very similar to that night when the bright moon hung high in the sky. It was clearly a smile, but there was no warmth in it. How could there be such a cold and lonely smile in the world? After leaving this place, under Yao Yan's lead, the group entered the Great Hall. Inside the Great Hall, Xiao Chen let out the evil demon clones, allowing them to find several undiscovered treasure rooms. Everyone received some benefits. However, the disappearance of the divine rain robes, Neptune's scepter, and the other emperor-grade secret treasures made everyone feel that these benefits were meaningless. Compared to Neptune's treasures, they were just a drizzle. There were many evil demon clones in the Great Hall. After an intense battle, the group finally arrived at the place where the evil demon's main body was sealed. The slightly dimmed extreme thunder sword was stabbed into a throne in front of Xiao Chen. A huge golden figure tried to struggle free from the throne several times. However, the extreme thunder sword kept it firmly in place. The extreme thunder sword seemed to grow in this figure's body. Every time the figure struggled, the trembling extreme thunder sword increased the pain it brought. A pained wail resounded throughout the entire Great Hall. That sound made everyone tremble in fear. When the golden evil demon clone saw Yao Yan in the crowd, it immediately calmed down. The figure shrank continuously, turning solid and heavy. Now, it was the size of a regular person as it sat on the throne. If not for the extreme thunder sword stabbing into its chest and burning with a faint electric flame, this golden evil demon clone might have been mistaken for a monarch. "Little girl, after torturing me for 2 years, you finally appeared," the golden evil demon clone said through clenched teeth with a cold look in its eyes. "This is the evil demon's main body? It is only a so-so." Similar thoughts appeared in the hearts of the group. This evil demon clone's main body was completely golden. Its facial features looked like they were carved by a knife, giving it a sinister beauty. However, aside from this, there was nothing extraordinary about it. Furthermore, it was sealed. With the extreme thunder sword suppressing it, what could it do? Qi Wushua's lips curled up as he said, "I really don't know how you managed to kill Emperor Wu." Emperor Wu? Those bastards from the Merfolk clan? When the golden evil demon heard Qi Wushua mention Emperor Wu, it gritted its teeth. Its eyes revealed extreme rage. This rage was even more intense than its hatred for Princess Yao Yan. When Xiao Chen saw this, he entered deep thought. Yao Yan interrupted the golden evil demon clone and said, "Young Master Xiao, there is not much extreme thunder true flame left in the extreme thunder sword. We have to make use of this time to refine it. Everyone, let's work together." After saying that, Yao Yan turned the electric flame in her sword into a beam of rainbow light and fired it at the golden evil demon clone on the throne. Long Fei made a move at the same time, firing his blood-kill thunder flame over. The scarlet electric light was like a ferocious venomous snake. Qi Wuxia formed hand seals with both hands and moved his 10 fingers. The turbid sky demonic hand imprint burned with electric flames as it smashed towards the golden evil demon clone. The Northern Sea Alliance's Yan Qi Hai had a mirror hovering over his head. A large area burned with a fierce electric flame. As the light reflected off the mirror, flames spewed out endlessly like a fountain. The couple from Spirit Returning Island each brandished a blazing solar thunder flame banner. The blazing solar thunder flame immediately swept towards the golden evil demon clone like a gust of wind. Everyone executed their magic skills. Multicolored lightning flames covered the sky as they surged towards the golden evil demon. The might of the flames spread out. Thunder roared endlessly in the great hall. A strong wind stirred up the flames and howled ferociously. Xiao Chen kept his cool, not in a rush to make a move. He stared at the golden evil demon clone on the throne. The golden evil demon clone on the throne appeared extremely calm. It revealed a mocking expression. As the overwhelming thunder flames rained down, it stretched out its right hand, and a whirlpool-like black hole appeared in its palm, swallowing up all the thunder flames. Immediately, only the sound of wind remained in the hall. All the thunder flames vanished. This is rather fun. Little girl, is this the helper you found? They might be able to restrain my clones. However, you are too naive to think that you can use this little bit of thunder flames to deal with me. The golden evil demon clone smiled coldly. Since you like to use thunder flames to injure others, I will let you have a taste of thunder flames as well. Hu Qi. The golden evil demon clone opened its mouth and spat out all the thunder flames it had just swallowed. Then, it surged towards the crowd even more ferociously. The main hall was immediately thrown into chaos. The air was filled with rolling thunder and fire. Everyone hurriedly dodged in all directions. The golden evil demon clone laughed loudly. The extreme thunder sword stabbed into its chest trembled endlessly, looking like it would fall off at any moment. Whoosh! Electric light flashed under Xiao Chen's feet. After storing up power, he nimbly weaved through the thunder flames. In 3 or 4 flashes, he arrived before the throne. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the hilt of the extreme thunder sword. You overestimate yourself. When the golden evil demon clone saw that Xiao Chen dared to charge at it, it clenched its right fist and punched at Xiao Chen's head. When the golden evil demon clone moved its right hand, it used an extremely tyrannical method to swallow up the vast spiritual energy in the surroundings. The golden fist burst forth with a dazzling, sun-like golden light. The fist light was very fast. Xiao Chen felt a dangerous aura. He quickly leaned back and crossed his arms in front of him to block the attack. Bang! The huge force struck Xiao Chen's arms, sending him flying back a kilometer like a cannonball. Then, he crashed heavily into the walls of the hall. The entire hall shook violently. If it weren't for the restrictions on the walls of the hall, this one strike would have destroyed the entire hall. Xiao Chen coughed and vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion paled slightly. The power that this golden evil demon clone burst forth with was simply too terrifying. The devouring power was also incredible. Xiao Chen had never seen spiritual energy being used like this before. Hold him back and create an opportunity for me. After instructing Yao Yan, Xiao Chen pushed off the wall with his feet. This time, he executed his movement technique to its limits. The lightning dragons under his feet seemed to come to life as they carried him forward at lightning speed. Bang! 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 Shao Chen quickly exchanged moves with the golden evil demon clone. He nearly managed to grab hold of the sword several times but was knocked back every time. Under Yao Yan's command, the others used their thunder flames to harass the golden evil demon clone, helping Shao Chen create an opportunity. The battle in the hall intensified. The golden evil demon clone was much harder to deal with than everyone had expected. However, as Shao Chen approached, the golden evil demon clone was no longer as calm as it was at the start. Occasionally, the golden evil demon clone had to stand up to push back Shao Chen. However, the extreme thunder sword stabbed into its chest made it feel excruciating pain. Mournful wails resounded in the hall. Just as Shao Chen was about to be knocked back by the golden evil demon clone, he spun around in the time it took for a spark to fly and finally managed to grab hold of the extreme thunder sword. The golden evil demon clone's expression changed as it stood up in a fluster. The extreme thunder sword stabbed deeper and deeper. In the blink of an eye, the golden evil demon clone's chest touched the sword hilt. Its face was nearly pressed against Shao Chen's. Shao Chen calmly held the sword hilt without letting go. Just as the golden evil demon clone was about to touch him, his origin flame quickly spread out from his palm. As the flames burned, the golden evil demon clone fell to the ground. The flames burned and the extreme thunder sword sliced. Under the double pain, the golden evil demon clone let out a sharp, miserable shriek. The others heaved a sigh of relief and stopped what they were doing, moving to the side. At this point in time, the retaliation of the evil demon clone before its death would be even stronger. They did not want to get caught up in the crossfire. At some point in time, Lang Taotian, who had been sent flying miserably by Shao Chen, had quietly appeared in the hall at some point in time, looking at Shao Chen. Shao Chen smiled coldly to himself. This fool. When the evil demon clone dies, it will be his death. Yet, he is still working so hard. What an idiot. The luster of the golden evil demon clone slowly dimmed, turning from gold to silver. As it shrieked in pain, it turned from silver to a transparent, white jade. Chapter 9-11. Shao Chen could see that the extreme thunder sword stabbed into the evil demon's chest had pierced through the heavenly soul pearl in its body. The tip of the sword was stuck in the throne, connected to the seal inside, trapping the evil demon on the throne. Shao Chen also saw 9 strands of green light around the evil demon's heavenly soul pearl. Every strand of green light contained immense power as it revolved around the heavenly soul pearl. Whenever the heavenly soul pearl glowed, the 9 strands of light would quickly suppress it. When Shao Chen saw this clearly, he seemed to understand something. He somewhat understood why this golden evil demon hated the merfolk race's Emperor Wu so much. At this moment, the thing that trapped this golden evil demon was not the extreme thunder sword but the 9 strands of light that the merfolk race's Emperor Wu left behind. Not only did these strands of light suppress this golden evil demon's strength, but they also left 9 ticking time bombs in its body, ready to take its life at any moment. Seeing that the evil demon had already turned black, a jade pearl appeared in Yao Yan's hand. She shouted, "Young Master Shao, step back. Leave the rest to me." Shao Chen's origin flame was already almost exhausted. When he heard that, he quickly let go of the sword hilt and quickly retreated. "You want to leave? Die." The instant Shao Chen let go, the enraged evil demon stabbed its fingers into Shao Chen's chest like a knife, piercing through his heart. A huge force blasted Shao Chen back. Coincidentally, Shao Chen landed at Lang Taotian's feet. When Yao Yan saw this scene, she felt very anxious. However, at this crucial moment, she could not afford to be distracted. She quickly formed hand seals, and the 9 strands of light in the evil demon's body gave off resplendent light, looking like stars. After forming the hand seals, Princess Yao Yan extended her hand and sent out the jade pearl. When the jade pearl came in contact with the evil demon, the 9 strands of light suddenly flared up. The entire hall immediately lit up with a red light. A shock wave spread out, lingering for a long time. When the red light completely dissipated, the demon on the throne had already disappeared. It had been completely killed. Wearing the thorn sovereign circlet, Yao Yan had a look of joy on his face. However, when he looked around, he found that Xiao Chen was nowhere to be seen. His face sank. Yan Qihai of the Northern Sea Alliance and the young couple of Spirit Returning Island also revealed looks of joy when they confirmed that the evil demon was dead. A jade pendant appeared in their hands at the same time, and with a crack, they crushed it. Qi Wuxia and Long Fei exchanged glances and crushed the jade pendants in their hands as well. In the void above the Chaos Devil Sea, the North Lake Alliance's Vice Alliance Master, the Spirit Return Island Master, the Xianshui Sect Master, the Muddy Sky Sect Master, and the White Bone King's junior brother all had jade tokens floating in front of them shatter at the same time. The few martial monarchs opened their eyes at the same time. With a wave of their hands, they tore through the void and appeared above the chaotic demon ocean. Without hesitation, they slammed their palms down. The vast sea immediately split apart like it was tofu. With a wave of their palms, the severed seawater surged out. The sea vanished, and the outer seal of Neptune's palace 10 kilometers below was exposed to the few martial monarchs. These martial monarchs possessed heaven-defying means. With a raise of their hands, they could flip rivers and seas. Outside the great hall, Lang Taotian gently tossed Xiao Chen to the ground. Earlier, when Xiao Chen landed at Lang Taotian's feet, Lang Taotian was overjoyed. He immediately picked up Xiao Chen and dashed out. After Lang Taotian took out a jade pendant and crushed it, he looked at the bleeding Xiao Chen's chest. Then, he laughed happily and ruthlessly kicked Xiao Chen into the air. Ha ha ha. Xiao Chen, you are really an idiot. You are so foolish, working so hard. However, you do not know that after we kill the main body of the evil demon, you will be the first to die. Bang! Lang Taotian stomped on Xiao Chen's chest and pressed it a few times. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and revealed a cruel smile. He said coldly, one finger pierced the heart and ruptured it. Even if you have a king-grade medicinal pill, you will not be able to escape death. However, I know that your physical body is very strong. You will not die so quickly. Lang Taotian's smile made one tremble in fear. Then, he stomped on Xiao Chen's bleeding chest and started twisting it. Ha! Is it very painful? To think that you have to suffer such torture before you die. What white-robed king? What Qing emperor's descendant? In the end, you are still trampled under my feet. Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he looked coldly at the other party. He silently circulated the firmament body tempering art and repaired his damaged heart. The final strike of the evil demon had pierced through Xiao Chen's chest, nearly splitting his heart in half. An ordinary person would have died on the spot. If Xiao Chen's physical body had not reached rank 3 sage body and his life force was comparable to the blue-robed emperor's, he would not have had a chance to execute the cultivation technique for repairing his heart. However, the situation now was not optimistic. Occasionally, Lang Taotian kicked Xiao Chen, making it difficult for him to repair his heart. Earlier, Xiao Chen's kicks reduced Lang Taotian to a sorry state. At this moment, Lang Taotian smiled coldly. He did not make a move, only kicking Xiao Chen repeatedly. Then, Lang Taotian flew forward and stomped on Xiao Chen's chest. It seemed like he could wash away his earlier humiliation by doing this. However, the thing that made Lang Taotian bored was that Xiao Chen did not say anything from the start to the end. He only looked at Lang Taotian coldly. The scene of Xiao Chen begging for mercy did not appear as Lang Taotian expected. After repeating this a few times, Lang Taotian felt that Xiao Chen's gaze seemed to be looking down on him. Damn it! Even though you are about to die, your bones are still so tough. Lang Taotian drew his sword and pointed it at Xiao Chen's chest. He smiled and said, "White-robed king, do you have any last words? I, Lang Taotian, do not mind helping you pass them on." No matter what, this famous descendant of the Qing emperor was going to die at his hands. In the future, Lang Taotian's name would spread far and wide, leaving a mark on this era. Last words? You can keep them for yourself. Xiao Chen, who had been silent all this while, suddenly exploded into action. He kicked up ferociously. This kick turned the wind around, and a saber light flickered. In an instant, the tip of Xiao Chen's foot landed on the defenseless Lang Taotian. Ka-ca. The saber light was unparalleled, and blood spurted out. Xiao Chen's kick broke Lang Taotian's right wrist. The hand that held the sword fell off. My hand. Earlier, Xiao Chen had been on the verge of death, unable to resist at all. Now, he suddenly burst out with such strong combat prowess. This stupefied Lang Taotian. Blood gushed out from Lang Taotian's wrist, and he felt waves of pain. The heart is the foundation of the physical body, the source of life force. Your heart is shattered, and there is no cure. How can you recover so quickly? Xiao Chen ignored Lang Taotian. He stood up and grabbed the fallen sword. Then, he swung his hand, and the sword flickered with a purple light. Then, it moved like lightning as it chopped at Lang Taotian's neck. At the crucial moment of life and death, Lang Taotian displayed his extraordinary strength. His figure flashed as he dodged this sword strike. Lang Taotian was frightened out of his wits. He hated that he could not grow another leg to flee in a panic, wanting to leave Neptune's palace. As long as Lang Taotian left this Neptune's palace, he would be saved. Xiao Chen casually tossed aside the sword and closed his eyes to check his heart. Under the effects of the firmament body tempering art, his heart had recovered. Under the firmament body tempering art's repair, the shattered heart had already merged back together. As it beat, it was like an ancient ferocious beast, giving off a strong life force. Fortunately, I cultivated the firmament body tempering art to consummation before I came. My internal organs were tempered like ancient ferocious beasts. Otherwise, even if I used the Haotian Emperor's will clone, would not have survived. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and glanced at the fleeing Lang Taotian. Then, he entered deep thought. I absolutely cannot let this person leave Neptune's palace. If I am not wrong, the major characters attracted by Neptune's palace should have already arrived. At this moment, given Xiao Chen's outstanding intelligence, how could he not figure out the ins and outs of the situation? The merfolk race had indeed lost 9 Emperor Wu. However, they were not killed by the evil demon's main body. Instead, they had died willingly, leaving the essence of their strength in the evil demon's body. What Xiao Chen sought was not to seal the evil demon but to wait for an opportunity to completely kill the evil demon and remove the tumor from Neptune's palace. Then, Yao Yan would be able to refine Neptune's palace smoothly. This opportunity was Xiao Chen's strong purple thunder true fire. As long as he could reduce the strength of the evil demon's main body, he would be able to refine it. As long as he could reduce the strength of the evil demon's main body, he could detonate the 9 green lights and eliminate this evil demon that even the Qing Emperor could not kill. He could only seal it and eliminate it. Of course, this did not mean that the previous Qing Emperor was inferior to these 9 people. It was just that the previous Qing Emperor did not have the purple thunder true fire and could not find an opportunity like Xiao Chen's. The only thing that puzzled Xiao Chen was where Yao Yan got his confidence to let these emperor's chess pieces into Neptune's palace. Even if Yao Yan obtained the emperor-grade secret treasures that Neptune left behind, with her cultivation, she could not unleash the full might of these secret treasures. Neptune's palace was the residence of the powerful sovereign martial emperor, Neptune. Back then, the Azure Emperor had fought with the Sea Monarch 3 times before defeating this former overlord in the final battle. Naturally, the merfolk race was not the only ones who coveted the palace that Xiao Chen left behind. Actually, Xiao Chen should have expected that once the news of Neptune's palace leaked out, it would attract major characters to make a move. Chapter 9:12. For example, the flustered Lang Tao Tian before Xiao Chen. The jade pendant that he crushed earlier should have notified the major character behind him. As long as he escaped from Neptune, there would naturally be a major character coming to receive him. Lang Tao Tian gave chase with lightning and wind. He had already thrown caution to the wind as he fled for his life. At the cost of damaging his origin energy, Lang Tao Tian doubled his speed. This caused Xiao Chen, who executed Thunder Dragon steps at full power, to be unable to catch up. Up in the 10,000 flower garden, Lang Tao Tian could not help but reveal an expression of joy when he saw the exit getting closer. However, when he heard the rumbling thunder behind him, he did not dare to relax. "I'm out." Lang Tao Tian's figure flashed, and he crossed the exit of Neptune. Then, he cried out in joy. Xiao Chen's figure followed closely behind. When he looked up, an incredible scene appeared before his eyes, deeply shocking him. He saw that the black canopy above the Sea Monarch Palace had disappeared. What he saw was not the serene sea, but the sky. That was right, an extremely vast sky. Xiao Chen actually saw the sky at the bottom of this 10,000-meter deep sea. Such a grand move, emptying the entire sea with the flip of a hand. Aside from Emperor Wu, who else in the world could do this? The major characters finally made a move. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. If not for his purple thunder true fire helping the merfolk race to extract the evil demon's main body from Neptune, these major characters would not have made a move. No one would dare to refine Neptune, which contained the evil demon's main body. Compared to Xiao Chen's shock, Lang Tao Tian was completely excited. He soared into the sky. Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold, and the Soul Slayer bow appeared in his hand. Then, he knocked a star breaker arrow and drew the bowstring. His vital chi burned as he released half a dragon force, a horrifying force of 2,500 tons of force. The Soul Slayer bow creaked. As Xiao Chen pulled it, dragon roars resounded in the surroundings. Then, the images of true dragons appeared behind him. The greater the strength, the more powerful it would be. With 2 million kilograms of strength and the star breaker arrow that could break through all defenses, the power of this arrow would reach a level that even Xiao Chen could not believe. There were only 3 star breaker arrows. Originally, Xiao Chen did not intend to use them on an insignificant person like Lang Tao Tian. However, he could not afford to use them now. A martial emperor was about to make a move. Even if Xiao Chen did not use it, he had to use it. Lang Tao Tian had to die, even with a martial emperor protecting him. Sand and pebbles flew, a strong wind blew, and the dragon roared endlessly. Xiao Chen's aura continued to soar, causing Lang Tao Tian to feel despair, as if he had nowhere to run and was about to lose his life. "Sect Master, save me!" Lang Tao Tian shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the star breaker arrow flashed, and the sound of a star exploding seemed to resound in the world. The entire space trembled violently, and the seawater in the surroundings boiled. Waves surged up from the surface of the sea and soared into the clouds. A screen of water descended from the sky and enveloped Lang Tao Tian, trying to help him block this arrow. However, it was to no avail. The star breaker arrow broke through all secret treasures and defensive secret techniques in the world. When the Soul Slayer bow fired it, it detonated its full might. With a PUCI, the star breaker arrow pierced through Lang Tao Tian's forehead, leaving a bloody hole. Lang Tao Tian died on the spot. "You are seeking death. How dare you kill a member of my Xianxia sect in front of me?" A furious voice resounded in the sky. Even from 10,000 meters away, Xiao Chen's internal organs churned from the voice. The one who spoke was the sect master of the Xianxia sect, Luo Chuan. Lang Tao Tian was the top true disciple of the Xianxia sect. In the Xianxia sect, only a few of Luo Chuan's final disciples were stronger than Lang Tao Tian. How could Luo Chuan be angry when Xiao Chen killed him in front of him? Luo Chuan was the sect master of the Xianshui sect, an unparalleled expert with the cultivation of Emperor Wu. Killing a member of his sect in front of Luo Chuan was like slapping his face. A medial-grade martial sage dared to slap his face. How could the sect master of the Xianshui sect endure this? Die. Right after the word die, boundless pressure spread out from the sky, pressing heavily on Xiao Chen's shoulders. Xiao Chen's knees looked like he was going to fall to the ground. A light flashed on Xiao Chen's forehead, and the azure trident that represented the will of destruction appeared in his hand. He stabbed it into the ground and grasped the trident with both hands. Only then did he not kneel. At the same time, a formless will of destruction flowed out of the azure trident, slowly destroying the other party's aura. Only then did Xiao Chen feel better. Just as Luo Chuan prepared to make a move, a few figures flew out of the Neptune Palace in sorry states. Neptune Palace gave off a 3-kilometer-long light as it soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it flew more than 10 kilometers. This fellow is starting to refine it. He's making a move. A few voices rang out. Luo Chuan snorted coldly and ignored Xiao Chen, giving chase as well. Luo Chuan would not neglect his roots for the sake of a mere Xiao Chen, forgetting the purpose of this trip. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. If Luo Chuan wanted to make another move, he could only bring out the Will clone of the Haotian Emperor. The Will clone of the Haotian Emperor was definitely not a match for Luo Chuan's main body. However, it could still block the other party and create an opportunity for Xiao Chen to leave. However, this was Xiao Chen's greatest life-saving talisman. He could only use it once. He was still far from advancing to Martial Emperor. If he could avoid using it, it would be best not to. "Brother Xiao, you are not dead." A startled voice came from behind. Xiao Chen turned his head back and saw Long Fei and Qi Wuxia in sorry states, their clothes tattered as they walked over to him. Far away, the Northern Sea Alliance's Yan Qi Hai and the two lovers from Spirit Returning Island were also severely injured, looking even more miserable than the two. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Brother Qi, what's wrong? Are you disappointed to see that I am not dead?" "Disappointed my ass. You've caused us so much trouble. The demoness inside thought you were dead and almost beat us to death. If we didn't run fast enough, I really don't know if we would still be alive." Qi Wuxia spat out a mouthful of blood as he cursed. Demoness? Xiao Chen could not help feeling suspicious. Could he be talking about Princess Yao Yan? Long Fei waved his tattered folding fan and sighed, "Brother Xiao, you really made a mistake this time. The treasures left behind by Neptune, the divine rain robes, chasing wave boots, Neptune's scepter, and Neptune's crown, were all grasped by that Princess Yao Yan. The death of the 9 merfolk race martial emperors was a trap. They purposely died to help Yao Yan, to make her the new Neptune." Qi Wuxia still felt some lingering fear in his heart. This demoness really hid herself deeply. Even without these emperor-grade secret treasures, even if I worked together, I would not be able to deal with her. Indeed, Xiao Chen had guessed everything correctly. However, this did not matter to Xiao Chen. He was only here to kill the evil demon clans, to settle the karma that the Qing Emperor left behind. At this moment, this no longer had anything to do with Xiao Chen. The remaining matters were for the major characters to worry about. Speaking of which, Xiao Chen, why are you not surprised at all? Seeing Xiao Chen's calm appearance, Qi Wuxia felt depressed. Not calm? Why should I not be calm? From the very start, Xiao Chen had not had any designs on Neptune's palace. He had a considerable understanding of his own strength. Without advancing to Martial Emperor, he would not be able to participate in this game unless there were 9 Emperor Wus willing to use their lives to pave the way for him. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had gained a lot on this trip, settling the karma from 10,000 years ago. The secret of the Qing emperors drawing the saber painting was about to be revealed. Furthermore, he had obtained several heavenly soul pearls, sufficient for his magic energy to advance further. The Greenwood Banner and the 5-element medallion, these two magic treasures, could directly increase his combat prowess. What was there to be dissatisfied with? Could it be that Xiao Chen overestimated himself and thought that only refining Neptune's palace would be considered gaining something? Xiao Chen changed the topic and asked, "What are the two of you planning to do next? Where do you intend to go on experiential training?" Long Fei smiled and said, "Brother Zhao's attitude is truly admirable. Wuxia and I intend to go directly to the heavenly starry ocean. That place is also a vast place. There are many outstanding talents there, and there are also countless remnants at the bottom of the sea. We should be able to gain something there." After the chaotic demonic sea was the heavenly starry ocean. Xiao Chen had heard a little about the world there. It was no less exciting than the Kunlun continent. At that time, Long Fei and I will probably not be able to make it in time for Brother Zhao's king conferral ceremony. However, we will definitely deliver the congratulatory gifts on time, Qi Wuxia added. Qi Wuxia followed up. However, based on his expression, it was clear that he was still angry at Princess Yao Yan's final move, feeling extremely depressed. "Thank you. We will meet again in the future." "What's wrong, Brother Xiao? Are you not going to see who will obtain Neptune's palace in the end?" As the three spoke, they flew upwards. All the seawater was thrown into the air. A formless restriction in the surroundings prevented the seawater from falling back down. Without the obstruction of the seawater, the three flew extremely fast. Soon, they arrived at the surface of the sea. The roars of the waves rumbled endlessly into the three's ears. 500 kilometers away, on the boundless sea, a woman wearing a sky-blue divine rain robe with water flowing on it held the golden Neptune scepter with 9 azure flood dragons carved on it. She wore the chasing wave boots that parted the wind and stepped on water. She wore the thorn sovereign circlet on her head, and the bright Neptune crown hung above her. Unexpectedly, Yao Yan brought out the might of these emperor-grade secret treasures to their limits. By relying on the 4 treasures of Neptune that were at full power, Yao Yan fought an intense battle with the martial emperors on the surface of the sea without falling into a disadvantage. The Neptune palace on Yao Yan's forehead looked like a sky-blue mark. During the battle, she was still refining the Neptune palace. That's not right. The Neptune palace has already been refined and is providing her with an endless source of energy. Otherwise, her body would have exploded from the overexertion of Neptune's treasures. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. This is a good move. The merfolk race is really generous. The 9 Emperor Wu are really using their lives to pave a path for Yao Yan. Bang! The 9 azure flood dragons on Neptune's scepter roared ferociously and flew out from the scepter, shattering the hand of the Xianshui sect master. After that, Yao Yan swung the scepter and knocked away the emperor-grade secret treasure in Luo Chuan's hand. Then, she swung the scepter's tail and sent Luo Chuan flying. Golden raindrops dripped down from the god rain robe, forming a gentle water screen that blocked all the attacks from the other great emperors. Chapter 9:13. Yao Yan waved her hand, and the holy beast medallion, the merfolk race's protective treasure, appeared in her hand. She summoned a mountain-sized snake with 1,000 feathers and 1,000 wings. Qi Wuxia exclaimed, "An ancient mutated beast, 1,000-feathered snake. I really could not tell. This demoness has quite a few treasures in her hands. The 1,000-feathered snake can probably help her share the pressure of Emperor Wu." After this battle, there would no longer be a Princess Yao Yan in the world. The title of Empress Yao Yan would definitely spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm. Long Fei and Qi Wuxia showed unsightly expressions. After all, the major characters behind them also participated in the fight for the Palace of Neptune. With the Palace of Neptune as the foundation and the Thorn Sovereign Circlet as support, Xiao Chen controlled the 4 treasures of Neptune. Seeing that Yao Yan grew stronger as the battle progressed, even suppressing Emperor Wu, how could Long Fei be in a good mood? Xiao Chen no longer had any worries. He only treated this battle 500 kilometers away as a feast, carefully observing and comprehending it. Among the people surrounding Yao Yan, Xiao Chen also saw that mysterious expert from the Wundao Palace. When he thought about how he had killed 2 people from the Wundao Palace, he decided that this was not a good place to linger. Let's go. If I delay any longer, I won't be able to leave even if I wanted to. Actually, we already know who will win the Palace of Neptune. After saying goodbye to Qi Wuxue and Long Fei, Xiao Chen stood on electric light and quickly left this place. Half a day later, Xiao Chen crossed the chaotic demonic sea and arrived at the beach. As Xiao Chen looked at the yellow soil demonic garden at the limits of his vision, he recalled his experiences in the past half-month and felt somewhat rueful. The Qing Emperor drawing the saber painting and standing high seeing distant painting had already finished merging in the universe ring. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and a new painting appeared in his hand. Xiao Chen slowly unfurled the painting. There was no Qing Emperor in it, only 2 secret manuals and an ancient bronze key. With a gentle shake, the 3 items fell out. The scroll spontaneously combusted. The flames burned and soon turned into ashes. Is this the thing hidden in the drawing of the saber? Xiao Chen said with some anticipation as he carefully put away the 3 items. The Qing Emperor definitely had his reasons for hiding these 3 items in the drawing the saber painting. Boom! Just as Xiao Chen was about to take a closer look, a huge wave rose from the sea behind him, and a giant serpent with 1,000 feathers and 1,000 wings leaped out, carrying Princess Yao Yan. No, it should be Empress Yao Yan now. I finally made it. Young Master Xiao, you're still alive. This is great news. Seeing that Xiao Chen was fine, Yao Yan smiled with a complicated expression. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Xiao Chen is indeed living very well. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, still as cold and lonely as before. The giant serpent with 1,000 feathers and 1,000 wings gave off a horrifying mutated beast's might. As the seawater churned, it occasionally flicked its long tongue, revealing its cold, venomous fangs. When Yao Yan stepped on the serpent, the ferocious mutated beast became obedient, not daring to move rashly. The sky-blue mark of the Neptune Palace on Xiao Chen's forehead gave off a light as bright as the sun. At this moment, Yao Yan looked like the sun in the sky. Her voice was intimidating. Just one look from her could make others feel a bone-deep fear. Xiao Chen had refined the Neptune Palace and subdued the 4 treasures of Neptune, the unparalleled attacking Neptune scepter, the unparalleled defensive divine rain robes, the chasing wave shoes that could travel 1,000 kilometers in an instant, and the Neptune crown, which represented the vast might of the emperor. The 3 treasures of the merfolk race, the water god pearl, the thorn sovereign circlet, and the holy beast medallion. With so many peak secret treasures, the other party's strength was already beyond what Xiao Chen could fathom. The overall strength of a cultivator relied on 5 things: cultivation, martial techniques, cultivation techniques, combat experience, and secret treasures. Yao Yan brought out the might of the secret treasures to their limits. Even Emperor Wu could only bring out the might of 1 emperor-grade secret treasure. Any more and he would not have enough energy to support it. However, Yao Yan brought out the might of 4 emperor-grade secret treasures. In the end, it was all thanks to Xiao Chen for helping her eliminate the evil demon of the Neptune Palace. Otherwise, she would not have had the Neptune Palace to provide her with an endless supply of energy. With just the Thorn Sovereign Circlet, Yao Yan would not be able to bring out the full might of the 4 Neptune secret treasures. Sorry, young Master Xiao. In the end, you still misjudged me. On the 1,000-feathered snake, Yao Yan, who had a supreme might and changed temperament, said this after thinking for a while. However, Yao Yan is very gratified that young master survived. My original intention was to use the 3 treasures of the merfolk race to exchange for the purple thunder true fire. I never thought of putting young Master Xiao in danger. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He smiled faintly and said, "Is your highness blaming yourself? There is no need. You carry the hopes of the 9 Emperor Wu clansmen, and I carry the title of the Qing Emperor's descendant. There are some things that are beyond my control, beyond my heart. I did not misjudge you. At the very least, your highness still remembers Xiao Chen now." "Beyond my control, beyond my heart," Yao Yan repeated this a few times. As she looked at Xiao Chen, she felt somewhat rueful. It turned out that even the carefree young Master Xiao had times when he could not control himself, beyond his heart. Whoosh! Yao Yan's eyes cleared up. She flicked the Holy Beast medallion and said, "This is the race's supreme treasure, the Holy Beast medallion. It can even seal a holy beast as strong as Emperor Wu clansman and control it freely. Now, my 1,000-feathered snake no longer needs this medallion, so I'll leave it to young Master. In the future, when young Master is conferred king in Bushan Palace, Yao Yan will definitely present a great gift to thank young Master for his great kindness." After saying that, she stood on the ancient mutated beast with 1,000 feathers and 1,000 wings and sank to the bottom of the sea, drifting off somewhere. Xiao Chen received the Holy Beast medallion and looked at the vast sea. Then, he smiled faintly and turned around. "I hope this girl can resolve the knot in her heart. Otherwise, the 9 martial emperors' painstaking efforts would have been wasted." The merfolk race was content in a corner, trapped in the chaotic demonic sea for 10,000 years, always excluded from the heavenly starry sea. If this continued, the merfolk race would continue to decline. If they did not save themselves, they would seek their own destruction, enslaved by others. Beyond my control, beyond my heart. From the start until now, Xiao Chen had always followed his heart and made decisions. He had never been beyond his control. With a flip of his hand, the 2 secret manuals from the Qing Emperor painting and that medallion floated before Xiao Chen again. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grasped the medallion. The azure-colored medallion had a dragon carved on the front and a totem on the back. The medallion's material was unknown, but it was extremely heavy, no less than 500 kilograms. The blue dragon on the front was very visible, looking like a living creature about to leap out of the medallion. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, the majestic and boundless Kunlun mountain range appeared in his mind. Then, a blue dragon leaped out of the mountains. Its aura swallowed up the surroundings and seas. With one roar, the mountains and rivers turned to ashes, and the clouds disappeared. This was the true blue dragon. Another person appeared in the mountains, standing in the distance and holding a saber. As this person stood in the air, he looked down at the blue dragon with overwhelming pride. This person roared at the blue dragon. His voice was like thunder, forcefully suppressing the blue dragon's roar. A sharp light soared into the clouds. The blue dragon was not convinced. One dragon and one person fought in the Kunlun mountain range. With a thought, Xiao Chen carefully visualized the scene. This was his Xiao clan's old ancestor subduing the dragon. Dragon subduing / dragon subduing / The 2 words, subduing the dragon, were the true mysteries of the dragon subduing the dragon. Everything else was insignificant. However, the blue dragon was a holy beast of the world, possessing the bloodline of the true dragon. It was easier said than done for an ordinary person to subdue a dragon. Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and followed the old ancestor's movements in his mind. He materialized the 13 moves of the dragon subduing / trying to figure out the old ancestor's mysteries of subduing the dragon. This lasted for half a month. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, his understanding of the dragon subduing / suddenly became clear. The entire dragon subduing / was condensed into the words, subduing the dragon. Revealing joy on his face, Xiao Chen stood up and carefully put away the blue dragon medallion. Then, he looked at the blue dragon totem on the back. Needless to say, the old ancestor definitely succeeded in subduing the dragon. Otherwise, there would not be such a totem to benefit the later generations. Xiaochen pushed off the ground and soared into the air. 18 blue dragons appeared around him, all submitting to him, raising his aura even higher than the sky. The 18 blue dragons roared in unison, shattering the mountains and rivers and scattering the clouds. My heart is flawless, and no one can stop me from subduing the dragon. Chop! Xiaochen shouted and felt the law energy in his body pour out like a waterfall. Many blue dragons surged out from his fingertips, forming saber lights that shot out endlessly. The saber lights immediately tore through the sea like it was tofu. When the azure light scattered, Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and the seawater flowed back. A huge, 1-kilometer-wide pit appeared on the flat surface of the sea. It looked like someone had dug out a large piece of it. After a while, the seawater in the surroundings surged over. The waves were 100 meters tall, forming an overwhelming tsunami that rushed towards the beach. There was a loud rumble as if thousands of soldiers and horses were moving, shaking the heavens and earth. Xiaochen smiled faintly and withdrew his hand in satisfaction. The power of subduing the dragon, overturning the seas and rivers. I can do that as well. Although I cannot compare to the current Empress Yao Yan or those martial emperors, I relied on my own strength to do so. I truly did it. Sooner or later, I will truly be able to overturn the seas and rivers. I will be able to easily overturn the entire chaotic demonic sea. Xiaochen solemnly put away the blue dragon medallion. This medallion probably had other uses. It was not just to help the younger generation comprehend the mysteries of the dragon subduing slash. Xiaochen looked at the other 2 secret manuals and flipped open the first one. The words, Blue Dragon Body Nourishing Art, were written on the cover. This was a deity body tempering art of a higher rank than the firmament body tempering art. Xiaochen could not help but rejoice. As for his strength, he had been stuck at 2,500 tons of force for a long time. This blue dragon body nourishing art would solve his urgent problem. After putting away the secret manual, Xiaochen opened the other secret manual and started reading it. He anticipated the pleasant surprise this secret manual would bring him. The pages of this secret manual were completely black, giving off a heavy, oppressive, and uncomfortable feeling. Xiaochen only took one look at it, and he was already deeply captivated. As the pages flipped, Xiaochen's expression slowly turned grave. After flipping through a few pages, he felt his mind waver, as if he was about to sink into it. He quickly calmed himself and closed the book with a "pa" sound. This was actually a demonic cultivation technique. If he was not careful, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. It was called the good and evil beneficence art. Beneficence was the crux of cultivating this cultivation technique. One could obtain beneficence by doing good or evil. The greater the benevolence, the greater the beneficence, and the stronger one's cultivation. The more evil one did, the more beneficence one would obtain. Good and evil could be separated by a thought. The theory behind this cultivation technique was unheard of or seen before. Beneficence could actually increase one's strength. More importantly, one could obtain beneficence by doing good or evil. Just thinking about it made Xiaochen tremble in fear. This cultivation technique could not be left behind. If the loose cultivators of the primal chaos domain obtained it, how horrifying would that be? Did the Qing Emperor cultivate this cultivation technique? Chapter 9:14. Xiaochen instantly felt confused. If he did not cultivate it, why would this secret manual be hidden in the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber painting? Xiaochen thought about the Qing Emperor's life. He became a martial emperor at the age of 100 and was unrivaled for an entire era. Even the older generation experts were not a match for him. He passed down some of the deeds of the Qing Emperor. If the other sovereign noble clans and ancient races were not convinced, he would uproot them. Precisely because of this, the Qing Emperor earned the title of absolute overlord. Rather than saying he was tyrannical, it would be more accurate to describe him as ferocious. Killing people was evil. Exterminating an entire clan was the greatest evil in the world. After piecing everything together, Xiaochen felt somewhat disappointed. It looked like the Qing emperor really did cultivate this good and evil beneficence art. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a few sharp winds appeared on the surface of the sea. The winds were like knives, splitting the seawater in half. Then, a few men and women appeared on the beach. Someone is here. Xiaochen turned his head to look. These people did not look like they were from the Kunlun realm's 5 domains. They were dressed like cultivators from overseas. Their auras were deep, and most of them were superior-grade martial sages. They exuded an air of arrogance. Xiaochen. One of the men exclaimed in shock when he recognized Xiaochen. Ah! Unexpectedly, you are still here after killing the top true inheritor of the Xianxia sect. This person was no more than 30 years old and carried a spear on his back. He looked at Xiaochen and smiled. For the sake of your head, the Xianxia sect master offered a Peak King grade secret treasure and a Peak spirit vein. Unexpectedly, you are just a medial grade martial sage. A girl at the side smiled and said, Senior brother, you received an invitation from Daoist to discuss the Heroes Convention. If you kill this brat, not only will you obtain the reward from the Xianxia sect master, but you will also have more confidence when speaking to Daoist. Xiaochen felt mildly astonished. Daoist's Heroes Convention actually spread to the heavenly starry ocean. Xiaochen did not know which sect these 5 people were from, but their tone was strangely arrogant. It was as though Xiaochen was already dead. Xiaochen took a careful look. The cultivation of the man leading the group was decent. This person seemed to cultivate some kind of divine cultivation art. His acupoints all closed, absorbing the astral energy of the universe. Indistinct starlight spurted out from his body, adding a hint of charm. The 4 people next to him also practiced star power, but the starlight they emitted was far inferior to his. Their sect should be a sect that specialized in studying the heavenly cycle stars. Xiaochen was not unfamiliar with astral energy. Long Phase 9 heavenly astral art was one such cultivation technique. However, Long Fei also cultivated the white bone art. In terms of profoundness, it was not comparable to these people. Which sect are you from in the heavenly starry ocean? Xiao Tian was the heaven. Of sect of the Chen of the sect. Yun Yi of the Chen of Tian of Dao of Chen of sect of Chen of the demon. Don't make a move. Let me test him out. Let's see how capable a fellow who dares to be so unbridled before Emperor Wu is. Yi Qing smiled proudly. Then, he swung the spear on his back, and a banner fluttered in the wind. Don't make a move. Let me test him out. Let's see how capable this fellow, who dares to be so unbridled before Emperor Wu, is. Yi Qing smiled proudly. Then, he swung the spear on his back, and a banner fluttered in the wind. My Big Dipper banner still lacks 3 stars to refine. I can use your death to exchange for resources to refine it. Die. Yi Qing waved the banner, and starlight filled the sky. 4 stars, Dubhe, Merak, Mystery, and Celestial, floated out of the banner. They hung high in the air and formed a do kuei. Then, 3 stars formed the handle, and it was a complete constellation. Bathed in the starlight, Yi Qing's acupoints opened up, shining with the starlight. He appeared to be in high spirits. As he walked, he looked like a celestial lord. Kill. Yi Qing shook the banner above the starlight, and the starlight gathered together. The red banner unfurled, covering the sky and covering the sun, trying to wrap around Xiaochen. This simple move was filled with might. It swooped down amidst the starlight. Senior brother Yi actually already condensed 4 stars of the Big Dipper, forming half a constellation. When did this happen? Senior brother just condensed it half a month ago. Among the younger generation of our astral palace, aside from first senior brother who completed the astral banner, only senior brother Yi can condense half a constellation. The gentle girl's eyes flickered with starlight as she spoke proudly. Senior brother Yi has the support of the Yi clan. He is indeed rich and overbearing. Us junior generation disciples have to work for several years just to condense one star. Half a constellation can already form a small cycle. It is completely different from an astral banner with 1 or 2 stars. In just 10 moves, senior brother Yi will definitely be able to take down this Xiao Chen. Of course. I heard that this Xiao Chen once humiliated Di Wuk. If senior brother takes his head, he will definitely gain a lot of benefits from Di Wuk. The group of Big Dipper Palace disciples watching the battle exclaimed excitedly as they looked at the incomparably insignificant Xiao Chen under the starlight. When the banner unfurled, it indeed looked very mighty. When Xiao Chen looked up, all he saw were red banners. He did not know what these banners were made of. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he activated the vague form of his saber soul. Using his finger as a saber, he gently sliced the banner flying at him. Creak! Even with 50% of Xiao Chen's strength, he only managed to leave a mark on the banner. It did not break. Xiao Chen could not help but feel surprised. However, this startled Yi Qing. This Big Dipper banner was the life secret treasure of the Big Dipper Palace disciples. It was connected to their minds. When Xiao Chen sliced it, it was like a knife sliced through his mind. It was incredibly painful. Yi Qing quickly retreated. When he lifted the banner, he felt even more heartache. The banner, which was made of more than 100 materials, actually nearly broke from a casual slash. When Yi Qing looked up at Xiao Chen, he could not help but feel astonished. What kind of monster is this fellow? Yi Qing did not dare to unfurl the banner again. He shook his right hand, and the banner curled up. Using the astral banner as a spear, he charged at Xiao Chen. This was the first time Xiao Chen met a cultivator who cultivated astral energy. He dealt with it unhurriedly, wanting to see how capable he was. After fighting for a while, Xiao Chen felt slightly disappointed. Even with 50% of Xiao Chen's strength, he could deal with it easily. He did not feel any pressure at all. He had a feeling that this Big Dipper Palace was not a big sect in the heavenly starry ocean. In reality, Xiao Chen guessed right. The Big Dipper Palace was just a branch of the Zodiac Hall. In the Zodiac Hall, there were also the Purple Star Palace, the 9 Bright Star Palace, the 7 Fiend Star Palace, the Sun Palace, the Moon Palace, and the other 24 palaces. The Big Dipper Palace was the lowest-ranked palace. Only when all 7 stars were gathered would it be somewhat powerful. However, half a star was insufficient before Xiao Chen. Just as Xiao Chen was about to give up, Yi Qing saw that he could not take down the Big Dipper Palace. He roared ferociously and pointed with his banner. The Merak star fell towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, and a bright moon rose behind him. Flawless bright moon. He stretched out his hand, and the bright moon clashed with this Merak star. Bang! The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the Merak star shattered into countless specks of starlight, falling into the Big Dipper banner. Yi Qing vomited a mouthful of blood, and the Big Dipper banner danced wildly. The remaining Merak star, Heavenly Fate star, and Migres star continuously fell. Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness surged, and his magic energy burned. The bright moon looked like fire, resplendent in the sky, shattering 3 stars. The starlight scattered, and only the bright moon remained. The mysterious phenomenon materialized by the other party's Big Dipper banner crumbled completely. Electric light flashed under Xiao Chen's feet. He flew forward and snatched the other party's Big Dipper banner. Then, he casually punched and knocked the other party back, vomiting blood. Who? The banner unfurled, and Xiao Chen's strong spiritual sense instantly destroyed the other party's spiritual mark. This Big Dipper banner immediately changed owners. My Big Dipper banner, Yi Qing said with a pained expression. For the sake of condensing this Big Dipper banner, he had exhausted a lot of his clan's resources. Now that he lost it so easily, he had lost a lot of face. Not bad. I can barely use it, Xiao Chen commented. Then, he raised his head and looked at the others. The few of you have Big Dipper banners as well, right? Take them out, and I won't kill you. Yi Qing's defeat and loss of the banner happened in just a few breaths. Those people still could not react to it. What's wrong? You don't understand me? Xiao Chen's expression turned cold as he circulated his flawless saber Dao. The bright moon in the sky turned into a saber light as bright as snow, disappearing in a flash as if it had never appeared. The others could not understand what was going on. They could not sense anything strange at all. Only Yi Qing, who was at the side, trembled in fright. He pointed with a trembling finger. Only then did the others discover that a thin saber wound had appeared on their necks at some point in time, so thin that it was barely visible. Their hearts immediately sank. They felt their palms and the backs of their hands break out in a cold sweat. The others showed bitter expressions as they wiped away their spiritual marks. Then, they handed their Big Dipper banners to Xiao Chen. Most of them only had 1 or 2 stars on them. They could not compare to Yi Qing's. Xiao Chen smiled as he carefully put away the Big Dipper banners. Then, he consoled them, as you wander the world, there will always be some setbacks. The Kunlun continent is very dangerous. Don't come here in the future. Don't participate in any heroes' convention either. It is not for you children. Don't get cocky. Our first senior brother is already a guest of the deity race. He has gathered all 7 stars and formed a complete constellation. Killing you is like killing a dog, the gentle-looking female disciple said ruthlessly. When Yi Qing heard this, she was startled. She pulled the girl over and said, Big brother Xiao Chen, don't mind her. My junior sister is just a little unruly and willful. She does not mean what she says. This is the method to refine the Big Dipper banner. Big brother Xiao, you do not have the method to refine the Big Dipper banner. Xiao Chen did not stand on ceremony and accepted the secret manual that the other party handed over. Then, he glanced at the girl and turned to leave. Only when Xiao Chen was completely gone did Yi Qing release her bated breath. Then, she pulled a long face and said to the girl, Junior Sister Lu, don't speak nonsense in the future. It is fine if you get yourself killed, but you will implicate us. That girl was clearly unconvinced. She said, Senior brother, you must have been beaten silly. Someone snatched away your Big Dipper banner, and you even obediently handed over the method to refine the Big Dipper banner. We should quickly report this to first senior brother and get him to help us snatch back the Big Dipper banner. Yi Qing smiled coldly and said, I'm not as stupid as you. Why don't you take a look at your own strength first? To think that you dare to speak so ruthlessly. This person did not even use half his strength against me. Not to mention first senior brother, even the seniors of our Big Dipper Palace might not be a match for him. The only ones who can stop him are probably those freakish disciples of the Sun Palace, the Moon Palace, and the Purple Star Palace. Chapter 9:15. The girl with the family name Lu still felt dissatisfied in her heart. She said, We are Zodiac Hall disciples. He will not dare to do anything to us. Senior brother, you are clearly a coward, finding excuses for yourself. Fool. He does not even give face to Emperor Wu. How could he fear our Big Dipper Palace? Ignorant. If you want to look for first senior brother, go by yourself. Yi Qing could not be bothered to say more. He turned and left, leaving behind the stunned girl and the other disciples. The others did not leave immediately. Their astral banners had been snatched away. They did not know how much time it would take to refine the astral banners again. They still hoped that first senior brother could help them snatch back their astral banners. Xiao Chen was rather interested in the Big Dipper banner. The magic treasure that he obtained, the Greenwood banner, was actually a kind of astral banner. It refined the energy of the Greenwood star and brought out the strong energy of the Greenwood star to trap the enemy. After finding a quiet place, Xiao Chen carefully looked through the Big Dipper Palace's method of refining the Big Dipper banner. The method was not complicated. However, the resources it required flabbergasted Xiao Chen. Condensing one of the stars in the Big Dipper banner required 365 astral cores to be refined into an astral pearl, supplemented by 50 kilograms of black patterned gold. Even if he used inferior-grade astral cores, Xiao Chen estimated that he would need more than 300,000 black astral coins. That would be 30 million astral coins. Adding in 50 kilograms of black patterned gold, that would be about 600,000 black astral coins. Furthermore, this did not include the resources needed for the banner and the flagpole. Adding them all together, it was an astronomical figure. If Xiao Chen wanted to condense astral pearls of better quality, he would have to double the price. He would also have to add in another divine material. Normally, the more supplementary materials there were, the better the quality of the banner would be. The few astral banners that Xiao Chen collected, including Yi Qing's, were all astral pearls refined from inferior-grade astral cores. The top-notch Big Dipper banner had a flagpole made of 5,000 kilograms of dark fire mystic copper and black patterned gold. The astral pearls were all made of peak-grade astral cores, supplemented by 99 divine materials, each weighing 500 kilograms. The 7 stars formed a constellation that emitted a golden radiance. The radiance of the stars could compete for brilliance with the sun and moon. With a wave of the flag, the 7 stars shattered the moon, mountains and rivers turned to ashes, rivers and seas overturned, and they swept through everything before them. 7 astral pearls could shatter the moon, turning mountains and rivers into ashes, overturning the sea, sweeping everything in its path. Based on the secret manual that Yi Qing handed over, Xiao Chen understood that the Big Dipper Palace was just a branch of the cyclic astral palace, like a branch of a sect. Furthermore, it ranked last. Aside, there were 3 purple star palaces, each of which star astral banner star. King, there, and, he, astral star palaces, star flags of star. Star flags of Star of Chen needed. The resources. As the Qi, Yang star. The amount of resources needed to refine a solar astral banner was equivalent to that of 100 ordinary Big Dipper banners. Due to the sheer number of resources required, the Sun and Moon palaces only had 1 disciple per bloodline, accepting only 1 disciple each. However, these were not the most horrifying. The most horrifying thing was that the Zodiac Hall also had a Zodiac Hall diagram. It contained the constellations of the 24 astral palaces. Each astral pearl was refined from a peak-grade spirit stone and supplemented with 99 divine materials. How many stars were there in the 24 constellations? How many resources were needed? Just thinking about it gave Xiao Chen a headache. When the diagram unfurled, starlight filled the sky. It could reverse day and night, distort time and space. It could even refine Emperor Wu alive. It was a peak Emperor-grade secret treasure. Xiao Chen was flabbergasted. Fortunately, he ran into the people of the Big Dipper Palace. If he ran into the disciples of the other astral palaces, it would not have been so easy. Originally, Xiao Chen did not care much about the first senior brother of the Big Dipper Palace. However, when he heard that female astral palace disciples say that the other party had already completed the Big Dipper Palace banner, he really had to pay attention to this person. Then this person really had to pay attention. A complete star dipper and half a star dipper were like heaven and earth. What gave Xiao Chen a headache was the Heroes Convention. He had not expected Diwuk to move so quickly. The prestige of the Heroes Convention had already spread to the heavenly starry ocean. Roping in the first senior brother of the Big Dipper Palace was probably just the beginning. If the entire Zodiac Hall sided with him, he would be able to open up the situation in the heavenly starry ocean. Tossing aside these thoughts, Xiaochen looked at Yi Qing's Big Dipper banner. He still lacked 3 stars. Immediately, an idea popped into his head. Xiaochen did not lack black patterned gold. Back when he was on Dragonwood Star, Huangpu Feng had not given him anything else. However, he had given him quite a bit of black patterned gold and some inferior grade astral cores. After Xiaochen melted the astral banners of the others and used the resources he had on hand, he should be able to replenish Yi Qing's Big Dipper banner. Xiaochen had thought that no matter what, he had once been rather rich. However, when he looked at the secret treasures of the Big Dipper Palace, he realized that he was just a pauper. I am too poor. I can't even refine a medial-grade Big Dipper banner. After muttering to himself for a while, Xiaochen spat out the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and killed the half-dead evil demon clone. Then, he took out the Golden Crow Egg and tossed in all the astral banners. The lunar true flame in Xiaochen's left eye entered the cauldron with a boom and started to melt these secret treasures. Melting the secret treasures was not difficult. All he needed to do was control the flame well and simmer it slowly. After half a day, Xiaochen melted all 4 astral banners. He sorted out the astral cores, the black patterned gold, and the other resources. Xiaochen looked through the refining secret manual that Yi Qing handed over again. Now, he felt more confident. After the sky turned dark, he started to add in inferior grade astral cores to refine astral beads. There was almost no chance of failure when refining inferior grade astral beads. The first astral bead that Xiaochen refined was the Alioth star, the 5th star of the Big Dipper. Xiaochen raised his head and looked for the Big Dipper. Then, he visualized the Alioth star for 1 hour before starting. The refinement of the first astral bead took a long time. Xiaochen busied himself from dusk until dawn before he finally finished. The palm-sized astral bead floated in his palm. Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief and took out the Big Dipper banner with his right hand. Then, he inserted this astral bead into it, and a resplendent astral bead appeared on the fluttering banner. Compared to the other 4 astral beads, this astral bead was much dimmer. This was because there was too little astral energy in it and it lacked accumulation. With the experience of refining the Alioth star, the refinement of the Mizar star and the Alcade star went much smoother. All he had to do was pile up the materials and heat them over a flame. There were no inferior grade astral beads, so there was no need for high refining techniques. Only Xiaochen could refine them so easily. Most of the Big Dipper Palace disciples did not have the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron or the Lunar True Flame. Hence, they had to pay black astral coins to the refining pavilion's elders to refine astral beads. When Xiaochen infused the remaining 2 astral beads into the Big Dipper banner, Xiaochen immediately felt the Big Dipper banner undergo an earth-shattering change. The 7 stars officially became a complete constellation. The astral energy in the sky formed a great cycle, flowing with light and vibrant colors. Xiaochen unfurled the Big Dipper banner, and it fluttered in the wind. The 7 resplendent astral beads continuously absorbed the astral energy of the Big Dipper. The Big Dipper in the night sky sent down 7 pillars of starlight. Xiaochen tested the might of the Big Dipper banner. Then, he casually waved his hand, and the astral banner whistled loudly. Abundant astral energy poured out. Everywhere the astral energy passed, the starlight became resplendent and crackled like endless thunder, deafening the ears. Ka! Xiaochen swept up the astral banner and stabbed it into the ground. A surging astral energy spread out, and a crack immediately appeared in the ground. In the blink of an eye, it extended for a kilometer, looking like the ground had been sliced in half. Xiaochen gaped in disbelief. After the constellation was formed, the might of the Big Dipper banner was actually so horrifying. Furthermore, Xiaochen had not cultivated the Big Dipper art yet. If he used the Big Dipper art to drive the complete Big Dipper banner, its might would be even greater. Xiaochen was overjoyed. He excitedly twirled the astral banner in the air. The 7 stars appeared together and materialized the constellation. Holding the Big Dipper banner, Xiaochen walked among it. It was like he was strolling in the Milky Way sky. With a gentle wave, he used the power of the constellation, and the entire space trembled intensely. Good. 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 With this Big Dipper banner, the 5-element medallion and the greenwood banner, I do not need to fear anyone during the king conferral ceremony. Xiaochen put away the Big Dipper banner in satisfaction and started on his way. The king conferral ceremony was about to begin. Xiaochen would obtain the title of Blue Dragon King. From then on, he would officially carry the title of Qing Emperor's descendant and shoulder the heavy responsibility of re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. After crossing the yellow soil demonic garden, Xiaochen traveled quickly. Soon, he arrived at a small city at the edge of the primal chaos domain. After traveling for half a month, Xiaochen was already tired. He found the largest inn in the city and took a good bath. Then, he ordered a table full of delicacies to reward himself. Something big happened recently. The Bushan Palace delayed the white-robed King Xiaochen's king conferral ceremony. Xiaochen had just sat down and finished a cup of wine when he heard news about himself in the inn. Furthermore, it was such explosive news. Damn it! Is that true? Didn't they say that the king conferral ceremony would be held soon? It's absolutely true. The 3 holy lords of the Bushan Palace personally passed down the edict. How could it be fake? The news has already spread throughout the Tianwu domain. They won't cancel it, right? This is really too much. It won't be cancelled. However, the title will be problematic. I heard that the 3 holy lords do not intend to give him the title of Blue Dragon King. This title is too sensitive. Isn't it the white-robed king? White-robed king, my ass. That was spread by that bastard, Qi Wuxia. Everyone who is slightly older knows about it. The Qing Emperor's title is Blue Dragon King. Xiaochen is a descendant of the Qing Emperor. He definitely has to inherit this title. When Xiaochen heard this, he frowned slightly. The title of Blue Dragon King was very important to him. If not for this title, he would not mind giving up this king title. In the future, when Xiaochen advanced to Sovereign Martial Emperor, he could be conferred king himself. The title of Blue Dragon King would definitely belong to him. Xiaochen rushed back in a rush and did not have time to do many things before he heard this news. He drank a mouthful of wine to drown his sorrows, feeling somewhat conflicted. Our white-robed king, why are you drinking alone? The few of us old fellows will accompany you to this final cup of wine. Xiaochen looked up and saw a white-clad old man sitting across from him. This old man had a scholarly air and a murderous intent on his face. 2 other old men sat on the left and right as well, all of them harboring malicious intentions. The Heaven and Earth sect inner sect elder who left a strand of the heavenly fate in Xiaochen's body had finally found him. Xiaochen put down his wine cup and smiled coldly. Where did this bunch of nobodies come from? Are you even fit to drink with me? Chapter 9:16. Xiaochen was not surprised that these 3 people from the Heaven and Earth sect found him. Back then, the Haotian Emperor wanted to help Xiaochen erase that strand of fate. However, Xiaochen was unwilling and had been waiting for this day. The white-clad old man's expression turned cold. What a nobody. 2 years ago, I crushed you and forced you to flee in panic. To think that you dare to say such things. Be sensible and hand over the peak-grade immortal spirit ring and the lunar kasha tree to us. Otherwise, you will find it hard to escape. This small city is already filled with boundless danger, the old man on the right said in a cold voice. Xiaochen thought about it and understood what was going on. These 3 people must have leaked his movements. Now, he had enemies everywhere. There were many people who wanted to kill him, many of them experts. Could they all be in this small city? With a thought, his spiritual sense spread out in all directions like the tide. The scene in the city entered his mind. However, he did not see any powerful enemies. It looked like these three people did not want others to divide the treasures on them. Those people should be on their way. However, did they not know Xiao Chen's current strength? It looked like they had something to rely on. Otherwise, they would not have dared to charge over with just three people. The old man on the left smiled coldly. Young Master Xiao is really calm. Even now, your expression does not change. Do you really think that the three of us came without any preparations? When I drink, I hate it when people talk in my ear. You all deserve to die. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. He grasped the Big Dipper banner in his hand and thrust it at the white-clad old man in front in the time it took for a spark to fly. The tip of the banner flickered with starlight. This strike was like a meteor falling from the sky, extremely fast. Bang! A loud explosion rang out, and the sage-grade inner armor the white-clad old man wore shattered. He vomited a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying, crashing through the inn. Xiao Chen did not even unfurl the banner. He used it as a spear and swept it out. This startled the two old men on the left and right. They quickly moved and retreated. A berserk aura spread out, shocking the cultivators in the inn. A battle on the level of superior-grade martial sages was about to begin. They all fled very quickly. Xiao Chen picked up the unfinished wine cup on the table and drained it. Then, he left behind a black astral coin and gave chase with a faint smile. He had been waiting for these three old fools for a long time. Did they really think that he was still the same as he was 2 years ago? No matter what he had prepared, these three people would definitely die this time. Xiao Chen, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. We won't kill you today, but we'll cripple you and break one of your arms. We'll let you taste the feeling of falling from the peak to the bottom. The white-robed old man changed into a new set of clothes and floated in the air as he shouted. A blood-red sword floated above his head. Strands of blood-red sword light flowed around it, and it was filled with killing intent. The two old men outside surrounded Xiao Chen. An identical blood sword floated above their heads as well. The three blood swords formed a triangle with Xiao Chen in the center. The sword lights attracted each other, and the thousands of swords buzzed. Thousands of sword images encased the surrounding 1 kilometer, spreading killing intent. What a dense killing chi! These three blood swords probably had great origins. They should be king-grade secret treasures. King-grade secret treasures were very mighty. Before one reached Grandmaster-level martial sage, it would be very difficult to bring out their full might. The three of them could bring out 80% of the king-grade secret treasure's might by controlling it. No wonder they were so confident of killing Xiao Chen. He. Xiao Chen, these three blood swords are called killing immortal, beheading immortal, and murdering immortal. They are replicas of the three ancient immortal swords. Our church master personally refined them. Now that you are trapped in them, without a grandmaster-level martial sage cultivation, there is no way for you to escape. The skinny old man held the killing immortal sword above his head, appearing very confident and incredibly arrogant. The elegant white-clad old man held the killing immortal sword above his head. He smiled and said, Xiao Chen, this old man considers that it is not easy for you to cultivate and that youths are prideful. If you kowtow to us and admit your mistake, then hand over the peak-grade immortal spirit ring and the lunar kasha tree, we can let bygones be bygones. This was a small city at the edge of the primal chaos domain. Normally, major characters rarely came here. Today, 3 superior-grade martial sages with king-grade secret treasures appeared, attracting the attention of many cultivators in the city. Now, after hearing the white-clad old man's words, it turned out that the youth the three faced was famous throughout the world. The shocking appearance of the Qing Emperor's descendant, Xiao Chen, immediately set the small city abuzz. Crowds of people crowded around the battlefield, watching. This is Xiao Chen. Indeed, he is extraordinary. Even when 3 older generation superior grade martial sages from the Heaven and Earth sect came with the king grade secret treasures, the 3 immortal swords, his expression did not change. Unexpectedly, he has a peak grade immortal spirit ring. I heard that even Emperor Wu is envious of this thing. Emperor Wu already grasped his heavenly laws. He can refine the space in the peak grade immortal spirit ring into a small world. How could he not be envious? Furthermore, only a peak grade immortal spirit ring can nurture a sage grade spirit tree or higher. The value of the lunar cassia tree is not low either. The medicine god Valley has been buying this sage grade spirit tree at a sky-high price. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen has won. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Just these 2 things alone will make me unable to resist making a move. Many discussions broke out as they looked at Xiaochen, who was surrounded by scarlet sword lights. They anticipated how Xiaochen would resolve this situation. The names Killing Immortal, Beheading Immortal, and Murdering Immortal were rather scary. As Xiaochen sized up the 3 scarlet swords, he made some calculations in his heart. Soon, he came up with an idea. These 3 immortal swords were just replicas. Furthermore, they were the inferior ones among the replicas. The divine materials used were extremely rare. The truly troublesome part was the massacre chi in the swords. Clearly, the sect master of the Heaven and Earth sect was a very skilled refiner. Using these mediocre materials, he managed to materialize the true essence of the 3 immortal swords. Xiaochen estimated that he had to kill at least 1,000 ferocious beasts to collect the massacre chi in the swords. However, while others feared this massacre chi, Xiaochen did not. A light flickered on his forehead, and the massacre chi in the scarlet throne in his sea of consciousness flowed endlessly into the Big Dipper banner. Everyone, you are thinking of settling the past in one go. However, this Xiao does not think so. The 20 medial grade astral cores that I lost cannot be lost for nothing. Today, I will test out these 3 immortal swords. Who? Xiaochen flicked his wrist, and the scarlet banner wrapped around the spear unfurled. The first thing that appeared was not starlight but a boundless massacre chi. The red light spread out as if it was solid. This chi of massacre formed a baleful wind. As it blew in all directions, it instantly suppressed the chi of massacre in the 3 immortal swords. In an instant, Xiaochen turned the tables. 7 stars flickering, moon shattering. After gaining the initiative, Xiaochen laughed loudly and started waving the banner. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper, Dubhe, Merak, Megrez, Alioth, Mizar, and Alcade, lit up on the scarlet banner, releasing resplendent starlight. As the banner fluttered, starlight shone in all directions. The 7 stars shot out one by one, forming a constellation that filled the sky with starlight. This encased the 3 immortal swords in the starry sky. The 3 old men from the Heaven and Earth sect had not expected the situation to take a turn for the worse. They quickly executed the Killing Immortal, Beheading Immortal, and Murdering Immortal. Many scarlet sword images shot out, wanting to kill Xiaochen on the spot. Dang! 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 Boundless starlight descended and blocked all the scarlet sword images, unable to do anything to them. Xiaochen smiled coldly. As he held the Big Dipper banner, starlight fell from the sky. It was like he was walking in the starry sky of the universe, looking boundlessly elegant. 7 stars falling, mountains and rivers turned to ashes. Xiaochen pointed, and the 7 stars fell towards the 3 old men. In this starry sky, the 7 astral pearls were like real stars. When they fell, space trembled, forming ripples that radiated out. The entire small city was affected by the shockwave. Houses collapsed one after another. The 3 old men were greatly startled. They no longer cared about using the scarlet sword images to kill Xiaochen. They worked together and formed a continuous screen of scarlet sword images, trying to block the 7 falling stars. However, how could they block it? When the 7 stars appeared, they formed a complete constellation. Starlight flowed between them, forming a compact whole. Even Shao Chen did not dare to receive it head-on. Ka-Xie. Ka-Xie. The scarlet sword images shattered, and the 3 old men from the heaven and earth sect vomited a mouthful of blood. The 3 immortal swords hovering above their heads seemed to lose control. Let's go. This is the Big Dipper banner of the Big Dipper Palace. I don't know where this demonic genius obtained it, but it is actually a complete Big Dipper banner. We are not a match for him. The white-clad old man grasped the immortal killing sword and hacked apart the sticky killing chi. Then, he endured the attacks of the scattered starlight, trying to flee. Shao Chen laughed loudly and withdrew the banner. The 7 stars returned to the banner, and the Big Dipper banner filled with boundless astral energy again. Don't the few of you want my peak-grade immortal spirit ring and my arm? Why the rush to leave? Come back here. The wind howled, and the Big Dipper banner fluttered loudly. Then, it unfurled, covering the sky and the sun. Shao Chen waved his hand, and starlight surged out, pulling back the 3 fleeing people. Whoosh! Whoosh! Shao Chen twisted his wrist, and the banner returned to the pole. The Big Dipper banner continued to absorb the astral energy, making the pole shine with starlight like a powerful divine spear. Shao Chen stretched out his hand, and the spear gathered all the scattered killing chi. Ka-Xie. The spear pierced through the hearts of the 3 old men like dumplings and hung them in the Big Dipper banner. The 3 inner sect elders of the heaven and earth sect were impaled on the flagpole. Rage filled their eyes as they died with grievances. Such a scene was very shocking. All the cultivators in the city were horrified. 3 older generation martial sages had come with king-grade secret treasures, but they still died such miserable deaths. The Big Dipper banner trembled gently, and starlight exploded. The 3 corpses were blasted into nothingness. Shao Chen waved his hand and took the spatial rings of the 3 old men. He also took the immortal killing sword, the immortal killing sword, and the immortal murdering sword. The might of the 3 immortal swords was extraordinary. Unfortunately, the quality of the materials used to forge them was not high. Furthermore, Shao Chen's massacre throne countered their killing chi. Before Shao Chen's Big Dipper banner, they were mere decorations. If it were any other king-grade secret treasure, Shao Chen would not have had such an easy time. At the very least, he would have had to put in a lot of effort. When Shao Chen looked down, he saw that the entire city was in ruins. The cultivators in the air all had complicated expressions as they looked at him. Some were in awe, some were in greed, and most of them were in fear. Chapter 9:17. He could not remain here for long. The 3 people from the heaven and earth sect must have leaked news of him. Now that the Bushan Palace suddenly delayed his king conferral ceremony, it sent a bad signal. Although Shao Chen was a human cultivator, the Bushan Palace would not do their best to protect him. The enemies of the Qing Emperor would probably get restless. Not to mention in the dark, Shao Chen knew that the 3 sovereign noble clans of the human race would definitely make a move. There was also Mr. Qin, whom Shao Chen had slapped in the merfolk race's dream castle. At that time, Shao Chen had not been confident of keeping Mr. Qin here, so he could only let him leave. Now that Mr. Qin knew of Shao Chen's whereabouts, he would definitely use the connections he had in the Medicine God Valley to hunt him down. Furthermore, there was the reward from the Xianshui sect master, a king-grade secret treasure personally refined by Emperor Wu. The experts of the heavenly starry ocean might rush over. When Shao Chen thought about it carefully, he realized that he had many enemies. He put away the 3 immortal swords and the Big Dipper banner. Before Shao Chen could check the treasures in the 3 people's spatial rings, he stood on a lightning dragon and quickly flew into the distance. Just as Shao Chen exited the city gates, 3 people blocked his way. These 3 young men all had outstanding looks and noble auras. They exuded pride. Xiao Chen recognized one of them. He was Yan Shisan's younger brother, Yan Shisi. Back then, when Xiao Chen was ranked first on the Proud Son of Heaven ranking, he had fought with this person. If Xiao Chen guessed correctly, the other two should be the scions of the Jiang clan and the Lin clan. My luck is really good. It looks like the medicine god Valley's Mr. Qin did not lie. Brother Xiao Chen, you are indeed here, Yan Shisi said with a relaxed expression, a smile on his face. The medicine god Valley's Mr. Qin? Xiao Chen felt somewhat suspicious. How did Mr. Qin know his whereabouts? The two people at the side sized up Xiao Chen, feeling mildly astonished. They had not expected Xiao Chen to only be a medial grade martial sage. However, Xiao Chen's cultivation was rather stable. His heavenly sage laws were much purer than ordinary people's. However, if that was all, it would be too difficult for him to gain such a horrifying reputation. Yan Shisi had exchanged moves with Xiao Chen before and knew his limits. He warned, Brother Lin, Brother Jiang, don't be fooled by this person's cultivation. The cultivation technique this person cultivates is very special, making it very difficult for him to raise his cultivation. However, if you underestimate him because of this, you will die a horrible death. These three were all outstanding talents of the martial clan. Furthermore, they had the sovereign noble clan had sovereign Marshal Chen's IMS. They were noble. B. And sovereign Chen nobles and respectively. Dragon from the dragon was the sovereign. The Earth clan from the clan of Chen smiled. Bai and Chen, clans Chen's sect. And sects. Chen's the Earth Emperor clan's Ming sect Tian sect to Chen. The Jiang clan scion beside Yan Shisi smiled coldly and said, nothing much. We just want to borrow your head. There will not be a second Qing emperor in this world. The blue-robed scion of the Lin clan said, Xiao Chen, the Bushan Palace delayed your king conferral ceremony. Clearly, they do not support you. The three holy masters probably wish for you to die at our hands so that the title of Blue Dragon King will not appear again. You will not be able to escape today. No matter how great your reputation is, it will all vanish. Yan Shisi maintained his calm smile. From the day you announced that you were the descendant of the Qing Emperor, you were destined to die. Dying at our hands is better than dying at the hands of those loose cultivators. The few of you are really righteous. Unfortunately, there are many people who want to take this Zhao's head. Until now, no one has succeeded. Today, I will have to disappoint you. Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold. Without saying anything more, his figure flashed, and a bright saber light shot out from his body. It shot out from Xiao Chen's body like the moonlight, shining with an unparalleled sharpness as it charged straight at Yan Shisi. Yan Shisi did not show any fear. 9 suns appeared above his head and formed a circle. A surging heatwave spread out, turning the air scorching. The heavenly sage laws in Yan Shisi's body circulated. His strong and deep cultivation made his aura seem even higher than Xiao Chen's. When he saw the saber light approaching, he did not hesitate to throw a punch. The 9 suns above Yan Shisi's head surged, and the heat wave of this punch surged, its might vast. Bang! A thunderous sound exploded in the air. The two each took 100 steps back, revealing expressions of shock on their faces. Xiao Chen was shocked at the other party's incredibly deep cultivation. Even when he circulated his flawless saber Dao, he was only able to fight on equal footing. If Xiao Chen were an ordinary superior grade martial sage, he would have the absolute upper hand after this palm strike. However, Yan Shisi was even more shocked than Xiao Chen. He was already a middle-stage superior grade martial sage, 1 cultivation grade higher than Xiao Chen's. However, he had not managed to defeat his opponent. On the other hand, there was a knife-like purple energy in Yan Shisi's arm, cutting his bones and flesh. The intense pain was unbearable. 2 figures flashed. It was the Lin clan scion and the Jiang clan scion, not giving Xiao Chen a chance to catch his breath. They immediately charged over and executed their best martial techniques, stirring up the winds and clouds and causing the sky to change color. Xiao Chen suppressed the blazing quintessence in his body. A bright moon rose behind him, and snowflakes drifted around him. Then, he quickly started exchanging moves with these two. Waves surged around the Lin clan scion. A river flowed under his feet. The Jiang clan scion was surrounded by flickering shadows. Thousands of afterimages appeared, materializing a strange mysterious phenomenon. Soon, Yan Shirsi swung his arm. Holding his sword and radiating the light of the 9 suns, he joined the battle. The peach blossoms bloomed, the summer rose, the autumn wind blew, and the winter snow drifted. Xiao Chen materialized the flawless 4 seasons saber technique, dealing with the 3. However, of the 4 seasons, only the winter saber was complete. The other 3 seasons were slightly weaker. Fighting 1 against 3, Xiao Chen was in a very passive position, surrounded by danger. This time, Xiao Chen had truly met with strong opponents. His opponents were also outstanding talents of the present age. Furthermore, they had powerful clans with astonishing accumulations as their backing. They used even more spirit herbs and resources than he did. Fighting 1 against 3 without using immortal arts or magic skills, the pressure was rather high. Xiao Chen, is that all you have? We have not even used our king-grade secret treasures. When the Lin clan scion saw that Xiao Chen still had strength to spare despite fighting 1 against 3, he started mocking him, trying to force Xiao Chen to take out his final trump card. Yan Shirsi chopped apart the snowflakes filling the air with saber lights. He smiled and said, "Brother Xiao Chen, if you have any trump cards, just take them out. Otherwise, you will not have any more chances to use them." Ha! He probably cannot take them out. The Qing Emperor did not leave behind any treasures for this fellow. This time, the 3 were truly intent on killing Xiao Chen. Even though they held the upper hand, they did not let down their guard. They even used words to anger Xiao Chen, forcing him to reveal his trump card before killing him. Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. However, his expression did not change. "You had best not force me to use my trump card. Otherwise, none of you will be able to escape. Your tone is really startlingly bold. This young master will see what trump cards you have today." Suddenly, a 3-legged cauldron appeared above the Lin clan scion. All sorts of ancient mutated beasts were carved on the cauldron. Berserk roars came from the cauldron. "This is a replica of my Lin clan's 10,000 beast cauldron. Today, I will show you the true accumulations of a sovereign noble clan." The Lin clan scion roared ferociously and formed hand seals. The 10,000 beast cauldron trembled, and the roars coming from the cauldron became even more berserk and restless. The atmosphere suddenly turned heavy as if something horrifying was about to descend. Boom! The image of a huge snake with 1,000 feathers and 1,000 wings leaped out of the cauldron. It was the ancient mutated beast, the 1,000-feathered snake. The image of a profound sun bird covered in flames cried out and flew out. Then, a pitch-black evil flood dragon leaped out. This was just the beginning. As the Lin clan scion formed hand seals, images of ancient mutated beasts of terrifying origins leaped out of the cauldron. A total of 100 appeared before stopping. The 100 beasts circled above the Lin clan scion's head, covering the sky and the sun. A horrifying aura spread out. All the spirit beasts within 500 kilometers felt this aura. That was the aura of ancient mutated beasts, all of them kings of beasts. The fear from their bloodlines caused these spirit beasts to flee frantically, triggering many beast tides. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. The original 10,000 beast cauldron should be an emperor-grade secret treasure. The resources of this replica were all divine materials. It was a true Peak King-grade secret treasure. The 3 immortal swords earlier could not compare to this at all. The accumulations of a sovereign noble clan were indeed immeasurable. This person only brought out 20% of his strength, and he could already cause such a commotion. This was truly horrifying. Brother Yen, Brother Jiang, move aside. Watch as my 100 beasts come out and tear this fellow into pieces. Trump card? I don't believe that you can take out any trump card. The Lin clan's scion shouted, and the images of the 100 beasts flying above his head immediately charged at Xiao Chen. The 1,000-feathered snake's wings were like sabers, the profound sun bird's claws burned with true flame, and the black flood dragon spat out pitch-black dragon flame. As the 100 beasts attacked, their might was unparalleled. The Lin clan scion wanted to use these 100 beasts to tear Xiao Chen into pieces. When the 100 beasts attacked together, their might covered the sky. The images of ancient mutated beasts filled the area. Any one of them, the 1,000-feathered snake, the deep-sea black flood dragon, the heavenly phoenix, or the howling moon heavenly wolf, had frightening origins. When the Jiang clan scion and Yen Shirsi saw this, they waited quietly to see how Xiao Chen would deal with it. The 10,000 beast cauldron in the Lin clan scion's hand was not an ordinary king-grade secret treasure. Although he brought out only 10% of its strength, it was sufficient to force back a grandmaster-level martial sage. Before this, a superior-grade martial sage would be instantly killed. This was the Lin clan scion's life-saving means. At a crucial moment, it could save his life. Now that he used it to deal with Xiao Chen, even if the Lin clan scion had a trump card that he would not use, he would still suffer significant damage to his essence. When Xiao Chen saw the 100 beasts attacking, he prepared to execute the mysteries of the dragon subduing slash. However, he suddenly thought of something, and a medallion appeared in his palm. This was the Holy Beast Medallion, the merfolk race's treasure. Yao Yan had said that this medallion could suppress ancient mutated beasts. It could even store the real 1,000-feathered snake into the medallion, allowing him to control it freely. Against these mutated beast images, the medallion should have some effect. The magic energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness surged, and he immediately activated the Holy Beast Medallion. The simple and thick Holy Beast Medallion shot out a beam of golden light and covered the black flood dragon. Xiao Chen felt his magic energy pour out like flowing water. A strong suction came from the Holy Beast Medallion in his right hand, pulling the black flood dragon into it. Chapter 9:18. It's effective. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. He burned his vast magic energy and pulled the ferocious black flood dragon spewing out dragon flames into the medallion. Whoosh! 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 Holding up the Holy Beast Medallion, Xiao Chen quickly burned his magic energy. Beams of light shot out and sucked all these mutated beast images into the medallion. Not satisfied yet, Xiao Chen steeled his heart and drained a third of the surging magic energy in his sea of consciousness. His body gave off a crystalline light, making him look like an otherworldly immortal. After draining a third of his magic energy, the Holy Beast Medallion gave off a bright light and shot out a large beam of light, encasing the remaining mutated beast images. Then, with a gentle tug, he sucked them all into the medallion. My ancient 100 beasts! The heir of the Lin family was completely stunned. Every phantom of a strange beast was refined by the elders of the Lin family for a long time before they could be produced. His 10,000 beast cauldron only had 1,000 mutated beast images. Now that he lost 100, his heart bled. Xiao Chen held the Holy Beast Medallion and smiled. Brother Jiang, many thanks for your Holy Beast images. What other abilities do you have? Just bring them out. You are seeking death. I'll fight it out with you. I don't believe that you have much law energy left to activate this secret treasure. The Lin clan scion swallowed a medicinal pill, and the law energy in his body instantly filled up. His strength returned to its peak. He roared ferociously, and another 100 beasts flew out of the cauldron. The accumulations of a sovereign noble clan were truly startling. They could even take out a peak sage-grade medicinal pill that could instantly replenish law energy. Xiaochen did not fear this. The other party would not have a second such precious sage-grade medicinal pill. Xiaochen drained another third of his magic energy. A light swept out, and the new 100 beasts were sucked back into the medallion. Pu Ci. When the Lin clan scion saw this scene, he was so frustrated that he vomited a mouthful of blood. 200 mutated beast images were gone. In the future, when he advanced to Grandmaster level martial sage, this 10,000 beast cauldron would lose 20% of its might. Brother Lin, let me help you. 100 transformation tortoise spirit shield. The Jiang clan scion stretched out his hand, and 9,999 tortoise shells filled with the scars of time appeared. They flew out from his palms and formed a sharp tower shield. Between the gaps, black light shone brightly. The shield's momentum was astonishing. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on them. The entire space was squeezed by it, forming wrinkles in the space. Even space itself was moving. There was nowhere to hide and nowhere to defend. The space in front of Xiaochen rippled. With a bang, he was knocked back a kilometer, vomiting blood. After succeeding in one move, the Jiang clan scion laughed loudly. Xiaochen, this merfolk race's holy beast medallion should be your trump card, right? However, it can suppress the 10,000 beast cauldron but not my tortoise spirit shield. This is an immortal's magic treasure that my Jiang clan's ancestor obtained from an immortal sect remnant. He added 80 precious divine materials and refined it into a king-grade secret treasure. Let's see how you are going to be so arrogant now. After successfully launching a sneak attack and injuring Xiaochen in one move, the Jiang clan scion felt extremely cocky. He raised the tortoise spirit shield with both hands and descended from the sky, pressing down on Xiaochen. Space continuously squeezed. Everywhere it passed, the trees and buildings on the ground became like reflections in water, turning hazy and blurry. Then, with a loud bang, they turned into powder. Die! The Jiang clan scion pushed with his hand, and the tortoise spirit shield encased space as it descended on Xiaochen. Space rippled like water. Xiaochen felt his body sway, and his bones crackled. Before the shield landed, this tortoise spirit shield nearly took his life. The Lin clan scion, who had the 10,000 beast cauldron hovering above his head, smiled sinisterly. Brother Jiang, good move. Crush this brat to death and wipe out the Qing Emperor's bloodline. Then, our sovereign noble clans will no longer have to live in fear. Without hesitation, Xiaochen executed the strongest move of the flawless saber Dao, the martial technique that merged the 13 moves of the dragon subduing slash into one. Flawless. Flawless. Flawless, flawless, 18 azure dragons, perfect and flawless, appearing down to the finest detail. Holy might pervaded the air as they roared in unison, shaking the 9 heavens. The holy might stirred up and formed a formless barrier of light that pushed back the surrounding ripples. Space exploded. The clash between the two nearly tore space apart. Flawless blue dragon, subduing dragon profound slash. With the 18 blue dragons as a foil, Xiaochen looked like an ancient overlord. He shouted, and the blue dragons turned into purple saber lights that struck the tortoise spirit shield. Bang! 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 Intense tremors resounded. Cracks appeared in the sturdy tortoise spirit shield before the saber lights that could flip rivers and seas. Finally, it shattered and turned into 9,999 tortoise shells flying in all directions. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen used his own strength to break this king-grade secret treasure. The Jiang clan scion vomited a mouthful of blood, somewhat in disbelief. He gathered the scattered tortoise shells and used them as a shield. Damn it! If not for the fact that I can only bring out 20% of this tortoise spirit shield strength, I would have crushed you into a meat patty. The reassembled tortoise spirit shield dimmed. It could no longer be used to attack for a while, it could only barely protect itself. Xiao Chen, you truly live up to being a descendant of the Qing Emperor. Back then, you fought for the top spot of the proud Son of Heaven ranking and established such a great reputation. It looks like this is not a coincidence. However, as I said before, you will definitely die today. When Xiao Chen executed the subduing dragon profound slash and became rather weak, Yan Shirsi, who had been waiting patiently, took advantage of the opportunity to take out his king-grade secret treasure. Yan Shirsi's king-grade secret treasure was a large umbrella covered in Yin-attributed flames. It was called the Profound Yin Umbrella. The handle and leaves of the umbrella were made of at least 10 divine materials equal to black patterned gold and dark mountain profound copper. The flame in the umbrella was the Profound Yin True Flame, a fusion of 18 types of Yin-attributed flames. It was much stronger than the Netherworld True Flame that Xiao Chen once obtained. The flaming umbrella opened up and suddenly enlarged, directly encasing Xiao Chen, who had just executed his martial technique. Yan Shirsi moved his hands, and the umbrella shrank, locking down the surrounding space. The Profound Yin True Flame in the umbrella also grew denser. Brother Yan, your timing is really good. After this brat is sucked into the Profound Yin umbrella, no matter how unparalleled his movement technique is, he will not be able to escape. He will be burned to ashes. Yan Shirsi smiled coldly and said, "Burned to ashes? How can there be such a good thing? His physical body is as hard as a secret treasure. Furthermore, he has the bloodline of the Qing Emperor. I want to use this Profound Yin True Flame to refine him into a blue dragon bone sword, completing my supreme throne." Excellent. This is a good method. With this powerful bone sword, Brother Yan will definitely be able to surpass your elder brother and become the future clan head of the Yan clan. At that time, you will be able to use all the resources of the sovereign noble clans as you please. He. We are here on orders from the clan to kill Xiao Chen. If we succeed, we will not even need to make a move for the older generation experts of the clan. This will save us a lot of trouble. The clan head will definitely look at us in a new light. Sovereign noble clans had many descendants. Although these people were heirs, the competition among the younger generation was intense, and their positions were not truly stable. Now that Xiao Chen was about to be killed, this would be a great contribution. Their prestige in the clan would definitely soar, and their positions would be much more stable. Everyone smiled happily. Oh no! Why does my Profound Yin True Flame seem to be decreasing bit by bit? Yan Shirsi, who was chatting contentedly with the two, focused his attention on the Profound Yin umbrella. Then, he suddenly discovered that the Profound Yin True Flame in the umbrella was decreasing bit by bit. At first, it was just a trickle. Eventually, it became like a flood, pouring out for 500 kilometers. All the Profound Yin True Flame poured into Xiao Chen's left eye and was swallowed up by his lunar True Flame. How unfortunate. I am still lacking a little. Otherwise, my lunar True Flame would be able to reach the same level as the Purple Thunder True Fire and condense an even higher Taiji Yin-Yang diagram. Inside the umbrella, Xiao Chen's lips twitched. Even after swallowing the Profound Yin True Flame, he was still not satisfied. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, an astral banner appeared in his hand. He gathered his killing chi on the pole. Then, he raised the Big Dipper banner and pointed it at the sky. Brilliant 7 stars, shattering mountains and rivers. A strand of starlight containing a boundless killing intent shot out from the tip of the banner. Boom! A hole immediately appeared in the umbrella that lost the Profound Yin True Flame. The sealed space collapsed. After Xiao Chen broke free, he held the Big Dipper banner in his hand. The banner fluttered, and the 7 stars formed a constellation, radiating bright starlight. The starlight contained boundless energy. The instant the banner unfurled, it knocked the 3 back. My 3 brothers have been tirelessly waiting to see this Xiao's trump card. If this Xiao does not show it now, it would be unjustifiable. I hope you will not be disappointed. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and stabbed the Big Dipper banner into the ground. 7 astral pearls leaped out and filled the sky with starlight, encasing the surrounding 5 kilometers. What? Unexpectedly, he still has a trump card. After breaking the king-grade secret treasures of 3 people, Xiaochen actually still has a trump card. How strong is that trump card? Yan Shirsi and the other 2 were startled. Without saying anything, they used their king-grade secret treasures to block the starlight and quickly left this place. Starry Heaven Storm. Xiaochen materialized the chessboard of fate and shifted the position of the stars. He quickly executed this minor magic skill, and a black storm swept out. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to the 3 people who had used their secret treasures to move 5 kilometers away. Bang! The 3 vomited a mouthful of blood, and their internal organs ruptured. If they did not have king-grade secret treasures to protect themselves, they would have turned to ashes on the spot. The 10,000 beast cauldron, tortoise spirit shield, and profound umbrella were all knocked back. The 3 turned around, wanting to retrieve their king-grade secret treasures. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Xiaochen smiled coldly and said, "How naive. After seeing my trump card, you still think you can escape unscathed? Leave all 3 king-grade secret treasures behind." Flawless bright moon. Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and a bright saber chi descended, forcing back the 3 people who wanted to snatch back their king-grade secret treasures. After that, the 7 stars fell and bombarded the 3 of them repeatedly, forcing them into a sorry state. They had no time to pay attention to the 3 secret treasures. Xiaochen leaped up and put the 3 king-grade secret treasures into his spatial ring. As the 7 stars fell, the earth trembled and the sky shook. Loud rumbles resounded for 100 miles. The martial artists in the small city behind them could all hear the terrifying explosion. The entire city was shaking. Shock waves surged into the sky, and dust swept out in all directions. The cultivators in the city felt confused. Who was stirring up the winds and clouds, causing the sky to change color? The cultivators rushed out and looked into the distance. They only saw an ethereal white figure amid the starlight. Chapter 919. After the Qing Emperor, the white-robed Xiaochen would soon be conferred the title of Blue Dragon King. As Yan Shirsi and the other 2 fled, they occasionally coughed out scarlet qi and blood. The 3 showed sullen expressions. King-grade secret treasures, 3 peak king-grade secret treasures that would become their life secret treasures after they advanced to martial emperor, had all changed hands. However, this was not the only disappointment in their hearts. Xiaochen's final magic skill materialized the chessboard of fate, drawing out the entire universe and creating a starry river storm. Just thinking about that horrifying scene made them tremble in fear. Unless a grandmaster-level martial sage appeared, no one would be able to subdue Xiaochen. That is not a martial technique. I did not feel any fluctuations of heavenly sage laws at all. It is definitely not a martial technique. It is an immortal art. An immortal cultivator once came to my clan as a guest. The immortal art that person executed was very similar to the one Xiaochen executed. What Xiaochen executed might not be an ordinary immortal art. It might have already reached the level of a magic skill. Martial and immortal dual cultivation. Martial and immortal dual cultivation. Unexpectedly, this is his greatest trump card. How hateful. We lost the king-grade secret treasures. We will definitely lose our position as scions. The 3 showed dispirited expressions. When they thought of the consequences, they wished that they could skin Xiaochen alive. Yan Shirsi said coldly, "We absolutely cannot leak the news of losing the secret treasures. Let's send a message to our trusted seniors and get them to rush to the primal chaos domain to help us snatch back the secret treasures. This is too horrifying." Trump card after trump card. Aside from Di Wuk, there are also the bloodline geniuses of the ancient races. Only the older generation cultivators can suppress him. It is settled, then. Let's find a place to recuperate first. Xiao Chen did not chase after the 3 fleeing people. He waved the banner, and the 7 astral pearls returned to the banner before returning to his body. I'm afraid I have to expose my trump card, Immortal Dual Cultivation. I wonder what kind of trouble this will cause. Putting on the Heavenly Sea cloak, Xiao Chen quickly left this place. Originally, Xiao Chen did not intend to expose his trump card, the Immortal Art. However, these 3 possessed Peak King grade secret treasures. Although Xiao Chen had failed in the treasure fight, without using immortal arts, it would be impossible for him to severely injure the 3 within a short time. He would also not have a chance to obtain these 3 King grade secret treasures. In any case, he would be exposed sooner or later. It was worth it to obtain 3 Peak King grade secret treasures. The reason why Xiao Chen did not chase after the 3 was that Yan Shixi's words made him suspect that Mr. Qin was the one who leaked his movements. Xiao Chen searched the spatial ring of the Heaven and Earth sects elder by. There were many black astral coins, divine materials, and spirit pills. However, he did not see the heavenly secret divination disc. Xiao Chen activated the cloak of deception skill and moved as fast as lightning. In his mind, he deduced the ins and outs of the matter from the clues. First, the heavenly secret divination plate should have been handed to Mr. Qin by the Heaven and Earth sects elder by. However, Mr. Qin did not make a move even after a long time. He only leaked his whereabouts. This guy was old and shrewd, and he had fought with him before. Mr. Qin did not make a move. Firstly, he wanted to find someone to test Xiao Chen's strength. Secondly, he wanted to contact more experts to kill Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen thought about his enemies, he realized that the trouble was just beginning. However, there was an invisible hand behind all this. If not for the 3 holy masters suddenly delaying Xiao Chen's king conferral by half a year, sending out a clear signal, these people would not have dared to act so brazenly. Even if these people wanted to make a move, they would not have dared to be as brazen as they were now. The White Emperor City, the Vermilion Bird Palace, and the Profound Martial Gate, the 3 holy lords, what a good plan. You do not want me, Xiao Chen, to be conferred king. However, I want to live well. Half a year later, I will definitely appear at the king conferral ceremony. Xiao Chen showed a determined expression as he made a vow in his heart. These people will be my test before I am conferred king. If I cannot even pass this test, then the title of Blue Dragon King is not worthy of me. Xiao Chen flew all the way to the west. When it was close to dusk, he casually landed on a mountain summit. Xiao Chen took off his cloak and continuously drove this secret treasure. No matter how strong his law energy was, it would not be able to sustain it. Xiao Chen stretched out his saber, and a purple electric energy chopped off the mountain summit, revealing a smooth and tidy platform. Xiao Chen used his finger as a saber. Before the mountain summit fell off, he renovated it into a simple and crude stone house. Then, he moved it to the platform. Then, he made some stone benches and tables and made a simple courtyard on the platform. Night had already fallen, and the stars bloomed. This was the time when the starlight was the brightest. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the Big Dipper banner soared into the air, fluttering in the wind. The 7 stars, Dubhe, Merak, Megrez, Alioth, Mizar, and Alcade, formed a brilliant constellation in the middle of the banner. The 7 stars attracted each other, and their light flowed as they greedily absorbed the starlight. When the 7 beams of starlight descended, they formed a beautiful pillar of starlight that stretched the distance between heaven and earth. The scattered starlight drifted in the surroundings. This rather ordinary mountain summit among the rolling mountains immediately became boundlessly charming. It flickered with spiritual light, and everyone within 50 kilometers noticed it. Xiao Chen was not afraid of being high profile. As long as the heavenly mystery chi on him remained, his movements could not be kept a secret. The only thing he could do now was to make use of this opportunity to increase his strength and blast the enemies who came to attack him into pieces. Sitting down cross-legged, Xiaochen circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. Lightning flickered, and the seventh layer of the purple thunder divine incantation frantically absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. At the same time, it turned into heavenly sage laws and mental energy in his sea of consciousness. Not enough, far from enough. The speed at which the purple thunder divine incantation absorbed spiritual energy far surpassed that of other cultivation techniques. Xiaochen's body urgently needed spiritual energy to replenish his cultivation. However, the quality of the surrounding spiritual energy was too poor. Using the purple thunder divine incantation's seventh layer to absorb this spiritual energy was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. There was always a lingering sense of hunger. After 1 hour, Xiaochen replenished his exhausted magic energy and heavenly victory laws, so he stopped circulating the purple thunder divine incantation. Cultivating in this place was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Xiaochen did not want to waste this time. If only I had a peak spirit vein, no, a holy spirit vein, here. My cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Only such a spirit vein is worthy of the purple thunder divine incantation. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Xiaochen did not overthink it. With a thought, the 10,000 beast cauldron, tortoise spirit shield, profound umbrella, and the 3 immortal swords all appeared before him. Xiaochen thought for a while before summoning out the holy beast medallion. He sent in his spiritual sense and took a look at the situation inside. He saw that the mutated beast image inside was more solid than before. It even had a vague spirituality to it. The deep-sea black flood dragon could even yawn as it swam. Could it be that this holy beast medallion has the ability to nurture mutated beasts? In just half a day, these mutated beast images are clearly stronger. Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. If that was really the case, then this 10,000 beast cauldron and the holy beast medallion were a perfect pair. Xiaochen reached out and scooped up the 10,000 beast cauldron. Xiaochen had already erased the Lin clan scion's spiritual mark in the cauldron and replaced it with his own. Xiaochen grasped the cauldron's legs and connected his consciousness with it. Then, he tried to drive it. The law energy in his body immediately drained at a visible rate. Mutated beast images leaped out. When 100 of them leaped out, the mutated beast images covered the entire summit. Xiaochen discovered that almost all the law energy in his body had been drained. He could not help but be flabbergasted. This peak king grade secret treasure's consumption is really frightening when it is driven. Actually, aside from this, it was mostly because Xiaochen did not cultivate the 10,000 beast art. When he drove it, he drained even more law energy than the Lin clan scion. If he grasped the 10,000 beast art, given the density of his heavenly sage laws, he would only need 1/3 of the law energy to drive 100 mutated beast images. The holy beast medallion flickered with light and sucked in the 100 mutated beast images. Then, Xiaochen sat down to recover his law energy. Then, he continued to drive the 10,000 beast cauldron. After repeating this 8 times, Xiaochen placed all 1,000 mutated beast images into the holy beast medallion to nourish them. A light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes, clearly excited. Just half a day, and the results were already so obvious. If he nourished them for 10 days to half a month, how strong would they become? That would definitely shock the Lin clan cultivators. As for the remaining 3 king-grade secret treasures, after some thought, Xiaochen decided to keep only the 100 tortoise spirit shield and melt the other 2. Needless to say, the 3 immortal swords did not contain any divine materials. They were just ordinary king-grade secret treasures, relying entirely on the might of the 3 immortal swords. It would not be a pity to melt them. The profound umbrella was made entirely of divine materials. Furthermore, there were 81 of them. However, without the profound flame and with a large hole in it, Xiaochen could not be bothered to repair it, so he melted them all down. Xiaochen raised his head and looked at the sky. The Big Dipper banner above him was boundlessly resplendent, shining with starlight. Xiao Chen had a plan in his heart. He wanted to use the resources from the 2 king-grade secret treasures, the resources from the Heaven and Earth sects' 3 elders, and his 3 thrones to reconstruct the Big Dipper banner. This Big Dipper banner underwent a complete transformation, turning it into something he could rely on to move unhindered in the future. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen carefully put away the profound umbrella and tossed it into the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. Then, he started to use the lunar true flame to smelt it. The sovereign noble clans did not lack resources. The profound umbrella that Xiao Chen forged for Yan Shirsi was made of 81 divine materials, each no less than 500 kilograms. The profound umbrella looked very light. If one was not its master, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to pick it up. The formations of Peak King grade secret treasures were extremely stable. Xiao Chen did not have the lunar true flame. He had just swallowed a large amount of profound true flame, so it would be difficult for him to melt it. Good. The first divine material is separated. Let me see what it is. The profound umbrella had already been melted into a pitch-black lump. A metallic lump flickering with an azure light separated from it. Xiao Chen said joyfully, Dark Mountain Profound Copper. Based on this weight, it should be 250 kilograms. After the second smelting, Xiao Chen was satisfied with half of the 500 kilograms of Dark Mountain Profound Copper remaining. Soon, the 81 lumps of different divine materials separated from the Dragon Phoenix cauldron and floated in the lunar true flame. Each divine material was no less than 250 kilograms. With so many divine materials, one could exchange them for 2 or 3 ordinary king-grade secret treasures at an auction. The accumulations of the sovereign noble clans were truly flabbergasting. Chapter 920. After the pleasant surprise of the profound umbrella, the materials refined from the 3 immortal swords seemed somewhat shabby in comparison. However, it was better than nothing. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the Big Dipper banner in the sky. Starlight shone on Xiao Chen's face, making him look like a star venerate in the night sky. Xiao Chen weighed the flagpole. There were no divine materials in it, only 1,000-year-old mysterious iron and a few other rare metals. The scarlet banner with the 7 astral pearls on it fluttered in the wind. Although it used many materials, it did not contain any divine materials. The clan behind Yi Qing was probably not a major faction. The resources they gave Xiao Chen were only enough to refine the astral pearls. They did not care much about the flagpole or the banner. However, the might of the Big Dipper banner lay in the 7 astral pearls. Only an extremely wealthy person would spend the effort to refine the flagpole and banner. Xiao Chen had other plans. He needed divine materials infused into the flagpole and banner as well. There were 81 divine materials, each weighing 250 kilograms. Xiao Chen planned to use half of them on the flagpole and banner. The remaining half would be used on the astral pearls. That way, the quality of the entire Big Dipper banner would increase several-fold. Xiao Chen had long since memorized the refinement method. He showed a cautious expression, not daring to get distracted. He was extremely focused on the summit. The instant the sun rose, the brand new Big Dipper banner was finally refined. The black flagpole gave off a dense glow. It no longer looked as light as before. With just one look, one could tell that it looked solid. Xiao Chen held it in his hand and waved it around. A dull, heavy sound immediately rang out at the summit. The humming sound spread for 50 kilometers around, shaking the trees and startling the birds and beasts. Flap. 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 The dense forest at the foot of the mountain was filled with the sound of birds and beasts flapping their wings, looking very majestic. A satisfied expression appeared on Xiao Chen's face. Just a casual wave of the flagpole could cause such a commotion. The 81 divine materials had not been added for nothing. With a turn of his right hand, a red aura spread out, bright and glistening. The color of the flag was much deeper than before, fluttering in the wind at the top of the mountain. 7 stars were imprinted in the middle of the flag. The bright starlight overshadowed the rising sun. The accumulations of a sovereign noble clan are indeed astonishing. Just one profound umbrella allowed my Big Dipper banner to increase by more than 2 grades. Xiao Chen's heart was filled with joy, and a thought occurred to him. If I have a few more Peak King grade secret treasures, my Big Dipper banner might be able to reach the peak of quality, comparable to the Big Dipper banner that the cyclic Astral Lord has. However, this was just a thought. With this lesson, the people of the 3 sovereign noble clans would not be able to defeat them. Without reaching the strength of a Grandmaster-level martial sage, these noble clan disciples would definitely not come alone. If they came, they would definitely invite older generation experts. How unfortunate. I lost such an opportunity for nothing. However, if I succeed in the next step, my Big Dipper banner will definitely blaze a new path, surpassing the seniors of the cyclic Astral Palace and reaching another peak. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness burned, turning into a mental energy flame and starting to melt the massacre throne. According to the jade strip that Long Fei gave Xiao Chen, if he wanted to refine the throne into a weapon, he needed to circulate a secret technique and temper it with the mental energy flame. Long Fei had trained for a month before he managed to refine the destruction throne into a trident. Xiao Chen's mental energy turned into an even stronger magic energy, more than 10 times stronger than Long Fei's, comparable to the blue-robed emperor's. The refinement went smoothly. In less than half a day, he had already melted the throne. However, he did not refine it into a weapon. Xiao Chen shouted coldly and sent the melted massacre throne into the Big Dipper banner's Dubhe star, merging it with the Big Dipper banner's first astral pearl. After repeating this process 3 times, Xiao Chen merged the Death Throne and the Destruction Trident into the Merak and Fekta astral pearls. After letting out a long breath, Xiao Chen stared at the banner. The surface of the Dubhe, Merak, and Fekta astral pearls changed colors. Massacre, death, and ruin chi intertwined. However, they did not merge perfectly and still needed to be adjusted. Xiao Chen sent out the Big Dipper banner, and it soared into the clouds. As the banner fluttered, it absorbed the drifting starlight in the sky. The starlight shrank and turned into an astral cocoon surrounding the banner. When sufficient astral energy was gathered, the 3 thrones and the Dubhe stars would merge perfectly. Then, they would break out of the cocoon and undergo a complete transformation. Xiao Chen thought for a while. Then, he rummaged around in the universe ring for a while and took out all the astral cores of the 3 heaven and earth sect inner sect elders, refining them into 7 inferior grade astral pearls. Then, he set up a small constellation around the astral cocoon, increasing the speed at which it absorbed astral energy. Now that he was done, there was nothing left for Xiao Chen to do. All he had to do was wait for the Big Dipper banner to break out of the cocoon. Xiao Chen revealed an expression of anticipation. Since ancient times, no one had done this before. Furthermore, no one had the conditions to do so. He wondered what the brand new Big Dipper banner would look like. Would it be able to accompany Xiao Chen in dancing through the winds and clouds, carving out a bloody path to kingship amid the many strong enemies? It was clearly noon, and the sun was high up in the sky. However, the summit of Xiao Chen's mountain was filled with starlight. Stars appeared, decorating this ordinary summit like an astral palace. Xiao Chen remained calm as he sat on the stone bench. Then, he took out the blue dragon body nourishing art and started reading it. Xiao Chen's physical body had reached peak rank 3 sage body. However, his vital chi remained stuck at half a dragon force, 2,500 tons of force, unable to improve. The blue dragon body nourishing art was undoubtedly a timely help to him. After roughly reading a few pages, Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. Sha. Sha. As he flipped through the pages, Xiao Chen frowned. His lips twitched involuntarily. When Xiao Chen finished reading, he smiled bitterly and tossed the blue dragon body nourishing art onto the stone table. It was not that this blue dragon body nourishing art was not strong. After successfully cultivating the first layer, one could burst out with 5,000 tons of force with one dragon force. Rather, the method of cultivating the blue dragon body nourishing art was simply incredible, flabbergasting. Nourishing the body. The word nourishing was very appropriate. Cultivating this blue dragon body nourishing art required consuming large amounts of divine materials to nourish the body and nurture dragon energy. The number of divine materials required was extremely vast. Just the first layer required close to 5,000 tons of divine materials. The divine materials required to condense the dragon armor body for the second layer were even more astronomical. Aside from the Dragon's Gate, which swept through the place back then, no one else could provide so many resources for such a cultivation technique. Xiaochen felt that no one in the current sect could provide so many divine materials. After putting away the blue dragon body nourishing art, he temporarily gave up on cultivating this cultivation technique. Then, Xiaochen took out a heavenly soul pearl and started to absorb its energy to strengthen his magic energy. The words of the two from the One Dao Palace were indeed true. The heavenly soul pearl of this evil demon was a great supplement to cultivators. In the past 10 days, Xiaochen had consumed 20 heavenly soul pearls. The sea of magic energy in his sea of consciousness had doubled in size, occupying most of his sea of consciousness. Now, when Xiaochen used the 10,000 beast cauldron, he could easily control 100 mutated beast images. On this particular day, just as Xiaochen prepared to consume the jade-white evil demon's heavenly soul pearl, a large group of figures flew out of the forest at the foot of the mountain. Killing Qi soared into the sky and gathered together. Even Xiaochen, who was at the summit, felt a strong wind blowing, ruffling the hair on his forehead. Xiaochen put down the jade-white heavenly soul pearl. Then, he stood up and looked at the astral cocoon above him. What should have come has finally come. If only it had come a little later. The Big Dipper banner would have broken out of the cocoon. Xiaochen, you are really in a good mood. Right now, the entire primal chaos domain knows that you have a peak immortal spirit ring and a rank 9 spirit tree. The people who want to kill you can line up from the foot of this mountain to the summit. Yet, you are still thinking about refining a secret treasure. Many people flew up from the forest. In the blink of an eye, 3 people arrived at the summit and met Xiaochen's gaze. Xiaochen squinted and discovered that these 3 people were not very old. They were all early-stage superior-grade martial sages. The one in the middle was particularly powerful. He was already a peak superior-grade martial sage, only lacking the air of a grandmaster before he could advance to grandmaster-level martial sage. These 3 people wore clothes similar to Lang Taotian's. They should be disciples of the Xianxia sect. Xiaochen had heard that the sect master of the Xianxia sect had a few final disciples. He wondered if the person who spoke was one of them. That's not right. This is a secret treasure of the Zodiac Hall. It actually condensed into an astral cocoon. Ha ha ha. I was right to come this time. I can kill you and snatch this secret treasure. Then, I can use your head to ask Master for a king-grade secret treasure. The expression of the youth in the middle changed slightly as he laughed maniacally. Jizong, it is not your turn to collect the secret treasure of this astral palace. Do you think that there is no one else in our primal chaos domain? A strong wind blew, and a beam of light flew over. Then, a youth in azure robes appeared. His entire body radiated a bloody sword chi. Whoosh! 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 More and more people gathered. Soon, hundreds of people surrounded the summit filled with starlight. These people were all experts of the primal chaos domain, loose cultivators, or elite disciples of large sections. Xiaochen did not say anything. He only looked coldly at these people. Then, he looked back and saw 3 old men with extremely strong auras hiding in a cloud several dozen kilometers away. Mr. Qin. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. The person in the middle was the Medicine God Valley's Grand Master-level alchemist, Mr. Qin. At this moment, he was smiling coldly as he looked at the summit. Of the two people beside Mr. Qin, one was a middle-aged man, and the other was an old man in hempen robes. Both of them had the air of grandmasters that surpassed ordinary people. These were grandmaster-level martial sages who had surpassed the threshold of superior-grade martial sage and had a unique understanding of the martial Tao. They were grandmaster-level martial sages who had already touched the top of the pyramid. They were only one step away from the word emperor, and becoming influential people like the blue-robed emperor. A grandmaster-level alchemist indeed had great connections. He could even invite grandmaster-level martial sages, two of them at once. Mr. Qin really put in a lot of effort and hated Xiao Chen to the bone. Aside from the youth called Ji Zong, Xiao Chen did not care about the others. No matter how many of them came, he would not care. What Xiao Chen cared about was Mr. Qin and the two grandmaster-level martial sages beside him, who were several dozen kilometers away. Normally, he could just leave. Chapter 921. However, the Big Dipper banner happened to be at a crucial moment. Xiao Chen could not leave unless he gave up on this secret treasure that he had spent so much effort on. After putting in so much effort and holding so much hope, how could he give it up just like that? The various experts before him all treated him like a dead man, arguing about who would get their secret treasures and immortal spirit rings after they died. Xiao Chen found this funny. He said calmly, "Speaking of which, are you all done arguing? Are you all going to attack together or one by one?" White-robed King Xiao Chen, you are rather graceful. Even in such a situation, you can still remain calm. There are rumors everywhere that your strength is already equal to that of Diwuk, son of the three holy masters and those peak geniuses of the ancient races. I, Yi Su of the Heavenly Music Sect, do not believe that. A scholarly youth stepped forward and walked out of the crowd, a boundless fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. The Heavenly Music Sect, the Muddy Sky Gate, and the Frost Moon Palace were the three peak sects of the primal chaos domain. They dominated their regions, and their disciples were very proud in the primal chaos domain. Clearly, this Yi Su was not convinced of Xiao Chen's fame. An ancient-looking 36-string zither appeared in Yi Su's hand. When the cool breeze blew, it gave off a tinkling sound like that of flowing water. It was clear and melodious, intoxicating everyone. Xiao Chen revealed an interested expression as he took a step forward. Based on the name of the Heavenly Music Sect, he could guess that it was a sect that specialized in using sound to kill. Yi Su held the zither with both hands. Together with his scholarly air, he looked like an elegant young master of the secular world. White-robed King Xiao Chen, today, I will use you to establish my, Yi Su's, reputation and obtain an invitation to the Heroes' Convention. Ding! Ding! Dong! Dong! Yi Su played the zither with one hand, plucking the strings. The clear, flowing sound suddenly changed into a demonic sound that could kill. Many weapons leaped out of the zither like a storm, tearing through the air and charging at Xiao Chen. The zither music reverberated endlessly. It was just a simple test, but Yi Su already displayed such might. The cultivators who originally looked down on him immediately looked at him in a different light. Yu Qin is the most famous person in the Heavenly Chord sect. I heard that he has long received an invitation from Diwuk. I didn't expect that Yi Su, who is not famous, has some ability. With him dealing with Xiao Chen, he should be able to probe Xiao Chen's true strength. Seeing that someone was trying to probe Xiao Chen's strength, the others were happy to do so and began to comment on it as if they were pointing out the state of affairs. A few cracking sounds rang out in the air. It was Xiao Chen using his finger as a saber. His fingertip flickered with light as he gently tapped the incoming weapons, shattering them one by one. Winding River 9 revolutions. Yi Su's expression changed slightly. He had not expected Xiao Chen to break it so easily. The tune changed, and the surging zither music soared again, surging like a river. With the sound of rushing water, Yi Su materialized a surging river, which flowed down from the 36-stringed zither. It was like Yi Su stood at the peak of a tall mountain. With a casual wave, he made the river descend, giving off a tyrannical aura that suppressed the world. However, while Yi Su was tyrannical, Xiao Chen was even more tyrannical. A bright light flickered on Xiao Chen's body, and the sound of a treasure saber being unsheathed rang out. Ka Xie. Ka Xie. 7 strings of the zither in Yi Su's hand broke, and the zither music stopped. Yi Su's heart sank. What a strong saber intent. It is about to condense into a saber soul. A saber light flew over and instantly chopped the surging river in half. You dare to test me with just this bit of ability? I will defeat you in one move. The saber wind arrived extremely fast. Yi Su could not care less. He raised his zither to block. Ka. 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 The remaining zither strings all broke under this saber strike. However, he still managed to block this sharp saber strike. Yi Su felt confident. He smiled coldly and said, although you are strong, you are dreaming if you want to defeat me in one move. Ka Xie. Right after Yi Su spoke, a bright moon rose behind Xiao Chen. The zither in his hand directly broke, and a flawless saber light shot out from Xiao Chen's hand. Before Yi Su could cry out, the saber chopped him in half, and blood sprayed into the air. Under the moonlight, Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered in the wind, looking cold and proud. He swept his gaze over the shocked crowd and said, just a motley crew. No matter how many of you come, it is useless. Attack together. How arrogant. How arrogant. After being looked down on by Xiao Chen, these people could not help but feel enraged. They turned into beams of flowing light and charged at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. His long hair and clothes fluttered. He used his body as a saber, bringing out an unparalleled saber edge as he charged into the crowd without fear. His entire body was covered in sabers, and the 4 seasons flowed around him. Xiao Chen materialized the flawless saber Dao. Aside from immortal arts and magic skills, he did not hold anything back as he started a massacre in the crowd. Xiao Chen's white robes were dyed with blood, looking like a demonic god bathed in blood. Miserable cries rang out. These people discovered that Xiao Chen's strength was completely different from what Mr. Qin had said. They had completely misjudged the situation. Ji Zong led the 3 disciples of the Xianxia sect to try and delay Xiao Chen several times. However, Xiao Chen managed to shake them off, not bothering with him at all. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and blood splattered everywhere. Soon, the peak filled with starlight became much quieter. Aside from a few who fled, only Ji Zong and the 3 disciples of the Xianxia sect remained. Ji Zong felt a chill in his heart. Probably only his first senior brother could defeat this Xiao Chen before him. Bang! Just at this moment, a dazzling meteor-like light flew over and clashed with Xiao Chen. An earth-shattering sound spread out in all directions. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood as he was blasted back to the peak. When his feet landed, cracks spread out on the summit. The entire mountain looked like it would crumble. The middle-aged man beside Mr. Qin, who had been waiting patiently, made a move. With his Grandmaster-level martial sage cultivation, he knocked back Xiao Chen the moment he made a move. Then, another huge hand flew over and grabbed the astral cocoon in the sky. The other Grandmaster-level martial sage, the hemp-robed old man, made a move as well. Mr. Qin laughed loudly as he walked over. He looked at Xiao Chen, who was on the summit, and said, Xiao Chen, did you enjoy killing earlier? These fools really thought that you were only a medial-grade martial sage. After I tricked them, they could take your head and make a name for themselves. The people you killed were all sects with at least the blue-robed emperor in the primal chaos domain. Among them, there were also disciples of the 3 great sections. Even if the Haotian emperor came, he would not dare to act rashly. This time, you caused a huge disaster. No one will be able to save you. When Ji Zong saw the three people who suddenly charged out and the laughing Mr. Qin, he could not help but feel his hair stand on end. This old fellow's schemes were actually so deep. At the summit where strong winds blew, there was no starlight. Only the lonely bright moon shone down cold moonlight. The hemp-robed old man's quintessence hand grabbed the astral cocoon, and he revealed a smile on his old face. I feel a complete constellation in there. The secret treasure inside is definitely very powerful. If he had succeeded in refining it, it would have been difficult to kill him this time. However, now, it has benefited me. A king-grade secret treasure from the Zodiac Hall is sufficient to raise my strength by another level. Only Grandmaster-level martial sages could bring out the full might of a king-grade secret treasure. This was something that everyone knew. After obtaining a king-grade secret treasure with a raise of his hand, the hemp-robed old man was clearly in a good mood. With a flip of his hand, he placed the entire astral cocoon into his spatial ring, preparing to refine the spiritual mark in it when he returned. At the summit, Xiaochen exchanged punches with the middle-aged man. All his law energy was knocked back. The blade-like energy immediately tore through his body, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. Now, Xiaochen finally knew what the superior-grade martial sages he fought with felt like. The energy of the flawless saber Dao was simply too torturous. Mr. Qin smiled coldly and said, Xiaochen, just stand there obediently and let me slap you 10 times. Then, I can leave you with an intact corpse. The middle-aged man and the hemp-robed old man stood silently beside Mr. Qin, like two protectors protecting him. They looked at Xiaochen coldly and expressionlessly. Grandmaster-level martial sage. Xiaochen felt somewhat sad. All along, he had thought that he could remain undefeated before Grandmaster-level martial sages. Unexpectedly, the difference was so great. The difference in cultivation caused a qualitative change. No matter what technique Xiaochen used, it would crumble before the other party's overwhelming strength, unable to withstand a single blow. Xiaochen's peak rank 3 sage body did not cause him much injury. The difference was too great, he could not block the other party at all. Unless Xiaochen circulated deities descending, it would be very difficult to block a strike from a Grandmaster-level martial sage. The trump card that he had prepared for a long time was snatched away by the other party. Xiaochen's thoughts raced. At this moment, even if he used 2 magic skills, he would only be able to flee. He would not be able to snatch back the Big Dipper banner. Xiaochen felt very dissatisfied. After putting in so much effort and exhausting all his resources, he ended up with nothing in the end. This won't do. Even if I have to leave, I have to kill this undying old thing. Xiaochen's gaze turned cold as he said to Mr. Qin, I'll stand here. If you dare, then come over and slap me. Mr. Qin did not get angry. At this moment, everything was within his control. He smiled faintly and said, since you want to get slapped so much, this old man will grant you your wish. Brother Feng, Senior Lu, I'll break this brat's legs and feet. Let's see how he can remain arrogant then. The middle-aged man with the family name Feng smiled and said, Old Qin, you are a martial sage. Why would you need the 2 of us to work together? Brother Lu, watch carefully and don't let this brat escape. I'll deal with him alone. The hemp-robed old man nodded and landed behind Xiaochen, blocking Xiaochen's path. Brat, your physical body is pretty good. Take another army-killing fist of mine. The middle-aged man grinned maliciously. His body grew in size, and crackling sounds resounded as he transformed into a bloody battlefield. He charged forward like a commander of 1,000 troops on horseback. Kill! Kill! A boundless tyrannical aura spread out from the middle-aged man's body. Before the fist arrived, millions of soldiers with surging blood qi arrived before Xiaochen, shouting, Kill! Chapter 922. These soldiers did not look like materialized phantoms at all. If one looked carefully, even some of the soldiers' beards were different. These soldiers wore blood-stained battle armor and held their combat weapons, wanting to swallow up Xiaochen. When the great rock spreads its wings, it hates the sky for being too low. Xiaochen's face sank. He also used his most tyrannical punch to clash. He wanted to see how big the gap was between him and a Grandmaster-level martial sage. A huge shadow descended as Xiaochen turned into a Kunpeng and spread its wings to soar. Miserable cries resounded. The soldiers in front turned into clumps of blood mist and scattered in all directions. The two clashed in the air. The middle-aged man was like a powerful overlord sweeping through the surroundings. Xiaochen was like the holy beast Kunpeng soaring into the sky. The two's moves were extremely ferocious, without much finesse. Thunderous sounds resounded. The mountain below could no longer withstand the tremors. With a loud rumble, the entire mountain peak turned into rubble and scattered everywhere. Xiaochen took 100 steps back. With every step he took, space trembled. The middle-aged man's body trembled slightly as he did his best to circulate his quintessence, digesting the energy of the Kunpeng fist. A strong wind blew around him, and his clothes and hair fluttered wildly. The Xianshui sect Ji Zong, who was watching from the side, was mildly startled. What's going on? Could it be that even a Grandmaster-level martial sage is forced back by him? Amid the wind, the middle-aged man did his best but still took a step back in the end. The middle-aged man revealed a shocked expression. Unexpectedly, his punch did not manage to blast Xiaochen apart. Instead, he even took a step back. Xiaochen vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion paled as he wiped off the blood with his right hand. Then, he looked straight at the middle-aged man and smiled. "Ah. The gap is not as big as I thought. It looks like you had the initiative in the earlier punch. That's why I ended up in such a sorry state." Stubborn. The middle-aged man became slightly angry. The scarlet light in the surroundings entered his body. With an explosive flash, he chased after Xiaochen and punched. Xiaochen materialized flawless 4 seasons. In the end, the spring saber, summer saber, and autumn saber were all shattered by his opponent's punch. Only the repaired winter saber managed to hold on for a moment. The two of them fought intensely in the air. Xiaochen was knocked back by the other party's punches, and his face was completely drained of blood. His internal organs were torn apart by the army-killing fist's tyrannical might. If Xiaochen had not cultivated the firmament body tempering art to consummation, his internal organs would have shattered long ago. He would not have been able to hold on. The hemp-robed old man smiled and said, "Brother Feng, since when did a medial-grade martial sage become so tiring? It has already been almost 20 moves, right?" F***CK. The middle-aged man's rage was completely ignited. He no longer held back and punched out with the army-killing fist, causing the mountains and rivers to tremble and bloodlight to soar into the sky. The pressure on Xiaochen multiplied, but when he saw Mr. Qin's position, he gritted his teeth and held on. Endure. There was only one thought in Xiaochen's mind. No matter what, he had to kill this Mr. Qin. Even if the medicine god of the Medicine God Valley came personally, he would not be able to save him. "Xiaochen, weren't you very arrogant all along? Why are you being beaten up like a dog now? Bring out the arrogance you had in the merfolk race." When Mr. Qin saw Xiaochen struggling miserably on the bloody battlefield, he felt very pleased. Bang! Another punch knocked Xiaochen back. His blood-stained white robes combined with his pale face made Xiaochen look incredibly weak at this moment. The middle-aged man smiled coldly and chased after Xiaochen, sending out 3 punches. Ka-ca. Ka-ca. The bones in Xiaochen's right hand, which he used to clash with the middle-aged man, cracked. Joy appeared on Mr. Qin's face as he shouted, "Brother Feng, spare his life. I will slap him to death. Mr. Qin's figure flashed as he rushed over at lightning speed. He feared that the middle-aged man would beat Xiao Chen to death. The middle-aged man withdrew his fist and stood upright. He secretly shook his aching right hand, happy to stop. Mr. Qin raised his right hand and looked at the half-dead Xiao Chen. He said in a sullen voice, "No one has ever slapped this old man before. Back then, you sent me flying with one slap. Today, I will slap you to death with one slap." A strand of divine light flashed through the sky and entered Xiao Chen's body. His left hand glowed with a golden light. Xiao Chen, who had been suppressed for a long time, finally had this opportunity. The deities descending that he had not used all this time erupted at this moment. "Slap me to death? Let me slap you to death." Pa! A resounding slap rang out. Xiao Chen's left hand, which glowed with a golden light, landed on the right side of Mr. Qin's face. Before Mr. Qin's incredulous gaze, he was shocked to discover that his eyes could see his back. Before he could figure this out, his thoughts were cut off. The sudden turn of events stunned the middle-aged man and the hemp-robed old man. How could the extremely weak Xiao Chen still burst forth with such strength? "You are seeking death." The hemp-robed old man reacted. Killing chi surged in his eyes as a veritable essence hand instantly formed and descended from the sky, intending to smash Xiao Chen to death. "Damn, this is going to be big." The middle-aged man cursed and charged forward once more. Bang! Just at this moment, the hemp-robed old man's spatial ring burst open, and countless beams of starlight shot out. The Big Dipper banner, which had a three-colored light flowing on it, flew out. The other items in the spatial ring also scattered in all directions like a celestial maiden scattering them. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. When he saw the Big Dipper banner illuminating 5 kilometers around, he laughed loudly. "Big Dipper banner, you did not disappoint me indeed. My efforts were not in vain." The explosion of the spatial ring produced a huge shock wave, catching the hemp-robed old man off guard. The veritable essence hand shattered. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and caught Mr. Qin's spatial ring. Then, he grabbed the Big Dipper banner. Surging astral energy shot out. Massacre, death, and ruin, 3 different lights, changed unpredictably with the starlight. Xiao Chen used the banner pole as a spear and sent it out, clashing with the middle-aged man's fist light. The instant they clashed, Xiao Chen flicked his wrist, and the banner on the pole unfurled. Boundless starlight immediately burst out. The 7 astral pearls released resplendent light, forming a complete constellation. Ruin, death, and massacre, 3 kinds of astral energy, flowed together with the starlight. Bang! The middle-aged man took 10 steps back, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. His eyes filled with shock. The Big Dipper banner containing 3 states was unheard of since ancient times. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and waved the banner, collecting all the astral coins, medicinal pills, astral cores, and divine materials in the air. These were the collection of a Grandmaster-level martial sage. "Damn it! How dare you snatch my treasures?" When the hemp-robed old man saw Xiao Chen sweep away most of his treasures, he flew into a rage. He stretched out his hand, and a huge flaming hand smashed down. Xiao Chen did not even bother looking at the treasures that he collected. He simply tossed them into the universe ring. Then, he shook the astral banner, and a beam of starlight shot out. This beam of starlight pierced through the quintessence hand that the hemp-robed old man formed, shattering it. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt his body brimming with energy. The abundant astral energy in the Big Dipper banner could actually replenish the law energy that he exhausted. Xiao Chen swung his right hand. With his strong recovery ability, he could move his broken bones with some difficulty. Holding the reborn Big Dipper banner, Xiao Chen held some initiative. As he swung the banner, he blocked the sharp attacks of the middle-aged man and the hemp-robed old man. Ji Zong's eyes went wide as he watched from the side. Who knew how many divine materials this astral banner contained for it to have such might? Furthermore, there were the three attributes of destruction, death, and massacre. Even the Big Dipper banner in the hands of the Big Dipper Palace's palace master could not compare to the one in Xiao Chen's hand. Massacre. With a thought from Xiao Chen, the massacre chi contained in the Dubhe star shot out together with the starlight. The surging astral energy immediately turned scarlet like blood. The astral banner fluttered, and the sound of massacre spread out for 5 kilometers around. There was only one sound in the sky, one word, kill. The moment the word kill appeared, it shattered the martial techniques of the middle-aged man and the hemp-robed old man. The Big Dipper banner spun again, and the scarlet light faded. The death chi in the Merak star surged, and the starlight turned pitch black. All the sounds in the world merged into one word, die. The moment the word kill appeared, it shattered the martial techniques of the two. The middle-aged man and the hemp-robed old man were both shocked and enraged. When the black light vanished, Xiao Chen raised the Big Dipper banner and charged forward first. The destruction chi of the Fekta star turned the starlight grayish-white. Then, it formed the word destroy and surged towards the two. Rumble. The moment the word destroy appeared, many mountains collapsed. Cracks appeared on the skin of the middle-aged man and the hemp-robed old man, and blood leaked out. You are seeking death. You are just a mere medial-grade martial sage, and yet you dare to be so arrogant. The hemp-robed old man was thoroughly enraged. He opened his forehead and spat out a flaming palm leaf fan. Fiery clouds spread out for 50 kilometers above his head. The middle-aged man's expression turned sullen, and a scarlet military seal appeared in his palm. He pushed it out, and it became as large as a mountain hovering above his head. Groups of armored soldiers on warhorses floated around the military seal. Their chi and blood soared into the sky, scattering the clouds in the sky. When Ji Zong saw the situation, he quickly turned around and led his disciples away, not daring to stay any longer. This Xiao Chen had really gone overboard. Grandmaster-level martial sages could already bring out the full might of a king-grade secret treasure. Once they brought out their secret treasures, they were getting serious. It would not be an exaggeration to describe the shockwaves of the battle as earth-shattering. When one thought about it, Xiao Chen was rather capable. Unexpectedly, he forced 2 Grandmaster-level martial sages to take out their king-grade secret treasures. The light of the Big Dipper banner slowly faded. In the blink of an eye, it vanished completely. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He had gone overboard. Earlier, Xiao Chen had only cared about playing around, not holding back at all. He had used up all the astral energy in the Big Dipper banner. To be able to force us, the demonic brilliant 2 elders, to use our life king-grade secret treasures, Xiao Chen, you should be proud even in death. The hemp-robed old man snorted coldly and grabbed the flaming palm leaf fan. Then, he gently fanned it, and a strong wind carrying the flames formed 999 flame tornadoes, each one 1 kilometer long, surging towards Xiao Chen. A vast sea of fire filled Xiao Chen's vision. The might of one fan was already so strong. The full might of a king-grade secret treasure was truly terrifying. The middle-aged man formed hand seals and spat out the word, command. The scarlet military seal flashed, and 100,000 soldiers charged over, accompanied by a flaming wind. As the horses galloped in the air, the surrounding 50 kilometers rumbled. The ground shook intensely, and countless cracks appeared. Chapter 923. Xiao Chen withdrew the Big Dipper banner into his sea of consciousness. Then, he said sullenly, this bit of ability is not enough to kill me. Demonic brilliant 2 elders, I, Xiao Chen, will remember you. The mountains will not change, the rivers will flow forever. In the future, I will definitely take your heads. Great Sun Incantation, burning the void. The magic energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, which had already tripled in size, suddenly burned and drained. The blazing sun suddenly appeared in the night sky, turning into an ancient, Yang character as it soared into the sky. Boom! The flames of the sun spread out in the air, clashing with the towering flaming tornado and the 100,000 bloody soldiers in the air. Surging shock waves covered the sky and the sun. The tall mountains for 50 kilometers around were instantly flattened. All sorts of lights bloomed in the air like fireworks, lasting for a long time. When everything calmed down, Xiaochen was nowhere to be seen. The hemp-robed old man and the middle-aged man were stunned. After a long time, they put away their king-grade secret treasures. Mr. Qin died before our eyes. We will not be able to give an explanation to the Medicine God Valley. The middle-aged man retorted angrily, "What explanation? If we go, we will definitely be beaten to death. I just feel heartache. The primal essence nature pill that Mr. Qin promised us ended up with this brat. That is a king-grade medicinal pill that can increase one's cultivation by 60 years. The hemp-robed old man sighed and said, "This time, I suffered a great loss. Let's not care about this brat. Let's quickly go to the heavenly ruin wasteland and see if we can make up for our losses." How unlucky. If we had not agreed to Mr. Qin's request, we might have already gained a lot in the heavenly ruin wasteland. That might not be the case. The heavenly ruin wasteland has an immortal sect remnant buried there. It is a supreme sect of the immortal epoch. Even the blue-robed emperor would enter. We are just minor characters there. After running for hundreds of kilometers, Xiaochen stopped in front of a majestic and imposing city. The words, Jianghu, were written on the city gates. This was one of the largest cities in the primal chaos domain. There were countless cultivators in the city, and it was very complicated. Martial sage experts could be seen everywhere. Xiaochen pondered for a while. There were many people who wanted to kill him now. Rather than hiding outside, it was better to cultivate in this city for a while. Then, he rushed to Zhongzhou Bushan Palace to participate in the king-conferring ceremony. If Xiaochen relied on the huge flow of people to hide, he would be like a drop in the ocean. Even if a major character knew divination, it would not be easy for them to find him. After putting on the heavenly sea cloak, Xiaochen headed straight for the city gates. He walked into the city as if he was air. Xiaochen paid the astral coins and reserved a superior room at a nearby inn. Only now did Xiaochen let out a sigh of relief. He was temporarily safe. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to recover from his injuries. The middle-aged man's army-killing fist was boundlessly tyrannical. His blood chi soared into the sky. There was always a surge of energy that could not be eliminated from the internal injuries, causing the injuries to be unable to heal automatically. Now that Xiaochen had calmed down, it was time to get rid of this scarlet energy. This energy was harder to get rid of than Xiaochen had expected. After the scarlet energy pierced into his internal organs for a short period of time, it became deeply rooted and extremely difficult to get rid of. Xiaochen only managed to recover after 3 days. A light flashed in his eyes as he quickly checked Mr. Qin's spatial ring. Indeed, the heavenly secret divination disc floated quietly in the ring. After fiddling with the heavenly secret divination disc for a while, Xiaochen thought to himself, "After killing Mr. Qin this time, I have thoroughly offended the Medicine God Valley. This will be a huge problem in the future." The Medicine God Valley was a peak faction of the Profound Domain. They were much stronger than the Heaven and Earth sect. In terms of overall strength, they were no weaker than the Haotian sect. "Hey, what is this?" Xiaochen's spiritual sense was attracted by a jade bottle in the spatial ring, interrupting his thoughts. That jade bottle gave off a spiritual light. It was transparent and overflowed with light. Unexpectedly, it could not block out the spiritual light of the medicinal pill inside. What medicinal pill is this for its spiritual light to be so intense? The spiritual light was too intense, so much so that Xiaochen did not dare to take it out. He got off the bed and went to the cultivation room in the room before carefully taking out the jade bottle. This was an inn specially prepared for cultivators. Normally, the best rooms would have similar cultivation rooms that could isolate the spiritual energy fluctuations generated by cultivation. The crystalline jade bottle was transparent. Spiritual energy spread out and turned into dragons swimming around the room, moving through the clouds of spiritual energy. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and sucked in several dragon-shaped spiritual energy strands. Xiao Chen's body immediately felt very comfortable. The purple heavenly laws around his dantian churned. After absorbing this spiritual energy, he felt extremely satisfied. Bang! 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 10 brand new heavenly sage laws appeared. They were as thick as a finger, but they gave off a dense purple light and flickered with sparks. Xiao Chen was startled. What exactly is this medicinal pill? Spiritual energy turned into dragons. Just one breath and my cultivation increased by a small amount. What would happen if I swallowed the entire medicinal pill? Xiao Chen's cultivation was different from that of ordinary people. Without a fortuitous encounter, he would have needed at least a month to raise his cultivation. Looking at the jade bottle, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. He had not expected Mr. Qin to have such a medicinal pill. If Xiao Chen guessed right, this should be the reward for the demonic brilliant 2 elders. It was an extremely precious king-grade medicinal pill that could raise a cultivator's cultivation. Good. What I lack now is cultivation. Mr. Qin, oh, Mr. Qin, you are really providing me with timely assistance. Xiao Chen opened the bottle cap and was about to consume the medicinal pill. Who knew? A beam of dim light shot out the instant he opened the bottle cap and headed for the door. Bang! The dim light crashed into the restrictions on the wall, causing Xiao Chen to groan in pain. That was a thumb-sized medicinal pill with a small face on it. It had eyes, a mouth, but no nose. Small hands and feet even grew out of the medicinal pill, rubbing its head in pain. It looked extremely cute. A pill spirit? In the past, Xiao Chen had heard of stories of medicinal pills gaining spirituality. Unexpectedly, he saw it for himself. Fortunately, this pill spirit was not strong. Xiao Chen had the foresight to open the jade bottle in the cultivation room. Otherwise, it would have flown away. Come back. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed. A strong suction pulled the medicinal pill into his palm. The tiny pill spirit stood pitifully on Xiao Chen's palm, crying out pitifully. It looked extremely aggrieved, making it hard to swallow. Xiao Chen remained unmoved. He said, "Don't feel aggrieved. Medicinal pills are refined for others to eat." Before Xiao Chen could finish speaking, the pitiful little pill spirit shook its head and swelled to the size of a watermelon. Then, it opened its ferocious mouth and tried to chew on Xiao Chen's head. Hee. After swallowing you, you idiot, I will truly become a pill spirit. This broken house will not be able to trap me anymore. The pill spirit laughed sinisterly. A pill spirit eating its master. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He threw a palm strike, and law energy surged out. Electricity flickered, and this pill spirit cried out miserably. A smooth medicinal pill appeared before Xiao Chen. He could even see a clump of primal chaos chi swimming around in the medicinal pill. This medicinal pill gained spirituality. Now, Xiao Chen was certain that the medicinal pill in his hand was a king-grade medicinal pill. However, he had only refined it for a short time, so this pill spirit did not have much growth yet. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to deal with. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and swallowed this primal essence nature pill without hesitation. Then, he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation and frantically swallowed the primal essence nature pill. Beams of purple light shot out from his body. The 3,000 strands of black light all turned crystalline purple. The entire room was filled with a sea of electricity. All sorts of mutated beasts appeared in the sea, roaring at the sky. The medicinal energy of this pill made Xiaochen feel incredibly carefree. All along, he had been like a child who could not eat his fill. The surrounding spiritual energy could not satisfy him at all. After swallowing this pill, his bones, flesh, and heavenly sage laws all felt extremely satisfied. After refining for 3 days, Xiaochen opened his eyes, feeling like he had not had enough. His purple hair had not completely faded yet, making him look sinister. In 3 days, Xiaochen's cultivation had risen from early-stage medial-grade martial sage to middle-stage medial-grade martial sage. Xiaochen licked his lips. This medicinal pill was really good stuff. Unfortunately, there was only one. If he had another 8 or 10, he might have been able to push his cultivation to superior-grade martial sage. Then, he would be able to fight a Grandmaster-level martial sage head-on. However, this was already pretty good. With his current cultivation, he no longer had to be so passive when facing the demonic brilliant 2 elders, unable to resist at all. After standing up and leaving, Xiaochen muttered to himself for a while before putting on a scarlet cloak. This was a sage-grade secret treasure from the hemp-robed old man's collection. It had the effect of increasing one's speed. A scarlet light flowed around the cloak, fluttering about. This scarlet cloak looked very cool. Then, Xiaochen turned the blue Neptune headscarf into red and tied it around his forehead, matching his purple hair. Xiaochen's aura immediately changed. He now looked like an elite disciple of an evil sect, exuding an evil aura. Unless one was very close to him, it would be hard for others to connect him to Xiaochen. Xiaochen's purple hair toppled many people's opinions. A folding fan appeared in Xiaochen's hand. After sizing up his current attire, he smiled faintly and walked out. In the bustling inn, Xiaochen ordered some food and wine as he listened to the conversations of the various cultivators. There were many people from all walks of life in the inn. He could hear the latest news of the primal chaos domain here. Did you hear? The profound domain's demonic brilliant 2 elders suffered at the hands of the white-robed Xiaochen. They were invited by Mr. Qin to kill Xiaochen. Who could have imagined that Xiaochen would kill Mr. Qin and swagger off? The demonic brilliant 2 elders are not ordinary Grandmaster-level martial sages. They have been famous for many years. They have lived for 400 or 500 years, and their cultivations are ridiculously deep. They can kill a regular superior-grade martial sage with one punch. This Xiaochen is really bold. I heard that he even killed the disciples of all the big sects in the primal chaos domain. Now, several sects have already started to hunt him down. How unfortunate. The experts of my primal chaos domain are all rushing to the heavenly ruin wasteland. This Xiaochen will be free and unfettered for a while. When Xiaochen heard this, he felt excited. No wonder the demonic brilliant 2 elders are so strong. It turns out that they have lived for 400 or 500 years. It is only natural that their cultivations far surpass mine. However, what is this heavenly ruin wasteland? To think that it would attract so many experts of the primal chaos domain. Curiosity stirred in Xiaochen's heart. He raised his hand to that eloquent, skinny man and said, "This brother, would you like to come over and have a drink?" The skinny man was in the middle of speaking when he was interrupted. He was displeased, but when he turned to look, he saw that someone had interrupted him. However, when he looked over, he saw that Xiaochen was covered in secret treasures and had an overwhelming evil aura. Chapter 924. He walked over with a smile and performed a cupped fist salute. How should I address this brother? I am Xing Qingyun, a rank 1 loose cultivator from the primal chaos domain. Yichen from the heavenly starry ocean's Northern Sea Alliance. I was invited by Diwuk to discuss the Heroes Convention and to meet Xiaochen at the same time. I want to see how capable he is to dare to kill someone under the nose of a martial emperor. Xiaochen's expression did not change as he spoke nonsense. No one could make out any flaws. So, it is the Northern Sea Alliance's young master Yi. I misjudged you. When Xing Qingyun heard that Xiao Chen came from the Northern Sea Alliance, a peak sect of the heavenly starry ocean, and that he even received an invitation from Di Wuk, he quickly felt deep veneration for Xiao Chen. I heard that Di Wuk has already arrived in the primal chaos domain and met with the top true inheritors of the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music sect. Now, they are heading to the Heavenly Ruin Wasteland together. Di Wuk also came to the primal chaos domain. It looked like he had put in a lot of effort for the sake of the heroes' convention. Xiao Chen revealed a doubtful expression. He said, "This is my first time in the primal chaos domain. Recently, I kept hearing about the Heavenly Ruin Wasteland. Since Brother Xing is so knowledgeable, can you explain it to me?" Xing Qingyun felt very pleased with Xiao Chen's flattery. He smiled and said, "You really asked the right person. The Heavenly Ruin Wasteland is a land of fortuitous encounters in the primal chaos domain. Occasionally, all sorts of remnants appear there. This time, someone actually discovered a large immortal sect, attracting the attention of many experts. Even the blue-robed emperor made a move." Xiao Chen felt enlightened. It looked like the Heavenly Ruin Wasteland was a place similar to the savage battlefield. I heard that young Master Yi wants to kill Xiao Chen." Xing Qingyun said hesitantly. Naturally, Xiao Chen could not kill himself. However, to deceive others, he had to put on a convincing act. He asked coldly, "What's wrong? Do you think I'm not that strong?" Xing Qingyun smiled and said, "I'll be honest. Young Master Yi is not weak. However, it is far from enough to kill Xiao Chen. You should know that even the demonic brilliant two elders could not stop him." Xiao Chen saw that there was a hidden meaning in his words and directly said, "If you have something to say, just say it. In that case, I will be direct. Some of the disciples of the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Sound sect have formed a king-killing alliance. I feel that if young Master Yi joins them, you will have a higher chance of killing Xiao Chen." "Kill the king? What king?" "Naturally, it's the white-robed king, Xiao Chen. This fellow has yet to obtain the title of Blue Dragon King, but the title of the white-robed king has already spread. There's no problem with calling him the white-robed king." King-killing alliance? A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. He asked, "Brother Xing, how do you know Xiao Chen's location? Could it be that you are trying to hunt down the Haotian sect by forming the king-killing alliance so suddenly?" Xing Qingyun smiled and said, "Naturally not. Given Xiao Chen's character, given the appearance of an immortal sect remnant in the Heavenly Ruin Wasteland, he will definitely go. Our alliance's people have been guarding the entrance. We will catch him sooner or later." Xiao Chen sighed softly. "This is really a coincidence. I managed to avoid some trouble. I wonder who the people forming the king-killing alliance are. True experts should disdain forming alliances." Suddenly, a plan appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Right now, there were many people who wanted to kill him. He might as well stir up trouble. "How about it, Brother Yi? Join our king-killing alliance," Xing Qingyun said with anticipation. Xiao Chen swung the folding fan in his hand and revealed a proud expression. He smiled coldly and said, "Brother Xing, are you looking down on me? With my strength, do I need to join someone else's king-killing alliance? To hunt down just one Xiao Chen, I also need to form an alliance. This king-killing alliance is just so in my opinion." Xing Qingyun's expression changed drastically. He forced a smile and said, "Then, I have something to do, so I will leave first. I wish young Master Yi good luck." Xiao Chen placed his hand on Xing Qingyun's shoulder. Then, he smiled with narrowed eyes. "Brother Xing, what are you planning to do?" "I just got excited and decided to form a demon-slaying alliance to hunt down Xiao Chen. I will appoint you as the alliance chief." Xing Qingyun felt a strong energy enter his body, able to shred his meridians and internal organs at any moment. The hand that Xiao Chen placed on Xing Qingyun's shoulder was like the hand of the Grim Reaper. As long as Xiao Chen made any strange movements, he would instantly die. I am weak. I really cannot shoulder such a heavy responsibility, Xing Qingyun said, his voice trembling. There were many major characters in the king-killing alliance. Several outstanding talents of the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music sect were there, as well as some famous loose cultivators. If Xing Qingyun joined this demon-slaying alliance, he would be slapping their faces. He would not have a good time. What's wrong, brother Xing? Are you looking down on me? Xiao Chen's expression turned cold as he gently patted Xing Qingyun's shoulder twice. Xing Qingyun's heart thumped heavily as he showed a sullen expression. How could he dare to say no? What an unexpected calamity. An unexpected calamity. Originally, Xing Qingyun wanted to recruit an expert to raise his position in the alliance. Unexpectedly, he ended up offending such a fearless master. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Together with his head of purple hair and scarlet headscarf, he looked as sinister as one could imagine. That's right. Let's go. Bring me to the heavenly ruin wasteland. We will go there to kill demons as well, to kill the white-robed demon Xiao Chen. Follow me and become famous. Xing Qingyun, why are you still here? The last batch of people in the alliance is about to set off. Now, you are the only one left. Dong! 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 Footsteps came from the inn. A group of cultivators with extraordinary cultivations arrived. The leader of this group spoke anxiously to Xing Qingyun. Xing Qingyun was about to answer when Xiao Chen stopped him. He smiled and said, "Everyone, please return. Xing Qingyun is now the alliance chief of my demon-slaying alliance. He has nothing to do with your king-killing alliance. You are seeking death. Where did you come from? How dare you poach the people of our king-killing alliance? I think you are Xiao Chen's accomplice." When the leader of this group saw that Xiao Chen was only a medial-grade martial sage, he could not be bothered to speak with him. He stepped forward and sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen. When this person sent out the palm strike, a cold palace rose up behind him. A cold moon hung high in the distance. This person was actually an outstanding disciple of the Frost Moon Palace. Someone in the surroundings recognized this person and whispered, "That is the Frost Moon Palace's Xiang Xiaoyu. He is one of the top elites of the Frost Moon Palace. This young Master Yi of the Northern Sea Alliance is probably going to suffer." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Good timing. I will take your head and spread the name of our demon-slaying alliance." Xiao Chen did not use any martial techniques, he only relied on his cultivation. He leaped up and clashed with a palm strike. His body gave off a bright purple light, and clumps of electricity flickered. There was a berserk sound of thunder in the inn, causing the floors to tremble. Bang! Crisp sounds rang out continuously. That palace and the cold moon shattered one by one. Xiang Xiaoyu vomited a mouthful of blood and fell miserably to the ground. A horrified expression appeared in his eyes. The others in the inn were shocked as well. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen defeated Xiang Xiaoyu in one move. This Yi Chen really had a great background. Let's go. You offended our king-killing alliance. There is no place for you in this primal chaos domain. Also, Xing Qingyun, you are very courageous. You are a traitor. Xiang Xiaoyu said ruthlessly as he climbed to his feet. Then, he led a group of people away. Leave? Our alliance chief did not say anything. Do you think you can leave just like that? Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and opened the folding fan in his hand. In a flash, he arrived before Xiang Xiaoyu. Electricity burst out of the folding fan, and he knocked Xiang Xiaoyu back in a few moves. Xiao Chen did not let the others off either, knocking them to the ground one by one. Xiao Chen's scarlet cloak fluttered behind him as he fanned himself. Then, he smiled and said, "Alliance Chief Xing, how to deal with these people will be up to you. Xing Qingyun had a sullen expression as he complained bitterly in his heart. These people are finished. I will not be able to survive in the primal chaos domain in the future. Young Master Yi, I think we should let these people go. Xiaochun closed his folding fan and smiled. Since the Alliance chief has spoken, I will let you all go. Leave behind your spatial rings, and you can scram. Xiang Xiaoyu took the lead and tossed aside the spatial rings. Then, he said to Xing Qingyun, you are dead for sure. How dare you betray us and oppose our king-killing alliance? From today on, there is no place for you in the primal chaos domain. The others left behind their spatial rings and glared at Xing Qingyun hatefully before quickly leaving this place. Xiaochun picked up the spatial rings on the ground and gave half to Xing Qingyun. Then, he performed a cupped fist salute to the people in the inn and said, the demon-slaying alliance is officially established today. The alliance chief said that when we see the people of the king-killing alliance, we have to beat them up like dogs. Whoosh! Xiaochun grabbed Xing Qingyun and leaped out of the inn. Then, he smiled and said, Brother Xing, how did it feel earlier? From today on, your name will definitely spread throughout the entire primal chaos domain. Xing Qingyun smiled bitterly. Now, even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he would not be able to clear his name. However, he opened the spatial rings in his hand. When Xing Qingyun saw that he had obtained a large sum of wealth so easily, his heart pounded heavily. Come, bring me to the heavenly ruin wasteland. Xing Qingyun helplessly led Xiaochun to the heavenly ruin wasteland. Along the way, Xiaochun met with the people of the king-killing alliance. They did not show any mercy at all, and Xiaochun killed all of them. 3 days later, the entrance to the heavenly ruin wasteland appeared in the distance. A primal chaos whirlpool floated in the air. With a quick glance, one could see a multicolored light filling the sky behind the whirlpool. However, there were even more black flames that were blowing non-stop, making whooshing noises that struck fear into the hearts of those who looked at them. Xing Qingyun explained, Young Master Yi, the entrance is in front. However, dark demonic flames spread for 50 kilometers in there. If you enter rashly, you will be burned to ashes. Of course, that is a different story if you are as strong as the blue-robed emperor. Xiaochun had heard of the dark demonic flames before. This was a kind of flame from the deep abyss demonic world, a type of inattributed flame. However, it was not as difficult as other flames. Even Grandmaster-level martial sages would find it hard to deal with it. Xiaochun frowned and said, there should be a way to enter, right? Xing Qingyun's mood improved slightly. He smiled and said, naturally, there is. Every evening, when the sun sets, the might of the dark demonic flames will be at their lowest. As long as one's cultivation is sufficient, one can slowly endure it. Alternatively, if you are fast enough, you can fly 50 kilometers in one breath. At that time, the dark demonic flames will not be able to catch up to you. Xiaochun entered deep thought, considering which method he could use to enter. Since an immortal sect remnant had appeared in the heavenly ruin wasteland, naturally, he wanted to enter as well. When others obtained magic treasures, they needed to reforge them into secret treasures before they could use them. However, Xiaochun could use them as he pleased. Even if he could not break them down into divine materials, he could use them to cultivate the blue dragon body nourishing art. Chapter 925. A few factions gathered in the sky at the entrance of the heavenly ruin wasteland. Xing Qingyun pointed to one of them, feeling somewhat depressed. He said, that is the king-killing alliance. The one standing in the palace is the Frost Moon Palace's Yuntianhe. He is second only to the top true inheritor of the Frost Moon Palace, Lu Zheng. There are many white-clad women around him. The one with a set of bells in front of him is the heavenly music sect's Gao Baiyu. He is also the second strongest person of the younger generation in the sect. The king-killing alliance is made up of these two people. Xiaochun took a look and discovered that there were indeed many experts among them. There was even a Grandmaster-level martial sage old man behind Yun Tianhe and Lu Zheng. However, Xiao Chen could sense that these three were all Grandmaster-level martial sages. Xing Qingyun, you are really bold. We pulled you into the king-killing alliance, and yet you still dare to betray us and bite back at us. When Yun Tianhe saw Xiao Chen and Xing Qingyun rushing over from the cold palace, he led a group of people from the king-killing alliance to block the two. Xing Qingyun felt like crying. He really wanted to explain. However, he had already killed so many of the other party's people. There was no way to explain. Either way, he would die. Xing Qingyun threw caution to the wind and shouted, "What dogfart king-killing alliance? You have to gather so many people just to kill Xiao Chen. Before our demon-slaying alliance, you are nothing." Yun Tianhe felt stifled. Unexpectedly, an unremarkable person from 3 days ago actually dared to shout at him. "Senior brother Yun, this brat is reckless. I'll help you take his head." A figure leaped out, and a horrifying aura soared into the clouds, kicking up strong winds in the surroundings. The newcomer was an outstanding young superior-grade martial sage, much stronger than Xing Qingyun's. "How dare a nobody like you speak to our alliance chief?" Scram! Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he blocked the front and punched. After consuming the primal essence nature pill, although Xiao Chen was only a middle-stage medial-grade martial sage now, he would not fear fighting a grandmaster-level martial sage. When he punched out, the sound of thunder rang out continuously. The newcomer was sent flying and coughed up blood. As Yun Tianhe stood above the palace, a cold moon rose into the sky, and the air suddenly turned cold. He looked at Xiao Chen, who had purple hair and a blood-like cloak fluttering in the wind. He frowned and asked, "Who exactly are you? Why are you making things difficult for us?" Xiao Chen opened his folding fan and stood upright in the air. He smiled and said, "I will never change my name or surname. I am Xiao Chen of the Heavenly Starry Ocean's Northern Sea Alliance. Yi Chen. The bloody young master Yi Chen." The Frost Moon Palace's Yun Tianhe and the Heavenly Music sect's Gao Baiyu revealed shocked expressions, turning grave. When Xiao Chen saw the two's expressions, he could not help but think, "Bloody young master Yi Chen, could there really be someone in the Northern Sea Alliance called Yi Chen? I really made up this name." Xing Qingyun observed the two's expressions and felt that this Yi Chen seemed to have a great background. He laughed loudly and said, "Yun Tianhe, Gao Baiyu, the king-killing alliance is no longer as mighty as before. Now, our demon-slaying alliance is very popular. Xiao Chen will only die at our hands." Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu exchanged glances. Then, they turned their heads and said in a condescending tone, "The fame of the Northern Sea Alliance's 4 young masters is very resounding. However, in our primal chaos domain, you have not reached the point where you can do as you please without fear. Yi Chen, you killed the people of our king-killing alliance. You have to give us an explanation. Otherwise, no matter how great your background is, you can forget about entering this heavenly ruin wasteland." Xiao Chen found it funny. To think that a random name could have the same name. Xiao Chen's luck is really good. As for the real brother Yi Chen, I can only apologize. However, in any case, the other party is very far away. No matter what, there will be some connection. Xiao Chen can use the other party's name to do as he pleases. Apologize to you and ask our alliance chief if he agrees. Alliance Chief Xing, do you agree? Xiao Chen said as he turned his head to Xing Qingyun. Along the way, Xing Qingyun had killed people and snatched their treasures. He had shared many of the benefits with Xing Qingyun. Now, Xing Qingyun realized that Xiao Chen had a great background. Xing Qingyun felt very confident. He said in a tyrannical manner, "Apologize? Our demon-slaying alliance will definitely hunt down Xiao Chen and become famous. How can we apologize? You are the ones who should apologize for being disrespectful to our demon-slaying alliance." There were many people in the king-killing alliance. A rough count would be no less than 200, with some experts among them. When they saw that Xing Qingyun, who was originally a weakling, was so arrogant, they felt enraged in their hearts. Young Master Yun, young Master Gao, we have never heard of this Yi Chen before. Why bother wasting time with him? Just kill him. Right, kill them. Otherwise, others will look down on our king-killing alliance. Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu remained silent, unable to make up their minds. Most people might not have heard of the bloody young master, but that did not mean that these two had not. The bloody young master was an outstanding talent of the heavenly starry ocean's younger generation. He was strong enough to compete with the top true inheritors of the Frost Moon Palace and the heavenly music sect, perhaps even stronger. Rumor had it that the bloody young master was temperamental, alternating between good and evil. His strength was extraordinary. This Xiao Chen fit the rumors. Xiao Chen swept his gaze around and stared at the person who shouted the loudest. He smiled and said, "All of you are boasting shamelessly. To think that you dare to spout nonsense before our demon-slaying alliance." A light flashed. Xiao Chen held a folding fan in his hand, and the scarlet cloak behind him fluttered in the wind. He looked like a scarlet beam of light, moving about without a trace. When Xiao Chen returned, he held a head in his hand. It was the head of the person who shouted the loudest. When Xing Qingyun saw the situation, he became even bolder. He took the head from Xiao Chen's hand and exploded it. He shouted, "This is the result of opposing our demon-slaying alliance." Xiao Chen's earlier actions were extremely fast. Less than 10 people could see his movements clearly. The only ones who could stop him were the two old men behind Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu. However, without their orders, these two old men would not make a move. Xiao Chen killed one of them with the raise of his hand. The cultivators of the king-killing alliance could not help but feel horrified. When Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu saw the situation, they quickly gestured. The two Grandmaster-level martial sages behind them quickly leaped out, giving off an aura that could shake mountains and rivers as they flew over. The two old men threw a slap at the same time, wanting to send the two old men flying at the same time, thoroughly smashing away the arrogance of Xiao Chen and Xing Qingyun. Pa! Xing Qingyun could not retaliate and got sent flying. Xiao Chen dodged in advance and grabbed the falling Xing Qingyun. He smiled and said, "Alliance Chief, are you all right?" Sob. Sob. My face is swollen from the slap. It hurts, Xing Qingyun said pitifully, his right cheek swollen. He could not speak clearly. Xiao Chen carried Xing Qingyun and dodged the attacks of the two Grandmaster-level martial sages again. He smiled and said, "The two of you are dead for sure. You even dare to slap our alliance chief, Xing Qingyun. No one in this world can save you. What a joke. What can an insignificant inferior-grade martial sage do to us? Today, I will slap you, the dogs hit alliance chief, to death right in front of you." The old man from the Frost Moon Palace said coldly. Xing Qingyun was so anxious that he nearly cried. He said, "Young Master Yi, please stop." Xiao Chen carried Xing Qingyun and easily dodged the attacks of the two. He smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. With me, the bloody young Master Yi Chen, protecting you, no one will dare to touch you." The bloody young Master Yi Chen? What a great reputation. You said not to touch him, but I will. The old man from the heavenly music sect held a jade flute in his hand. His attacks could not help turning sharper as he charged at Xing Qingyun. Xing Qingyun already despaired. Under the pressure of the two Grandmaster-level martial sages, he felt like his heart would jump out at any moment. Ah! Just a bunch of dancing clowns. To think that they are not embarrassed to form the king-slaying alliance. How laughable. Just at this moment, a mocking voice came from the distance. A white figure holding a long saber approached from afar, quickly heading for the heavenly ruin wasteland. White-robed Xiao Chen. Suddenly, someone cried out when they saw the two old men attacking Xiao Chen and Xing Qingyun. The two old men paused, and a light flashed in their eyes. Then, they charged at the white figure at lightning speed. It really is the white-robed Xiao Chen. What a strong saber qi. His killing intent is also horrifying. The people of the dragon-slaying alliance were all startled. Then, they suddenly reacted and charged at the white-robed figure. They executed all sorts of methods, either strong martial techniques or strong secret treasures, causing the winds and clouds to change color as they descended from the sky. That was not all. The experts hiding in the surroundings all leaped out at this moment. Xiao Chen's lips twitched as he counted. There were at least 10 Grandmaster-level martial sages who leaped out. If Xiao Chen had not hidden himself and headed for the heavenly ruin wasteland, he might not even have known how he died. Xing Qingyun covered his face and felt flabbergasted. Damn it! This Xiao Chen is really incredible. Unexpectedly, there are so many Grandmaster-level martial sages hiding there to kill him. Xiao Chen fanned himself and smiled. Ha! Alliance Chief Xing, you are not too bad yourself. Earlier, there were 2 Grandmaster-level martial sages, but they could not do anything to you. Xing Qingyun rubbed his face and forced a smile. It's just as so. After all, I am the Alliance Chief of the Demon-Slaying Alliance. In the future, I will personally kill the white-robed Xiao Chen and become famous. It is already dusk, and Xiao Chen has entered the heavenly ruin wasteland. Young Master Yi, should we go in? Xiao Chen nodded. He was rather interested in that white-robed person from earlier. He wanted to know whether the other party was dead or alive. Xing Qingyun took out a warship and carried the two to the primal chaos whirlpool in the air, heading for the entrance to the heavenly ruin wasteland. Many mutated beasts were carved on both sides of the warship. An ancient demonic energy cannon was mounted on the bow, the only sage-grade secret treasure that Xing Qingyun could take out. The instant the warship entered the entrance, it immediately sank into a sea of black demonic flame. The demonic flame howled endlessly. Occasionally, horrifying ghostly faces flashed by. Those were the mutated evil spirits of the demonic flame. They could even swallow up Grandmaster-level martial sages. However, it would be very difficult to run into them. Brother Yi, we need to walk out of this 50 kilometers of demonic flame within 15 minutes. Otherwise, the sun will set in the west. When the might of this demonic flame returns to normal, my warship will not be able to block it. Xing Qingyun propped up the protective barrier of the warship. He did not appear to be in too much of a rush. As long as they did not run into any unexpected situations, they would not have any problems crossing the 50 kilometers of demonic flame within 15 minutes. Chapter 926. What a coincidence to run into the two of you here. It looks like the heavens want you dead. Just as Xing Qingyun thought this, an old man walked out of the surging demonic flame. This was the Grandmaster-level martial sage of the Frost Moon Palace. This old man did not rely on any external items to move freely in this demonic flame. He relied on his own cultivation to move about freely. Xing Qingyun's face turned the color of a pig's liver. He felt extremely depressed in his heart. He smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, why are you not chasing after that white-robed Xiao Chen? Why are you seeking trouble with us? That brat runs very fast. After killing many of our people, we still let him slip away. However, you are not that lucky. Alliance Chief Xing, this old man said that I will slap you to death, so I will keep my word." The Frost Moon Palace's old man parted the flames and approached the warship with malicious intent. Xing Qingyun paled slightly. He forced a smile and said, "Senior, you must be joking. It's enough to make such a joke once." As the Frost Moon Palace's old man walked over, the demonic flame in front of him parted automatically. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Look at me. Do I look like I'm joking?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, Alliance Chief Xing, you are going to kill white-robed Xiao Chen. You will definitely become famous. Why are you so frightened by a Grandmaster-level martial sage? Go up and beat him up. My legs are weak. Big brother Yi, go up. I'll hold the line for you. Xing Qingyun trembled as he moved back. What are you afraid of? Charge forward bravely. Xiao Chen pushed gently, and a huge force pushed Xing Qingyun out of the warship. Then, Xing Qingyun shot towards the old man in the Frost Moon Palace's robes. This startled Xing Qingyun. Given his cultivation, the moment he left the warship, the demonic flame would immediately swallow him up. Even the significantly weakened demonic flame would not do. Xing Qingyun flailed his arms and legs, shouting. However, after shouting for a long time, he discovered a purple barrier flickering with electricity around him, blocking the surrounding demonic flame. Xing Qingyun could not help smiling. You scared this old man. It turns out that you are fine. The Frost Moon Palace's old man stepped forward and raised his right hand. He smiled coldly and said, unexpectedly, Alliance Chief Xing is so courageous that you really dare to challenge this old man. F***ck. The old man's figure was like a gust of wind, about to arrive in the blink of an eye. His speed was so fast that Xiao Chen could not react in time, unable to dodge or evade. Just as the old man closed his eyes in despair, a resplendent saber light lit up in the surging demonic flame. A saber wind easily split the demonic flame in half and headed for the old man's back. An extremely dangerous aura appeared in the old man's heart. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the old man quickly turned around and punched out. The aura of a master-level master permeated the air, and a strong wind blew. The devil flame scattered in all directions, clearing up an empty space around him. Bang! A folding fan pressed against Xiao Chen's fist, and surging quintessence surged out. Electricity burst out, and thunder rumbled in the surroundings. A look of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes as he retreated 100 meters. He had used 50% of his cultivation in that punch. Although he had been caught off guard, he should not have been knocked back by a Grandmaster-level martial sage. In his arm, the blade-like energy scraped at his bones and flesh layer by layer, causing him to feel an excruciating pain. He had to use twice as much law energy as the energy to destroy this energy. Old man, I already said that since you offended our alliance chief, no one in the world can save you. Today is the day you die. As Xiao Chen held the folding fan in his hand, his purple hair fluttered about, flickering with a crystalline light. However, the color dimmed somewhat. The scarlet Neptune headscarf on Xiao Chen's forehead made his delicate face look very sinister. Arrogant. The Frost Moon Palace's old man gave up on Xing Qingyun and charged at Xiao Chen while walking in the demonic flame. Xiao Chen did not show any fear. The earlier punch had already tested this person's limits. Compared to the demonic brilliant two elders, this Frost Moon Palace's old man was much weaker. Back then, Xiao Chen's defeat at the hands of the demonic brilliant two elders was indeed justified. Even if Xiao Chen had not consumed the primal essence nature pill, he would not have suffered too much from this old man before him. At this moment, Xiao Chen's cultivation soared. The earlier strike seemed to have activated the primal essence nature pill. The medicinal energy hidden in his body made him feel very comfortable. Unexpectedly, his cultivation had improved further. It looked like the true medicinal energy of the primal essence nature pill was still to come. When Xiao Chen's purple hair turned completely black, he could be considered to have completely absorbed the primal essence nature pill's medicinal energy. Using the folding fan as a saber, Xiao Chen materialized the flawless saber Dao and started an intense battle with the Frost Moon Palace's old man amid the dense demonic flame. The immortal will of thunder encased Xiao Chen's entire body, making his aura no weaker than the other parties. Occasionally, the vague form of his saber soul followed Xiao Chen's gaze and stabbed at the other party, throwing him into a fluster. Peerless cold moon, freezing the surroundings. Suddenly, a cold, bright moon rose up behind the old man. The will of ice spread out together with the bright moon. Ka-ca. Ka-ca. Even the surrounding demonic flame was frozen into pieces. The old man roared ferociously, and a dazzling moonlight appeared on his right fist. Under the illumination of the cold moon, his entire being exuded a cold and emotionless intent. The cold intent lingered in the surroundings, vast and boundless. The old man's deep cultivation allowed this will of ice to suppress Xiao Chen's immortal will of thunder, multiplying the pressure on him. Xiao Chen closed his folding fan and casually tossed it aside. Then, he quickly formed hand seals. He materialized the chessboard of fate. The supreme mysterious phenomenon of the universe pushed 3 stars, and a black starry heaven storm descended from the sky. The starry heaven storm clashed head-on with the Frost Moon Palace's unique martial technique. The light vanished, and the cold moon in the sky swayed left and right. The black storm surged out in all directions, kicking up demonic flame tornadoes that formed berserk demonic flame tornadoes that surged in all directions. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the folding fan. Then, a bright moon rose up behind him as well, a flawless moon. Bright moon in the sky, only I am flawless and indestructible in the world. Xiao Chen pointed with his folding fan, and the bright moon crashed into the swaying cold moon with a loud bang. The horrifying cold chi that spread in the air, which could even freeze the demonic flame, immediately vanished like smoke. The pressure on Xiao Chen immediately decreased, and he recovered his speed. Then, he turned into a beam of purple light and charged at the Frost Moon Palace's old man again. When the old man's mysterious phenomenon broke, blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. When he saw Xiao Chen charging over, extreme shock appeared in his eyes. Who exactly are you? That was an immortal art magic skill earlier. Only immortal cultivators can use it. However, your saber intent and martial technique clearly show a strong martial cultivation. Xiao Chen waved his folding fan and smiled. I will never change my name. I am the Northern Sea Alliance's bloody young master, Yi Chen. When old Mr. goes to hell, remember who you want to take revenge on. The hair on Xiao Chen's forehead fluttered, giving off a crystalline light. He discovered that in this short period of time, his cultivation had improved significantly. Not only did his law energy not deplete, but it even increased as he fought. At this rate, when he completely absorbed the hidden medicinal energy of the primal essence nature pill, he would not have any problems reaching peak late-stage medial-grade martial sage. One side grew stronger as they fought, their auras flourishing. The other side drained their law energy continuously. For every strand of energy that flowed into their bodies, they had to spend twice as much energy to resist. At this moment, it was clear who held the advantage. You are still too inexperienced to kill me. If you think that Grandmaster-level martial sages only have these few trump cards, then you are gravely mistaken. Today, I will show you that if there is a next life, never ever provoke a Grandmaster-level martial sage. The old man's forehead opened, and a Frost Moon Palace flew out. It gave off a bright light, and many figures holding swords flew out from it. There were both men and women. The men were handsome and elegant, and the women were fairy-like. As a cold moon rose into the sky, these ethereal, fairy-like figures radiated a sharp killing chi. They turned into beams of light and shot towards Xiao Chen. Rumor had it that the Frost Moon Palace's main palace itself was an emperor-grade secret treasure. The palace master would bestow a replica of the Frost Moon Palace to the supreme elders of the sect. This was somewhat similar to the Heaven and Earth sect's 3 immortal swords. After all, king-grade secret treasures were very hard to find. The sect could only settle for the next best thing, using this method to mass-produce some inferior king-grade secret treasures. Of course, there would be 1 or 2 of the best, using hundreds of divine materials to refine them into peak king-grade secret treasures and give them to the most worthy elite disciples of the sect. Unfortunately, the Frost Moon Palace in the old man's hand was clearly not a peak king-grade secret treasure. Xiao Chen opened his forehead, and the 10,000 beast cauldron flew out. He formed hand seals with both hands, and his magic energy surged. Deep-sea black flood dragons, heavenly phoenixes, thousand-feathered snakes, pie tigers, and many other ancient mutated beasts leaped out of the cauldron. More than 500 of them appeared before stopping. Although Xiao Chen only brought out 50% of the cauldron's might, the mutated beast images that leaped out were all nourished by the Holy Beast Medallion. The strength of each image more than doubled compared to before. It was no exaggeration to say that the 10,000 beast cauldron in Xiao Chen's hand was much stronger than the 10,000 beast cauldron that the Lin clan elders used at full power. Shattering sounds resounded as the mutated beasts tore apart the light images descending on Xiao Chen. Every time a light image was destroyed, the old man's expression became much more unsightly. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. After he destroyed all the figures descending from the Frost Moon Palace, he recalled the mutated beasts back into the cauldron. Stepping on electric light, Xiao Chen moved as fast as lightning as he raised the 10,000 beast cauldron. Then, he tyrannically smashed the other party's Frost Moon Palace. Bang! The Frost Moon Palace shattered and floated away. The old man's mind was connected to it. He vomited blood, and his eyes turned listless. He felt incredibly weak. "You are just an old man, and you dare to be arrogant before our demon-slaying alliance? Brother Yi, leave this old man to me. Just watch my performance. You should go and rest first." Xing Qingyun, who had been hiding somewhere earlier, leaped out when he saw an opportunity. He started punching and kicking the old man, grabbing his hair and slapping him. "Awesome! Hee hee! Who could have imagined that a Grandmaster-level martial sage would be beaten up like a dog by my hands? I, Xing Qingyun, will definitely kill Xiao Chen and become famous." Xing Qingyun beat the old man to his heart's content, his entire body brimming with energy. Soon, the old man's face was swollen. His breathing was weak, and he cried out miserably. This pitiful old man had been awe-inspiring when he was alive, an overlord of a region. However, after falling into Xing Qingyun's hands, he died in such a sullen manner. Chapter 927. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he put away the old man's spatial ring and ignored him. Then, he started to collect the scattered fragments of the Frost Moon Palace. Xiao Chen circulated the blue dragon body nourishing art and swallowed up the divine materials contained in the fragments. However, it felt like a drop in the bucket. He barely managed to gather a negligible amount of dragon energy. "Oh no! Brother Yi, the 15 minutes are almost up. The might of the demonic flame will recover to its peak," Xing Qingyun said worriedly as he landed on the warship while carrying the half-dead old man. Xiao Chen sensed that the surrounding demonic flame was indeed slowly growing hotter. His rank 3 sage body could not endure it, and he needed to circulate his law energy to deal with it. "It's fine. 50 kilometers cannot trap me." After landing on the warship, Xiao Chen spread his hands and lifted the warship up. He merged his vital qi, veritable essence energy, and magic energy, circulating them without any regard for the consumption. Then, he dashed wildly through the demonic flame. Xiao Chen was like a beam of light as he charged forward. Xing Qingyun, who was on the warship, swayed left and right, unable to gain a foothold. Before the demonic flame completely recovered its might, the warship finally broke through the 50 kilometers of demonic flame and landed in the heavenly ruin wasteland. As Xiao Chen supported the huge warship, he landed on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and shaking the ground. Xing Qingyun carried the half-dead Frost Moon Palace old man and stood up in a daze. When he breathed in the fresh air, he laughed loudly and said, "We are safe now." However, Xiao Chen slowly discovered that something was wrong. Cold gazes filled with dense killing qi stared at him from high up in the sky. Xing Qingyun carefully looked up and saw Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu leading the King Killing Alliance's large group as they looked at him expressionlessly. "Strange, why are the Frost Moon Palace's people looking at me like my parents died?" Xing Qingyun suddenly reacted, and his expression changed drastically. He quickly tossed the old man on his shoulder off the warship and explained, "Brother Yun, I really did not kill this person." Yun Tianhe said coldly, "Xing Qingyun, you are really capable now. For the past few hundred years, no one has dared to kill the inner sect elders of my Frost Moon Palace. From today onwards, you will be added to the Heaven Character Kill Command of my Frost Moon Palace. The Sky Character Hunting Order. It's over. This is too big." The last time the Frost Moon Palace issued a Heaven Character Killing Order was 100 years ago when a loose cultivator, the Blue-Robed Emperor, killed their Grandmaster-level martial sage for no reason. Their palace master personally chased it to the end of the sea and forged it into a bone weapon. Then, he stabbed it into the walls of the Frost Moon Palace and displayed it to the public for 100 years. Xing Qingyun's heart sank. He felt so much regret that his intestines ached. It was clearly that Yi Chen who injured Xiao Chen. Xing Qingyun only casually dealt the finishing blow. How did he attract so much hatred? It is just a Grandmaster-level martial sage. If our alliance chief wants to kill him, so be it. Why would our alliance chief care about your Frost Moon Palace's dog's hit killing order? Xiao Chen pushed off the warship with both hands and smiled gently, appearing very arrogant and despotic. After that, he added, "If you have any problems, come at me, the bloody young master Yi Chen. Don't look for our alliance chief. You bunch of small fries are not fit to fight with our alliance chief." When Xing Qingyun heard this, he felt warmth in his heart. Yi Chen was really a good brother. At the crucial moment, he still stood out. Xing Qingyun giggled and said, "Everyone, did you hear that? Don't come at me. I am innocent. I really did not kill the Frost Moon Palace's elder. I only slapped him a few times. You are going too far. Xing Qingyun, you are really going too far. You do not care about our Frost Moon Palace at all. You are smiling so wretchedly, yet you still look innocent. Innocent your sister. Kill him. What dogs hit alliance chief? If you say that I am not fit to fight with you, then this old man will take your head." The Frost Moon Palace's people could no longer hold back. They all descended from the sky and charged at Xing Qingyun, who was on the warship. Seeing an insignificant person like Xing Qingyun jumping around so happily, Gao Baiyu felt extremely upset for some reason. He waved his hand, and the Heavenly Music Sect disciples charged over as well. The other loose cultivators of the King Killing Alliance followed suit, charging over like a swarm of bees. Such a scene frightened Xing Qingyun so much that his legs went soft. "Damn! Don't come at me. Everyone, I really did not kill him. I am innocent." Xing Qingyun trembled. Yi Chen had clearly blocked them already. Why was it that a large group of people still charged at him? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and flung hard. Half a dragon force suddenly burst forth, hurling the warship like it was a mountain. Bang! 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 The huge force caused the air in the capital to tremble. Several unlucky people bore the brunt of the attack and got smashed into meat paste. The luckier ones sustained severe injuries as well. Half a dragon force, 2,500 tons of force combined with the weight of the warship, was no joke when it suddenly erupted. Xiao Chen had noticed long ago that these people gathered here as if they were guarding some natural treasure. The Grandmaster-level old man from the Heavenly Music Sect did not see Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen guessed that he had fallen to the white-clad man. Otherwise, he would have stayed by Gao Baiyu's side. That was to say, no one in this group could stop Xiao Chen. King Killing Alliance. Xiao Chen smiled and opened his folding fan. Today, he could slaughter this group of people. He had long felt uncomfortable hearing that name. Furthermore, he could pin the blame on others. Honestly speaking, this feeling was very good. Xiao Chen glanced at Xing Qingyun, who was fleeing miserably on the warship. With Xing Qingyun distracting these people, he could save some effort. At the very least, he did not need to care about these shrimp soldiers and could directly deal with Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu. Yi Chen, we respect you as a person of the Northern Sea Alliance. Just hand over Xing Qingyun and let us settle this matter. We do not have any conflict with you. As Yun Tianhe stood in the palace, a cold moon hung high above as he flew over to Xiaochen. A set of bells floated in front of Gao Baiyu. When he gently shook them, they tinkled endlessly. Then, he looked at Xiaochen and said, Brother Yun is right. We have no grudge with you. Hand over Xing Qingyun and save the face of our king-killing alliance, and we can forget about this matter. Yun Tianhe continued, as the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its territory. Even if the two of us work together, we would not lose to you by much. Our respective senior brothers also followed Di Wuk to the Immortal Sect Remnant. If you get into a conflict with us and go to the Immortal Sect Remnant, you will end up provoking a strong enemy for no reason. The bloody young master Yi Chen was too famous. Furthermore, the two Grandmaster-level experts protecting them were nowhere to be found. Right now, Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu did not have much confidence. It would be for the best if they could turn this matter into a small one. Xiaochen found it funny. If he were really Yi Chen, he might agree to these two's request. Unfortunately, he was not. Xiaochen's true identity was already a sworn enemy of this group of people. He would not have a chance to resolve this. Scram! Are you even worthy of speaking to me, the bloody young master Yi Chen? You overestimate yourselves. Toss down the spatial rings in your hands and these two king-grade secret treasures. I'll torture you until you die. With Yi Chen's identity, Xiaochen could do whatever he wanted. No matter how big the commotion was, there was that distant brother to take care of it. I have long heard that the bloody young master Yi Chen is arrogant and conceited, considering everyone beneath him. Today, I finally get to experience it for myself. When Yun Tianhe heard the word scram as he stood in the palace, he trembled in anger. Xiaochen smiled and said, Remember, the person who killed you is me, the bloody young master Yi Chen. A flash of electric light roared, and a scarlet cloak fluttered in the wind. Saber intent filled the air as Xiaochen charged at Yun Tianhe. Yun Tianhe pushed off the ground, and the palace carried him high into the air. Many ethereal figures shot out of the palace under the cold moonlight. Every figure radiated a boundless killing intent, materializing different killing moves. 1,000 figures meant 1,000 killing moves. Flashy but impractical. The 1,000 killing moves looked mighty and mighty. However, in reality, every move was unrelated. Without a strong leader to lead these 1,000 people, they were like a plate of loose sand. Xiaochen now had a rough understanding of the Frost Moon Palace's secret treasure. The core of this secret treasure was not the secret treasure itself but the person using it. A powerful outstanding talent with great boldness was needed to truly subdue these light figures. At that time, one person with 3,000 experts would be sufficient to sweep through cultivators of the same generation. Right now, Yun Tianhe's secret treasure was just for show. It might be able to scare off regular geniuses, but it was insufficient before Xiaochen. Bang! 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 1,000 killing moves and 1,000 figures could not block Xiaochen for long. In one exchange, a figure's killing move broke, shattering into pieces. After breaking 1,000 moves, Xiaochen caught up to Yun Tianhe. Then, he started a huge battle with him above the palace. Xiaochen used his body as a saber and his thoughts as a saber, everywhere he went was a saber. In merely 3 moves, Xiaochen knocked Yun Tianhe back and vomited blood. Continuous chimes rang out. It was Gao Baiyu striking the set of bells, sending out musical notes as he charged at Xiaochen. Xiaochen had no choice but to give up on this opportunity to kill Yun Tianhe. He turned around and gently waved his folding fan. A strong wind blew at Gao Baiyu, carrying the musical notes with it. Gao Baiyu had not expected Xiao Chen's cultivation to be so deep, comparable to a regular grandmaster-level martial sage's. The force of his fan could kick up such a strong wind. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded. A few of the small bells on the set of bells clashed with the returning musical notes and shattered. The originally relatively complete tune was immediately disrupted. Gao Baiyu paled slightly, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. "Let's go. We are not a match for him," Gao Baiyu shouted. Gao Baiyu called out and prepared to leave with Yun Tianhe. However, when he looked back, he discovered that Yun Tianhe, whom he had saved, had already taken the opportunity to run away. "Damn!" Gao Baiyu cursed. As he looked at the approaching Xiao Chen, he steeled his heart and raised the set of bells with both hands. Then, he infused all his law energy into them. Dang! 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 The small bells infused with divine materials gave off melodious notes, playing an impassioned war song that resounded in the surroundings. "Yi Chen, our heavenly music sect will not share the same sky with you. You had best not go to the immortal sect remnant. Otherwise, you will not be able to return." Gao Baiyu, who was holding up the set of bells, tossed them at Xiao Chen. A strong, storm-like war song descended from the 9 heavens. It was like a vast army surging towards Xiao Chen. For the sake of survival, Gao Baiyu decisively gave up on this set of bells, hoping to buy himself some time. Chapter 928. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and clashed with the incoming bells. He punched 8 times, each punch shaking the sky and earth, scattering the clouds in the surroundings and resounding in the sky. After the 8 punches, the purple color above Xiao Chen's head dimmed slightly, and the bells shattered. Gao Baiyu's figure had already vanished from sight. Xiao Chen did not chase after him either. He circulated the blue dragon body nourishing art and moved his hands, turning the fragments of the bells into a bright light that he swallowed up. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and digested the energy. Then, he opened his eyes and said, "I feel something. That weak dragon energy is no longer indistinct." However, when Xiao Chen thought about it, after swallowing 2 king-grade secret treasures, the blue dragon body nourishing art showed only such a small improvement. He could not help feeling dispirited. "Brother Yi, save me. Sob. Sob. They are chasing me to death. They are a bunch of bastards. I already said that I'm innocent." When Xiao Chen looked back, he saw that Xing Qingyun's fortress ship had already been torn apart, leaving only a wooden plank. Xing Qingyun hugged the plank as he fled in the air. He was in a sorry state, and his clothes were tattered. He looked like a refugee, looking very miserable. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Alliance Chief, don't panic. Yi Chen is here." Now that Xiao Chen had the time to deal with this group of useless soldiers, he naturally did not have to spend much effort. Aside from a few who could not be bothered to give chase, most of the king-killing alliance's people died. As Xing Qingyun tidied up the spatial ring that Xiao Chen gave him, he laughed until he cried. He could not do anything about it. When he moved his lips, the wounds on his body tore open. Despite the pain, he could not stop laughing. I'm rich. I've been a loose cultivator for 10-odd years, but I have never felt so happy before. Ouch. How painful. These people did not hold back at all. As Xing Qingyun laughed, he tidied up his belongings. For a moment, he felt some lofty aspirations. My current resources are more than enough for me to cultivate to medial-grade martial sage. After I kill Xiao Chen, my name will spread everywhere. Everyone in the world will know the name of the demon-killing alliance's chief, Xing Qingyun. If he knew that Xiao Chen was standing right beside him, how would he feel? Alliance Chief Xing, you are quite open-minded. You do not care about the Frost Moon Palace's Heaven Character Pursuit Order at all, Xiao Chen said coldly as he waved his folding fan. When Xing Qingyun heard that, his expression immediately changed. Heaven character killing order? Why is my life so bitter? It was not easy for me to make a name for myself, yet I am going to die young. Right, I got it. Xiao Chen saw his eyes suddenly light up and said with a smile, got it, got what? Xing Qingyun chuckled and said, young Master Yi, I've thought of a way to get the Frost Moon Palace to take back the Heaven character killing order. At that time, after young Master Yi kills Xiao Chen, just lend me your head. With this head, you will definitely be able to get the Frost Moon Palace to take back the Heaven character killing order. Sure, it's a small matter. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, looking incredibly kind. Xing Qingyun patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and said, in that case, I'll have to trouble Brother Yi. The one who kills Xiao Chen will definitely be young Master Yi. Hey, young Master Yi, why did your hair turn lighter? Xing Qingyun raised his head and accidentally glanced at Xiao Chen's hair. He discovered that Xiao Chen's purple hair was much dimmer than its initial crystalline and almost purple color. Of course, Xiao Chen still looked very sinister. That aura made it hard for others to connect it to the white-robed Xiao Chen's calmness. Xiao Chen's hair turned from black to purple because the primal essence nature pill's medicinal energy had accumulated in his body and had not completely dispersed. As the medicinal energy was absorbed, his hair would turn black sooner or later. At that time, it would be very difficult to pretend to be Yi Chen. The medicinal energy would be completely absorbed in at most 10 days, at least 3. His cultivation should reach peak medial grade martial sage. He might even be able to break through to superior grade martial sage. At that time, Xiao Chen would not care about the demonic brilliant two elders, and he would not need to pretend to be someone else. However, Xiao Chen still needed the identity of the bloody young Master Yi Chen. He also needed Xing Qingyun's cooperation. Xiao Chen used his folding fan and knocked on Xing Qingyun's head. He said, you are too nosy. Let's quickly go and see what treasure Yun Tianhe, Gao Baiyu, and the others were waiting for earlier. The two searched the vicinity. After a while, they discovered something. Purple jade bamboos of various heights grew on a slope in front. They piled up at the top of the mountain, and a clump of thunderclouds floated in the sky. One of these bamboos stood out from the rest. It had more than 1,000 segments and was 100 meters tall. It looked very special among the purple bamboos. Thunder bamboo. 1,000 segments of thunder bamboo. This is heaven-defying. Xing Qingyun exclaimed. The thunder bamboo was a natural divine material. With some trimming, it could be made into a thunder bamboo sword, which could rival a superior grade sage grade secret treasure. Using it to refine weapons could significantly improve the quality of a secret treasure. For a long time, it had been a priceless treasure. Every year, the thunder bamboo would undergo a lightning tribulation. If it succeeded, it would grow another segment. If it failed, it would vanish completely. Xiao Chen grabbed hold of Xing Qingyun, who was about to charge forward. Don't send yourself to death. Don't you see that the 1,000-year-old thunder bamboo is about to undergo another tribulation? Xing Qingyun looked up. Indeed, more thunderclouds gathered in the sky, making it look gloomy. It looked like the entire sky was going to collapse. If Xing Qingyun charged forward rashly, he would be blasted to ashes on the spot. He could not help feeling fear when he thought about it. No wonder Yun Tianhe's group lingered here and did not make a move. They probably feared this thunder bamboo. Little friends, are you thinking of getting your hands on this thunder bamboo? I advise you not to think about it. Just at this moment, a short, grayish old man with shifty eyes, no more than 1 meter tall, arrived behind the two at some point in time. Xing Qingyun looked at this old man, who had crawled out from somewhere. He cursed, where did this old thing come from? To think that you dare to cause trouble when you see our demon-slaying alliance here. Scram! Xiao Chen smiled and said, Alliance Chief Xing, your temper seems to have increased recently. You even do not care about Grandmaster-level martial sages anymore. This startled Xing Qingyun. However, his expression quickly recovered. He said with a smile, "Grandpa. Senior. Grandpa. I was just joking earlier. Don't take it seriously. Please don't take it seriously." The shifty-eyed old man stared at Xiao Chen and said, "Brat, your eyes are pretty good. This Lord Jiu hid so well, but it still did not escape your eyes." This old man before Xiao Chen was not human. Xiao Chen could feel the aura of a fiend race cultivator. Earlier, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense caught the other party crawling out from the mound. Based on his aura, he should be a rat-type spirit beast in human form. A playful expression appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes as he said softly, "I am the Northern Sea Alliance's bloody young master Yi Chen. How should I address Senior? Why is this thunder bamboo not useful? Just address me as Lord Jiu if you give me face. The thunder bamboo is a natural treasure. It has never lived for more than 1,000 years. This is the rule of the heavenly Tao. It is like how a fish cannot leave the water. After 1,000 years, it will die. Not only that, but the 1,000-year lightning tribulation will also affect the other thunder bamboos. This entire patch of thunder bamboo will be destroyed. You are just wasting your time here." Xiao Chen revealed an expression of understanding. He smiled and said, "In that case, we will take our leave first." "Thank you, Lord Jiu. It's just a small matter." "There is no need to thank me," Lord Jiu said generously, waving his hand. When the two were far away, it was indeed as Lord Jiu said. The 1,000-year thunder bamboo failed its tribulation, and even the patch of thunder bamboo disappeared. "You two fools. For this 1,000-year thunder bamboo to be so outstanding, several times taller than the other thunder bamboos, its roots must be connected to a pure thunder origin. This Lord Jiu got lucky." The shifty-eyed old man kicked up a cloud of dust and arrived at the rubble of the thunder bamboo forest in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Just as the old man was about to dig up the roots, two figures descended from the sky. Xiao Chen waved his folding fan and smiled at the old man. This startled the old man, and his eyes went wide. "You two fools, why are you back?" The moment the old man said that, he felt that it was inappropriate. He immediately lowered his head and smiled. "Young heroes, why did you rush back? This is a barren land with nothing to see." Xiao Chen sized up the old man and smiled. "This young master saw that you have a dignified appearance and extraordinary strength, so I wanted to invite Senior to join my demon-slaying alliance. Unexpectedly, I heard some things that I should not have heard." Lord Jiu felt depressed in his heart. It looked like someone had tricked him. The other party did not believe him at all. Xing Qingyun scolded jokingly, "Look at you, your eyes darting around when you speak. It would be strange if you could deceive someone." Lord Jiu's expression changed, and he unleashed the aura of a Grandmaster-level martial sage. He said in a cold voice, "You two juniors, scram quickly. Otherwise, don't blame this Lord Jiu for starting a massacre." Xiao Chen shook his head and smiled. "Senior, stop pretending. Your legs are already trembling. Why are you still pretending to be an expert? Your clan should be the most sensitive to danger. You should know best what kind of strength I have." Xiao Chen took 3 steps forward, and the old man trembled in fear. How could he still have the air of an expert? He turned around and tried to burrow into the ground. Rats were always afraid of death. Most people said that rats were as timid as rats. Actually, this saying was not false. This old man before Xiao Chen was pretty strong. However, his nature was hard to change. His cowardly nature revealed itself at the crucial moment. The old man felt a dangerous aura from Xiao Chen for some reason. He understood that he was not a match for Xiao Chen. If he fought, he would definitely die. Originally, he wanted to pretend to be an expert and trick the two away. Who knew, his acting skills were not up to par, and he was seen through with one glance. Xiao Chen made a move at lightning speed, grabbing the old man's ankle and lifting him into the air. Then, his law energy turned into a blade-like energy and poured into the old man's body. The old man immediately cried out in pain. Xiao Chen tossed him to the ground and said with a smile, "Senior, stop running. Quickly dig out the thunder origin. Otherwise, you will suffer more." The old man landed on the ground and looked at Xiao Chen with some fear. Earlier, the electric energy had been incredibly sharp. The old man had used nearly 10 times his law energy to barely block it. He knew that he had run into a powerful person this time. The old man no longer dared to have any other thoughts. He only wanted to dig out the thunder origin and quickly leave this little demon. The old man found the withered roots of the 1,000-year-old thunder bamboo. Then, his hands flashed, and he quickly dug out layers of soil. In the blink of an eye, a 10-meter deep hole appeared in the ground. After a while, the hole was 100 meters deep, startling Xing Qingyun. "Damn! This old man really has the strength of a Grandmaster-level martial sage. How come I can't tell at all?" Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It's simple. He is like you, bold and timid. If you had the strength of a Grandmaster-level martial sage, your aura would be similar." Chapter 929. Xing Qingyun smiled embarrassedly and quickly shut his mouth, not saying anything more. The sound of thunder came from below, and the old man flew out, his entire body scorched black. In his hand was a small purple dragon. "I almost let it escape. Sir Yi, I've given you the thunder source. Can this Lord Jiu leave now?" The thunder origin was the product of a spirit vein's origin becoming sentient. Similar to it were the wind origin, the fire origin, and the ice origin. Compared to the spirit vein's origin, these thunder origins were purer. To cultivators of the same attribute, they were even more valuable than the spirit vein's origin. Xiao Chen sealed the thunder origin, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. This old man was rather capable. The thunder origin was sentient. Ordinary people would not be able to capture it easily. Rumble. There was a loud sound, and the ground under Xiao Chen's feet suddenly shook intensely. A multicolored light soared into the sky from an unknown distance. Ethereal celestial music came from the multicolored light. Xiao Chen could vaguely see the image of an immortal palace with fairies dancing and playing music. Whoosh! 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 Countless figures immediately rushed towards the multicolored light in the entire heavenly ruin wasteland. The old man said with a fervent gaze, "The protective formation of a large immortal sect is finally broken. Ha! This Lord Jiu is going to get rich. I'll take my leave first." "Old man, where are you going?" This alliance chief did not even say you could leave. When Xing Qingyun saw this old man trembling before Xiao Chen, he was truly as timid as a mouse. Xiao Chen did not care about it. His figure flashed, and he blocked the old man's path with a smile. "Scram! This Lord Jiu, how dare you block me?" When the old man saw Xing Qingyun blocking his path, he casually threw a palm strike. Bang! Xing Qingyun flew back, unable to resist at all. His chest ached. "Ouch! Old thing! I'm not done with you." Xing Qingyun held his chest as he groaned on the ground. His facial features contorted, he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. This Xing Qingyun was truly infuriating. He looked into the distance, at the multicolored light, and revealed a contemplative expression. The protective formation took so much time to break. It looked like this immortal sect remnant really belonged to a large immortal Dao sect. It would definitely attract many experts. Xiao Chen did not know how many more divine materials the blue dragon body nourishing art would have to consume before he could improve. He had to go to the immortal sect remnant. However, Di Wuk, the top true inheritors of the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music sect were there. Who knew how many elders of their sects followed behind them? There were countless loose cultivators who coveted his peak immortal spirit ring. With just one glance, Wuk would probably recognize Xiao Chen's current identity. Then, Xiao Chen would immediately face a trap of death. Brother Yi, the immortal sect remnant has opened. Should we go and take a look? Who knows, Xiao Chen might be there. Don't forget the true purpose of the demon-slaying alliance. In just a short while, Xing Qingyun arrived before Xiao Chen. Clearly, he was very tempted. Let's go, you lead the way. Indecisiveness was not in Xiao Chen's character. After weighing it in his heart, Xiao Chen decided to go. The immortal sect ruins were vast and boundless. There was no reason for him to bump into Wuk the moment he saw him. The identity of the bloody young master Yi Chen could help Xiao Chen for a while. When he broke through to medial grade martial sage, he would no longer have to fear anything. Xing Qingyun immediately led the way joyfully, heading towards the land of rainbow light. The heavenly ruin wasteland was boundlessly vast. Aside from the immortal sect remnants, one could occasionally come across natural treasures like the thunder bamboo. Under Xiao Chen's incitement, Xing Qingyun would use the name of the Demon Extermination Alliance to intervene in the original disputes and reap benefits. Although his speed was slow, he had obtained quite a lot of benefits. As they got closer to the immortal sect remnant, more experts appeared and the situation became increasingly chaotic. Xiao Chen found it hard to fully grasp the situation. However, Xing Qingyun had good eyesight. When he sensed that something was off, he immediately turned around and circled around. How miserable! Xiao Chen robbed me again. He stripped me of all my treasures, even my spatial ring. I'm even more miserable. He robbed me of my spatial ring and even called me a pauper, saying that I was wasting his time. This Xiao Chen is getting more and more overboard. He is ridiculously strong as well. I heard that he robbed several Grandmaster-level martial sages. White-robed Xiao Chen is really bold. A group of martial sages with miserable expressions walked past them. This was already not the first time Xiao Chen and Xing Qingyun heard of someone being robbed by Xiao Chen. Xing Qingyun did not have much of a reaction. However, Xiao Chen had some misgivings. Could it be that the white-robed person I saw at the entrance of the heavenly ruin wasteland really used his name? Whoosh! Just as Xiao Chen thought this, the ground in front exploded. A short figure fell to the ground in a sorry state. After he got up, he kicked up a cloud of dust and rushed over in the direction of Xiao Chen and Xing Qingyun. Xing Qingyun's eyes were sharp. He exclaimed in shock, "Old thing, you still dare to come?" This short old man was Lord Jiu, who had helped collect the Thunder Origin 2 days ago. At this moment, he was fleeing in a panic. Someone was chasing him, so he ran for his life. Xing Qingyun took a step forward and blocked the old man again. However, this time, he was in an even more miserable state. The old man knocked him flying and tumbled in the air. The old man moved like the wind, passing by Xiao Chen in a flash. However, he immediately returned at an even faster speed, looking at Xiao Chen in pleasant surprise. Xing Qingyun just landed in the air, and the old man immediately caught him. His face filled with a flattering smile as he said, "So, it is Alliance Chief Xing and young Master Yi. I was in too much of a rush earlier and did not see clearly. I really did not see clearly." Xing Qingyun's internal organs churned. Just as he was about to curse, he saw a white figure in front. This person held a long saber, and saber intent covered his entire body, stirring up the winds and clouds in the surroundings. Buzz! 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 The hum of sabers filled the surroundings, gathering together. Even the world trembled under his feet. Whoosh! The expressions of the old man and Xing Qingyun changed. At the critical moment, they both hid behind Xiao Chen without prior consultation. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen. He really came. Xing Qingyun was greatly startled. Along the way, the demon-slaying alliance had gained some fame. Now, many people knew about this alliance that existed specifically to kill Xiao Chen. Even the king-killing alliance, which was originally very powerful, was destroyed in the hands of the demon-slaying alliance. However, when Xing Qingyun truly saw Xiao Chen, he did not hesitate to cower. Xiao Chen looked up and sized up the white figure before him with interest. Without a doubt, this was the person Xiao Chen saw at the entrance. Xiao Chen had a photographic memory and would not confuse people he had seen before. The white-robed person before Xiao Chen looked very handsome. Furthermore, he exuded a sharp saber intent. Aside from the inextinguishable evil aura on his face, the white-robed person did look somewhat similar to Xiao Chen. However, this only worked on people who had not truly seen him before. If he met someone familiar, he would be able to tell with one glance. The white-robed person glanced at the old man hiding behind Xiao Chen. Then, he sized up Xiao Chen. His lips curled up slightly. Interesting. You even dare to protect the person that I, Xiao Chen, want to kill. Have you not heard of me, the white-robed Xiao Chen? This person really used his name to kill people and snatch their treasures. Xiao Chen really wanted to say, if you are Xiao Chen, then who am I? However, this was naturally not the time to expose his identity. Xiao Chen opened his folding fan and smiled coldly. Xiao Chen. You came at just the right time. My Northern Sea Alliance's bloody young master Yi Chen has long heard of your great name. The demon-slaying alliance exists for you. Today, I can use your head to spread the name of my bloody young master. When Xiao Chen said this, his tone was very natural. His expression was cold, showing no openings, and his aura was very strong. In the past, people always said similar things to him. Today, when Xiao Chen said it himself, he found it rather interesting. Yi Chen. When the white-robed person heard the name Yi Chen, his expression clearly froze. He gave Xiao Chen a strange look before smiling in understanding. So, the demon-slaying alliance that caused such a commotion recently is the two of you. The two clashed with each other, neither giving way. Their strong auras clashed intensely in the air. The purple talisman in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness released 4 strands of golden light. Xiao Chen's will of thunder and vague saber soul turned into a formless aura pressing towards the other party. A scarlet light flashed in the white-robed person's eyes. Immediately, a sea of blood surged, and a strong will of massacre spread throughout his entire body. He casually swung his saber and blocked Xiao Chen's aura. The sound of weapons clashing rang out in the air. Dang dang. The sound was ear-splitting, spreading in all directions for 5 kilometers around. The winds and clouds changed color, and thunder rumbled. The clash between the will of massacre and the immortal will of thunder was even more startling. When the scarlet light and purple light clashed, space twisted and gave off loud sounds. Cracks even appeared on the ground. Before the two started fighting, the auras of the two already pressured Xing Qingyun and the old man, prompting them to quickly move to the side. Doubt appeared in the hearts of the two at the same time. As they looked at each other, a strange smile appeared on their faces. Bloody young Master Yi Chen, you truly live up to your reputation. However, it seems like Yi Chen's forte is the massacre Dao. Are you still holding back? The white-robed person raised his eyebrows. The saber in his hand moved as he wished, looking like it could break the sky at any moment. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and closed his folding fan. White-robed King Xiao Chen's will of thunder and the flawless saber Dao. You seem to be hiding your strength as well. I will cooperate with you. Ha ha ha. Heaven is indeed helping me. Unexpectedly, while chasing Xiao Chen, I even found the 2 bastards of the demon-slaying alliance. Just as the two were about to start a huge battle, a disharmonious voice suddenly rang out in the sky. Xiao Chen saw Gao Baiyu and Yun Tianhe standing side by side in the air above a palace. An old man stood behind each of them. Xiao Chen sensed for a while and frowned slightly. These two old men were actually great grandmaster level martial sages on the same level as the demonic brilliant two elders. Gao Baiyu looked at the white-robed person expressionlessly and said in a cold voice, "Xiao Chen, you killed an inner sect elder of my heavenly music sect, and you still dare to show off. You are really tired of living." Yun Tianhe stood in the palace and shouted coldly, "Xing Qingyun, you killed an inner sect elder of my Frost Moon Palace. Today will be the day you die." When Xing Qingyun, who was hiding far away, heard this, he nearly fell to his knees. He had already kept a very low profile. Why did Yun Tianhe still not forget about him? Chapter 930. The white-clad man's lips curled up as he looked at the two in the sky. After chasing them for so many days, they are really tireless. "Brother Yi Chen, how about we work together to kill these flies before we fight?" Xiao Chen gently fanned himself with the folding fan in his right hand. His already much dimmer purple hair fluttered in the strong wind, giving off a startling evil aura. He smiled faintly and said, "That is exactly what I was thinking." With their current strength, neither of them could defeat the two grandmaster-level martial sages on the same level as the demonic brilliant two elders. However, if they each fought one-on-one, the outcome would be hard to predict. A scarlet light soared into the sky. The white-clad man held his saber and charged at the Frost Moon Palace's great grandmaster-level martial sages, filling the air with saber intent. Electric light flashed everywhere, and rumbling sounds rang out. Xiao Chen stood on electric light, moving as fast as lightning, charging at the heavenly music sect's great grandmaster-level martial sage. A startling battle soon started. A battle between grandmaster-level martial sages would be very intense. There was no need to guess to know. Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu had taken advantage of the palace to move to the side long ago. They could not participate in a battle of this level. On a small hill in the distance, Xing Qingyun and the old man, who were preparing to flee at any moment, sneakily watched the battle. "Speaking of which, Lord Jiu, aren't you a grandmaster-level martial sage as well? Why are you not going up to help?" Xing Qingyun asked in confusion as he looked at the shifty-eyed old man beside him. Lord Jiu felt somewhat embarrassed. He smiled abashedly and said, "This Lord Jiu's air of a grandmaster-level martial sage is too exaggerated. It is different from these proper grandmaster-level martial sages. My cultivation also depends on time. Furthermore, this Lord Jiu's forte is not fighting but treasure hunting." Xing Qingyun's lips curled up as he suddenly understood, revealing a look of disdain. The old man smiled and said, "Of course, this Lord Jiu can still easily destroy a cowardly fellow like you with a wave of my finger." Xing Qingyun was upset. However, he could not defeat Xiao Chen, so he could only endure. He felt very depressed in his heart. This won't do. I can't even defeat a scoundrel old man. The old man fighting Xiao Chen was Xiao Ju, a senior in the heavenly music sect's inner sect. He wore azure-embroidered clothes and held a 7-stringed zither with both hands. His skin was smooth, delicate, and ruddy, unlike the skin of an ordinary old man, which was coarse and full of wrinkles. Ding ding dong dong. With a wave of his fingers, Xiao Ju began to play an erotic song. Compared to the disciples of the heavenly chord sect that Xiao Chen had met before, Xiao Ju had already reached another realm. As the zither music entered Xiao Chen's ears, an illusion appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. He found himself in the sky, surrounded by spiritual fog. Before him, there were 10 odd voluptuous women wearing veils dancing in the fog. The cloth on his body, including the edges and corners, was no larger than the size of a palm. Her dancing body seemed to have a magical charm. It was extremely alluring, causing the fire in people's hearts to burn. Xiao Ju looked at Xiao Chen, who was trapped in the illusion, and revealed a cold smile. His fingers moved even faster, and the zither music rang out continuously. When Yun Tianhe, who was in the palace, saw the situation, he rejoiced. Just as he was about to charge over and kill Xiao Chen, Gao Baiyu stopped him. "Brother Yun, please wait. Any external force can break the illusion. Take your time and watch the show. This demonic lust song was created by an elder of my sect after he captured an abyss Eros demon and carefully savored it. The people trapped in it have only one fate, to suck them dry and feed them to Elder Shao." When Yun Tianhe heard that, he could not help feeling startled. This illusion seemed to be between reality and illusion. To think that it could use charm techniques to suck the other party's life essence. In the illusion, 8 beautiful women had already arrived by Xiao Chen's side. They stroked their hair coquettishly, occasionally making seductive movements that made him spit fire. This made him feel like he was in heaven, wishing that he could have a good time. After watching for a while, Xiao Chen found it boring. The only charm technique that could make him sink into it for a while was the one executed by the Eros demon, Leng Yu. With this thought, Xiao Chen could not help but recall the time he spent with Leng Yu in the deep-sea battlefield in the lower realm. Now, he didn't know where this mysterious woman was. The demonic calamity was approaching. If they met again, he did not know whether they would be friend or foe. "Young master, this servant is not beautiful enough." As Xiao Chen pondered, one of the beautiful women removed her veil, revealing a pure face. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. Her appearance was exactly the same as Leng Yu's. The woman smiled faintly and hooked her arms around Xiao Chen's neck. Taking advantage of his momentary daze, she tried to kiss his lips. Just as her flaming red lips were about to touch his by an inch, a broken sword appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. Then, he pressed the sword against the other party's lips coldly. Xiao Chen casually flicked his left hand and pushed this beautiful woman far away. As Xiao Chen looked at the broken sword in his hand, he forgot where he was and entered a daze. Earlier, just as Xiao Chen was about to sink into oblivion, the broken Thunder King's mulberry sword in his universe ring suddenly trembled, startling him to his senses. "Will I return alive?" "You have to. Even if you want to die, I will not let you die. Even if you die, you will not die." The words of the past resounded in Xiao Chen's mind. He felt disappointed and frustrated as he tightly grasped the broken sword. The blade stabbed into his palm, and blood flowed out. It is just a weak remnant thought. Do you still remember what you said back then, not allowing me to die? But when will I be able to pull you back in the long river of fate? With a thought, Xiao Chen's head of purple hair disappeared, fluttering in the wind. The evil aura that Xiao Chen purposely showed no longer existed. The scarlet Neptune headscarf also turned pure sky blue. In the past 3 days, Xiao Chen had already absorbed most of the primal essence nature pill's medicinal energy. If not for maintaining his identity as the bloody young master Yi Chen, his purple hair would have turned black long ago. Now that he thought of the past, Xiao Chen's emotions fluctuated. He forgot to put on a disguise, and the evil aura he exuded vanished. Replacing it was that calm and cold apprehension. Boom! The folding fan in Xiao Ju's left hand shattered, and the entire illusion vanished. The scene before him changed. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he looked at the broken zither. Shock filled his face. Xiao Chen pulled back his left hand and put away the scarlet cloak. His white robes and fine black hair fluttered in the wind. Under the sky-blue Neptune headscarf was a cold and delicate face. Xiao Chen's eyes were like a deep pool, unfathomable and unchanging. That's impossible. My demonic lust song has never lost to a cultivator of the same generation. Xiao Ju's eyes filled with shock. A light flashed in his hand, and he reconnected the 7-stringed zither. Then, his fingertips streaked across the zither, and a decadent music reverberated, sounding like a woman's moans. My body is like a saber, my thoughts are like a saber. I am the saber, and the saber is me. Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered as a cool breeze blew. When Xiao Chen took a step forward, the sound of a powerful treasure saber being unsheathed resounded in the world. With every step Xiaochen took, a saber hum resounded. While it looked slow, the saber intent buzzed endlessly, reverberating in the air. Using sound to enter a berserking demonic Tao, using yin and yang to nourish one another. This is against the heavenly Tao. Elder Shao, you should not have existed in this world long ago. The melodious saber hum shattered all the zither music. As Xiaochen walked over, his saber intent grew increasingly ferocious and unrestrained. In the end, all the saber sounds merged and formed a divine sound. Then, it tore through the barrier of the sky and soared into the clouds. The divine sound nourished the soul. Xiaoju's seven-stringed zither shattered, filling the air with splinters. The vague form of the saber soul in the purple talisman in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness was no longer as blurry as before. Four strands of golden light became clearly visible, looking incredibly sharp. Xiaochen was slightly stunned. The vague form of the saber soul actually broke through at this moment. His saber intent was now at 100% complete, condensing a true soul. Elder Shao, in the end, the demonic lust song is just an unorthodox Tao. You are also someone who will soon become a great grandmaster level martial sage. Let's have an open battle and decide who is better. Xiaoju could not be bothered with Xiaochen. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he turned around, wanting to leave. Xiaochen's demonic lust song was not some unorthodox Tao. He had easily toyed with several grandmaster-level martial sages to death, replenishing their life essence. So, you are the true Xiaochen. Don't get cocky. When I refine a good zither, I will absorb your life essence. Xiaochen shook his head slightly, revealing some disappointment in his eyes. At this moment, Xiaochen had already drawn out the remaining medicinal energy of the primal essence nature pill without any reservations. His cultivation had already risen to peak consummation medial grade martial sage. His saber soul had formed, and his strength had soared. Xiaochen had wanted to have a good fight. Unexpectedly, this person before him had been blinded by an external object. His cultivation was useless, just for show. Since that is so, I shall grant you death. Xiaochen materialized the flawless saber Tao, and a bright moon rose behind him. With a flip of his hand, night fell, blocking Xiaoju's path. With a flip of his hand, night appeared, and the bright moon appeared. Flawless night, flawless moon, and flawless saber. The bright moon turned into a resplendent saber light descending from the sky, blocking Xiaoju's path. The saber light containing the saber soul had a special charm to it. The saber light seemed solid. A full moon rose amid the saber light. There were people and palaces in the moon, as if there was a small world inside. This was the soul which gave a martial technique a soul. It was no longer just for show, but truly contained its essence. This allowed the saber technique to reach a whole new level. Xiaoju's zither was destroyed. When facing this flawless bright moon, he could only use his own cultivation to clash head-on. Xiaochen moved his hands, and musical notes rang out. Each note was sonorous and forceful, causing the sky to tremble as he composed an impassioned song. Dang! After clashing head-on with this move, Xiaoju, who already suffered hidden injuries from the destruction of his zither, vomited another mouthful of blood and was forced back. Snowflakes danced in the air. The white-robed Xiaochen charged towards Xiaoju amidst the snowflakes filling the air. Every move he made contained a boundless saber intent. Xiaoju, whose mind was already in chaos, held on bitterly. Up in the palace, Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu exchanged glances. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen and the white-robed person were so strong, completely surpassing their expectations. Let's go. Stop thinking about these two. Aside from our senior brothers, there is still Di Wuk. A regular Grandmaster-level martial sage would not be able to suppress them. Damn it! If not for the main forces of my Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music sect entering the Immortal sect remnant, these two would not be able to be so arrogant. Chapter 931. As Yun Tianhe controlled his palace, he gave Xiao Chen and the white-clad man a deep look. When he saw that Xiao Ju and the heavenly music sect old man were in a disadvantageous position and gradually losing ground, he quickly left. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen executed subduing dragon profound slash and finally killed Xiao Ju, whose mind was severely injured from the damaged demonic zither. Then, he took Xiao Ju's spatial ring. The impassioned war song came to an end. Xiao Chen slowly landed on the ground. At this moment, he tossed aside his disguise. After absorbing the primal essence nature pill's medicinal energy and grasping the saber soul, he would be able to hold his own against the demonic brilliant two elders. There was still a pure thunder origin in the universe ring. Xiao Chen hesitated over whether to take this opportunity to consume it and break through the shackles of medial-grade martial sage in one go, advancing to superior-grade martial sage. On the other side, the white-clad man's battle also came to an end. This expert from the Frost Moon Palace was much stronger than Xiao Ju. He was not like the Frost Moon Palace old man, who only had the demonic lust song and only had his cultivation, getting killed by Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen saw that he could not defeat the white-clad man, he used a killing move to force the other party back. Then, he quickly moved away, not giving the white-clad man a chance to continue pestering him. As the white-clad man watched the old man go far away, he felt somewhat disappointed. If he had exhausted some of his opponent's law energy, he would have been able to keep him here. Just thinking about the wealth of a Grandmaster-level martial sage was tempting. Unfortunately, Xiao Ju, whom the white-clad man originally found troublesome and did not want to fight, lost so quickly to Xiao Chen. After losing to Xiao Chen so quickly, his opponent became timid and left early. The white-clad man sheathed his saber, and the scarlet light in his eyes slowly faded. As he looked at Xiao Chen walking over, he revealed a sinister smile and said, "You finally revealed your true face? You have been having a lot of fun using my name these past few days." The person before Xiao Chen was the Northern Sea Alliance's bloody young master. Seeing that the other party had already revealed it, Xiao Chen no longer hid it. The identity of the bloody young master was no longer useful to him. He smiled faintly and said, "Likewise. Brother Yi seems to have gained a lot while using this Xiao's name. Brother Yi, what the heavenly music sect old man said was true. You are the real Xiao Chen." Xing Qingyun, who landed with the old man, felt his legs go soft, and he could not stand stably. Originally, when Xing Qingyun heard the words of the heavenly music sect's Xiao Ju, he planned to run away immediately. However, when he thought about Xiao Chen's strength, he knew that he couldn't outrun him at all. He could only cling to a sliver of luck and brace himself to descend. Who knew, the moment he landed, he would hear the white-clothed man's words, completely extinguishing the last bit of hope in his heart. It turned out that the so-called Xiao Chen had been by his side all along. Xing Qingyun thought about what he kept saying about killing Xiao Chen and making a name for himself. His entire body trembled involuntarily. He smiled shakily and said, "Brother Xiao, Xiao Chen patted Xing Qingyun's shoulder and smiled. Alliance Chief, don't panic. You are the one who will hunt down Xiao Chen and become famous throughout the world." Xing Qingyun smiled awkwardly and said, just a joke, just a joke. Brother Xiao, don't take it seriously." Rumble. Just at this moment, intense sounds came from the Immortal sect remnant, which was less than 5 kilometers away. Ethereal holy music came from the distance. A divine nation descended from the distant horizon. Tens of thousands of rays of golden light dazzled everyone's eyes even from 5 kilometers away. Wuk. When the white-clothed man, Yi Chen, saw this scene, he slowly spat out 3 words. He revealed a competitive look on his face. The old man smacked his lips and said, "He is probably breaking a restriction somewhere in the Immortal sect remnant. As long as there are natural treasures, there will be restrictions. That's normal. Without restrictions, after tens of thousands of years, all natural treasures would have rotted away, the white-clothed man said calmly. A cold moon hung high in the sky, and a cold palace appeared beside the divine kingdom. An azure-clad man stood on the palace, looking down on the world. 3,000 figures shot out of the palace, materializing 3,000 killing moves. Each move was different. However, under the illumination of the cold moon, they resonated with each other, drawing each other in. The azure-clad man on the palace looked boundlessly cold under the cold moon. He stretched out his hand, and the 3,000 killing moves soared into the sky like a blazing beacon. A strong aura spread out. A crack extended for 5 kilometers, extending to the feet of Xiao Chen and the others without slowing down. That is the Frost Moon Palace's outstanding talent, Xiao Qinghan. His strength rivals that of the older generation experts. He is an influential person in the primal chaos domain, Xing Qingyun said with a somewhat trembling voice. Xiao Chen was believed to have killed the Frost Moon Palace's inner sect elder. It was very likely that this person would come to kill him. Dong! 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 Suddenly, a vast and majestic bell toll rang out. Rings of blue sound rings turned solid and spread out like ripples in the sky. Even from 5 kilometers away, the crowd heard the bell toll. It was ear-splitting, and their hearts pounded heavily. Needless to say, this person was definitely the heavenly music sect Xia Dongyang, a famous person of the primal chaos domain's younger generation, someone as famous as Xiao Qinghan. Xiao Chen could vaguely see 7 beams of starlight descending, forming a complete constellation as they charged at the restriction below. The old man said with a fervent gaze, the restriction that these people are charging at must have some valuable treasure. Otherwise, they would not have caused such a huge commotion. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled. How about we go and take a look together? The old man replied in a rush, sure. Lord Jiu, I have long wanted to go in and take a look. Unfortunately, I keep getting chased out. Xing Qingyun felt conflicted for a while. Then, he steeled his heart and decided to go and take a look as well. This time, he had gone overboard by following Xiao Chen. He could only try his luck and see if he could find some fortuitous encounter that could increase his strength and increase his chances of survival. Yi Chen looked at Xiao Chen. In the end, he still had to seek Xiao Chen's opinion. If he went alone, he would not have much confidence. Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, no way. The older generation experts of the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music sect are all present. Diwuk's 13 keepers are not far from them. We do not have much of a chance. Yi Chen revealed a disappointed expression. Then, he smiled and said, White-robed Xiao Chen, it turns out that you only have this much courage. In that case, I'll go alone. Seeing Yi Chen turn into a beam of scarlet light and flee, Xiao Chen shook his head and did not say anything. Then, he turned to Xing Qingyun and said, when we reach the Immortal sect remnant, it will be hard for me to protect myself. I advise you not to go in either. This is a tortoise spirit shield. I'll give it to you to protect yourself. It will allow you to leave the heavenly ruin wasteland safely. Xing Qingyun received the tortoise spirit shield, and his eyes immediately lit up. This was a bona fide king-grade secret treasure. Yet, Xiao Chen gave it away just like that. Let's go, then. Stop wasting time. If you cannot survive in the future, you can come to the Haotian sect to look for me. Xing Qingyun laughed dryly and put away the tortoise spirit shield. Then, he said in a heroic manner, let's go. Although I did not manage to kill Xiao Chen, I killed a Frost Moon Palace's inner sect elder and entered the Heaven Character Wanted list. My name will spread throughout the primal chaos domain. When the old man saw Xiao Chen looking at him, he quickly said, little brother, don't worry. If I follow you, I will definitely be strong enough to protect myself. I will not be a burden to you. If I see that something is wrong, I will leave immediately. Xiao Chen was speechless. What is this fellow thinking? If I see that something is wrong, I will leave immediately. Why do I need you to follow me? You can follow me to gain benefits, but you have to listen to me. If you continue like earlier, running faster than a mouse the moment I fight someone, I will be the first to not let you off. The old man immediately showed a bitter expression. However, this Lord Jiao is really not good at fighting. Furthermore, this Lord Jiao is a mouse in the first place. Xiao Chen smiled and scolded, "Don't worry. I won't send you to your death. Given your sensitivity to danger, the restrictions of the outer sect should not pose a problem for you. Let's collect all the treasures of the outer sect first." Dilapidated palaces, pitch-black desolate land, corpses that no longer resembled humans, and a boundless bloody stench lingered in the turbid air. This was the immortal sect remnant that Xiao Chen saw. The ground was littered with cultivators killed by restrictions. The heavy bloody stench lingered in the surroundings, accompanied by the turbid air. Restrictions were everywhere, be it in the air or on the ground. There might be a hidden restriction somewhere that could claim a cultivator's life. Without the protection of a king-grade secret treasure, most of the cultivators were very careful, walking on the ground obediently. Of course, there were some bold and skilled people who did not care about the restrictions in the periphery. They forcefully pushed their way through, casually tearing apart all the restrictions. Xiao Chen saw 4 or 5 such people. They were all great Grandmaster level martial sages on the same level as the Haotian sect's elder Han Qinghe, unrivaled Grandmaster level martial sages. Right now, Xiao Chen was not a match for such great Grandmaster level martial sages. He could only leave calmly. The restrictions in the periphery could not stop them at all. They also did not care about the treasures in the periphery. They all headed for the inner layer, where there were several intact palaces. 9 heavenly palaces floated at the summit of the mountain in the middle. The 7-colored light came from there, inspiring one's imagination. He. This Lord Jiao is right? There is definitely a profound copper mine under here, the old man said to Xiao Chen in a cocky manner as he emerged from a hole in the ground. Relying on the old man's sensitivity to danger, the restrictions in the periphery could hardly injure the two. The gray-haired old man immediately noticed the slightest peculiarity in the surroundings. When Xiao Chen broke the restrictions and waited for the other party to dig in, he would definitely gain something. In merely half a day, Xiao Chen had already collected 3 earth dragon fruits, an incomplete peak spirit vein, and more than 5 tons of heavenly gold rock and other divine materials. Earlier, the old man saw a few unremarkable black flowers in a crack. He immediately concluded that there was definitely a profound copper mine below. Xiao Chen looked at the neat hole and praised, "This hole is really beautiful. It is wide, bright, and firm." The old man squinted his eyes and smiled proudly. This Lord Jiao has 3 great innate abilities: strong perception, fast digging, and sharp eyes. Indeed, it is just a mouse. The profound copper mine in there extends for 1 kilometer. After deducting the impurities, there is at least 10 tons of pure profound copper. Lord Jiao excitedly introduced the situation inside. Profound copper was a divine material equal to the black patterned gold. When refining a secret treasure, as long as one added a little more to it, it would immediately improve its quality significantly. A secret treasure without divine materials and a secret treasure with divine materials were worlds apart. Such divine materials were always in short supply. They could fetch a high price at any time. In some situations, they could even be used as currency. 10 tons of profound copper was a large sum. However, compared to the 500 tons of divine materials required for the first layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art, it was still a long way off. With a thought, the strand of dragon energy that the blue dragon body nourishing art nurtured quickly circulated in Xiao Chen's body. Thunderous sounds came from his body, rumbling endlessly. Chapter 932. After swallowing tens of thousands of kilograms of divine materials, the blue dragon body nourishing art finally showed some use. Now, without burning vital qi, a casual punch from Xiao Chun could achieve half a dragon force, 2,500 tons of force. Bang! He punched the ground, and in an instant, the ground cracked open. Countless pieces of mud flew out and floated in the air, blocking the sunlight in the sky. Xiao Chun withdrew his fist and stood upright. A huge pit appeared in front of him, 1 kilometer long and 500 meters deep. A layer of hard yellow copper soil was exposed at the bottom. This was the profound copper ore. Xiao Chun revealed an expression of joy as he merged his vital qi, quintessence, and mental energy. Then, he shouted and punched the huge yellow copper soil. Xiao Chen's fist gave off a bright light as it descended rapidly. It was like a treasured saber descending from the sky. It was incredibly sharp, able to split mountains. Ka-ca. Ka-ca. The yellow copper ore that stretched for a kilometer shattered into pieces of various sizes with the force of this punch. Lord Jiu was already numb to this. He sighed, only this brat can be so reckless. Even if the other martial sages discovered the profound copper ore, they would only be depressed, not knowing how to collect it. Xiao Chun stood in the air with his eyes closed. The swallowing power of the blue dragon body nourishing art started circulating. Thousands of pieces of yellow copper soil of various sizes floated around him. Xiao Chen's body turned into a spinning black hole. 360 acupoints opened, and a strong swallowing power sucked in the pure profound copper in the yellow copper soil into his body. Shwa! 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 A pile of impurities fell like rain. The scene looked very tyrannical and spectacular. After a while, Xiao Chun opened his eyes. He felt like he was trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. The strand of azure-colored dragon energy in his body had only grown slightly stronger. 10,000 kilograms of divine profound copper materials were swallowed just like that. Lord Jiu blinked at the side and said with a bitter expression, "Old brother Xiao, didn't I tell you to leave some for this Lord Jiu?" "Oh, sorry, I forgot." Xiao Chun said calmly as he landed beside the old man. Xiao Chen's insincere apology upset Lord Jiu. However, he could only scold him in secret. When searching for treasures in the remnant, the most dangerous thing was not the restrictions but the other cultivators. This was especially so in the primal chaos domain, where loose cultivators killed and robbed others of their treasures as if they were eating and drinking. If Lord Jiu came in and discovered any treasures, he would be chased out before he could do anything. At the very least, he would be able to stay with Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun also left him some natural treasures related to spirit plants. Never mind, Lord Jiu would not lower himself to the juniors, the old man thought. Boom! In the inner area of the Immortal sect remnant, a beam of golden light suddenly tore through the sky, illuminating the entire place. The roars of 10,000 beasts resounded. Xiao Chun and the old man could not help but look over. One bird beast after another flew out of the golden light. In an instant, it was 1,000 meters. In an instant, it had flown far away. The strong winds of the mutated beasts easily shattered several of the hidden restrictions in the air. Thousands of cultivators soared into the air in hot pursuit. Di Wuk, the Frost Moon Palace's Xiao Qinghan, the heavenly music sect Xia Dongyang, and the other experts all chased after the heavenly phoenix. They even seemed to see the bloody young master Yi Chen's figure inside. Lord Jiu's eyes lit up. Indeed, there are valuable treasures. Di Wuk and the others broke the restrictions. These are all complete magic treasures. After refining them a little, they will become king-grade secret treasures. Xiao Chun was flabbergasted as well. There were at least 1,000 magic treasures flying out. Just this palace alone had so many magic treasures. Who knew how glorious the history of the sect under them was during the immortal epoch? Chi! An azure wolf flew over Xiao Chen's head. Then, Xiao Chun made his move at lightning speed. A strand of saber chi of flawless bright moon descended from the sky and struck down the azure wolf. Xiao Qun stretched out his hand and grabbed, and the azure wolf landed in his grasp. It was a sword with a wolf head infused with many divine materials. Its blade was as clear as water, flickering with a dim five-colored light. Xiao Qun placed a spiritual mark on it and infused his magic energy into it. The sword shrank and turned into a sword pill that landed in his palm. "Brat, hand over the azure wolf magic treasure." The three old men who were chasing the azure wolf descended. When they saw Xiao Qun put away the sword pill, they immediately berated him. Xiao Qun glanced at them indifferently. They were all peak superior grade martial sages, so he could not be bothered to answer. Magic energy burned, and the sword pill enlarged. Then, as Xiao Qun pointed with his finger, it turned into a beam of azure light and flew out. Pu ci. Before the three old men could react, blood spurted out of their necks. Their heads separated from their bodies, and they died without a complete corpse. Lord Jiao chuckled and quickly rushed forward. He quickly collected the superior grade spatial rings of the three old men and even fiddled around with the corpses. After following Xiao Qun for so long, Lord Jiao was already very familiar with this set of actions. Soon, he returned. His eyes narrowed into slits as he said somewhat craftily, "Sorry, the three of them do not have any divine materials on them." Xiao Qun caressed the flickering wolf-head sword with a dim five-colored light. He entered deep thought, ignoring Lord Jiao's words. The speed of the wolf-head sword was extraordinary. However, it paled in comparison to Grandmaster-level martial sages. Given its speed, the other party could easily dodge it. Xiao Qun glanced at the situation in the sky. Nearly all the Grandmaster-level martial sages were attracted by that golden bright heavenly phoenix, chasing after it. On the other hand, no Grandmaster-level martial sages chased after the other mutated beasts. This was normal. Most Grandmaster-level martial sages had king-grade secret treasures. Ordinary treasures would not catch their attention. A thought occurred to Xiao Qun. He said, "Old Jiao, can your eyes remember all the magic treasures in the sky?" Birds and beasts flew wildly in the sky. Immortal chi spread everywhere, and figures flickered. The entire sky above the outer sect turned chaotic. Lord Jiao casually glanced around and said in disdain, "How difficult is that? This Lord Jiao has a pair of shifty eyes. I might not be able to see other things, but when it comes to treasures, even the size of a mosquito, I can see them all." Good. In that case, watch carefully. As long as someone snatches a magic treasure, immediately dig a hole and bring me over. Since those Grandmaster-level martial sages do not care for these treasures, I will reluctantly accept them all. When the old man heard this, his vision darkened, and he nearly fainted. More than 1,000 magic treasures? That meant that he would have to dig more than 1,000 holes. "Lord Xiao, I'm calling you Lord now. Although this Lord Jiao is very fast at digging holes, you can't really treat me like a mouse. After digging more than 1,000 holes, my hand will probably break." Xiao Qun smiled calmly and said, "Strange. Didn't this Lord Jiao say earlier that you are a mouse? Now is the time for you to show off your skills. Damn it, really damn it. I was just greedy for some divine materials earlier." The old man wanted to cry, but no tears came out. An aquamarine screen of light flew in the sky. Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu blocked a black tortoise. Gao Baiyu's speed increased, and he pulled the black tortoise into his palm. It was an ancient shield. Ripples of water flowed on the surface of the shield. The sound of gushing water came from it continuously. Gao Baiyu rejoiced as he carefully fiddled with the shield. "Great! It is actually a defensive magic treasure. The defenses of our heavenly music sect cultivators happen to be rather weak. If I turn this into a secret treasure, my strength will increase significantly." Envy appeared in Yun Tianhe's eyes. Defensive secret treasures were the most precious. Most cultivators hope to have a good defensive secret treasure to protect their lives at a crucial moment. Gao Baiyu was in a good mood. When he saw the disappointment in Yun Tianhe's eyes, he smiled reassuringly and said, "Brother Yun, there is no need to be disappointed. There are many such magic treasures. Later, when we find another one, I will let you have it." "Ha! Many thanks, Brother Gao. Unfortunately, I do not know if it will still be a defensive magic treasure later." Yun Tianhe looked at the sky. The glistening golden heavenly phoenix flapped its wings in the distance, attracting the experts of the various sections. He said enviously, "That heavenly phoenix is the real good stuff. It is definitely a Peking grade secret treasure. It has at least 100 divine materials infused into it." "Right. However, this is not the best treasure of the immortal sect remnant. The 9 heavenly palaces are the core of the entire immortal sect remnant. The treasures there will be even better. Perhaps even immortal tools will appear." "That is possible. I heard that the 3 great sects sent the blue-robed emperor. A few major characters from the Penglai Sea also came. Let's not talk about this for now. This is not something we can participate in. I still need to collect a few more magic treasures. That bastard Shao Chen destroyed the chimes. We have to quickly make up for the losses. There is a huge snake over there. It is spitting out clouds. It should be something good. Let's go." As the two spoke, they continued to look for targets in the air. Just as they were about to get up, the ground suddenly rumbled, and a deep pit appeared. The two had not expected this at all. They immediately fell down. They felt very anxious and wanted to soar into the air. Starlight descended, and a fluttering scarlet banner blocked the two's path. The astral banner unfurled, and 7 resplendent and dazzling astral pearls completely blocked the sky above them. Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu looked around and discovered Shao Chen and Lord Jiao not far away. Their expressions immediately changed drastically. The mountains and rivers meet, and the spring wind blows. The two of you, we meet again. When the starlight shone on Shao Chen, it made his aura stand out. He revealed a faint smile on his delicate face. He looked cold and desolate, not showing any murderous intent. "Shao Chen, you actually still dare to appear?" Gao Baiyu exclaimed hatefully. While standing on the starlight, Shao Chen slowly stepped forward. "Why would I not dare? Without a Grandmaster-level martial sage, killing you is as easy as killing dogs." When Yun Tianhe thought of Shao Chen's horrifying strength, he could not help but reveal an expression of horror. "We are elite disciples of the Heavenly Music Sect and the Frost Moon Palace. If you kill us, our fathers and seniors are of high positions. If you kill us, you will thoroughly offend the 9 ranks of the great families. Don't overestimate yourself. You are not as important as you think. I do not fear the Frost Moon Palace or the Heavenly Music Sect." After saying that, Shao Chen did not waste any more words with the two. An azure light flashed. At such a close distance, the two could not dodge at all. The wolf-head sword chopped off their heads. Lord Jiao giggled and rushed forward. Then, he skillfully removed the 2 spatial rings. When he returned, he respectfully handed the black tortoise shield to Shao Chen. "How many is this?" Shao Chen asked.